This young man spent 8 consecutive years farming monsters in the apocalyptic world, and when the most important battle arrived, Zhang Yi successfully defeated the evil final boss. The strongest dragon, Zhang Yi, obtained the final fragment and pieced it together into the dragon's blood scroll, thinking he could ascend to greatness in a single step, but at that very moment he was betrayed by his close friend. Every man for himself, he lost the dragon's blood scroll and died without a chance to gasp, and Zhang Yi passed away unwillingly, filled with hatred, but heaven did not forsake him. He awoke once more, only to find that time had reversed to 9:48 on August 28th, 8 years ago, the very day the gates to the apocalyptic world were about to open. Zhang Yi couldn't believe his eyes. He threw open the window, and the scene outside was still a peaceful city, so this was the real deal. He had been reborn to the time before the apocalypse appeared, and Zhang Yi clenched his fist, thinking if heaven had given him a chance to live again, then that bastard Mu Shen, the one who backstabbed him and caused him to die in his previous life, would definitely not get away with it. But for now, the most important matter was that before the apocalypse began, Zhang Yi had to find the God-tier talent cards scattered throughout the world. Every player who participated would be randomly assigned a talent skill by the system, but the rare God-tier talents could only be activated by using a card. In total, there were 10 God-tier talent cards distributed randomly across the world, and based on his past life's memories, Zhang Yi deduced the closest card was on the top floor of the Jinmao Tower. He immediately rushed over there. Then he climbed straight to the rooftop, and sure enough, the golden card was there. But before Zhang Yi could even touch it, another person appeared shouting, "Hey punk, the entire Jinmao Tower belongs to me, including that card." The newcomer was Lu Chengzhe, a notoriously arrogant young master who in the previous life was the owner of the final God-tier talent card and also the heir to the largest real estate conglomerate in Linhai City, but Zhang Yi had no intention of backing down, as whoever gets the card first has the right to own it. And yet right after that, a few madmen with guns appeared from nowhere, wildly firing at Zhang Yi and screaming, "You dare take my things, I'll show you the consequences." Zhang Yi dodged the bullets as if he had hacks turned on. It was simply unreal, taking on machine guns before even logging into the game system, as he dashed forward and timed his next move perfectly. With only 5 seconds until the apocalypse system descended, Zhang Yi made a spectacular leap and snatched that golden card. Lu Chengzhe gritted his teeth in fury and snatched a gun from one of his subordinates. He wanted to handle him personally, screaming, "You punk, don't you dare take my card," but just as the bullet left the barrel, Zhang Yi's incredible luck kicked in the very moment the bullet was a mere handspan away. The apocalypse officially began. The scene before him transformed instantly, and a status window appeared with the question, "Do you choose to participate in the apocalypse?" Zhang Yi immediately chose yes, and at that moment his body began to dematerialize into thin air. At the same time, many others were joining alongside Zhang Yi, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a giant altar before him with his God-tier talent card. It was floating right above it. Zhang Yi was no stranger to this majestic scene. He stepped forward and reached out his hand to touch the card. Instantly, a small, beautiful spirit appeared, announcing that Zhang Yi's player profile was encrypted, and he was player number 8857, and the little girl introduced herself as a spirit. She was Zhang Yi's personal systems spirit, and the God-tier talent card had unlocked a skill for him called Let Me Use It, which sounded a bit lame but was actually an insanely overpowered ability. It allowed the user to copy other players' talents with a 1-hour cooldown, and afterwards the spirit introduced 3 in-game factions for Zhang Yi to choose. They were the Demon Clan, the Beast Clan, and the Human Clan, and Zhang Yi thought for a long while, because in his previous life he had chosen the Human Clan for its 20% reputation bonus, and reputation was paramount in the apocalyptic world. "Wait a moment, it seems you're carrying something else," the little spirit said as she reached toward Zhang Yi and pulled out an item that left him completely stunned. Because it was the Dragon's Blood Scroll, the very item Mu Shen had stopped at nothing to acquire in his previous life. He never thought that after dying and being reborn it would still be in his hands, and after the system detected his possession of the Dragon's Blood Scroll, a 4th faction was unlocked. It was the Dragon Clan, a hidden race, and Zhang Yi gave a wry smile because he didn't know if having things go this smoothly from the start was a blessing or a curse. Then he walked towards the gate to select the Dragon Clan. As the actual login process began, Zhang Yi entered a waiting room known as the Spawn Point, where many other players were also completing their own logins. Indeed, everything was just as he remembered. They were all happily marveling at the realistic experience of being transported into this new world. But none of them knew what was coming next. No one would ever be able to leave. While waiting, Zhang Yi decided to check his own profile, and aside from his talent and faction, all his attributes were at their base level, including strength, intellect, endurance, agility, and stamina. Additionally, Zhang Yi possessed a unique passive skill for the Dragon Clan, the gold-quality Hell Dragon's Fire, so whenever he launched a normal attack or used a skill, there was a 0.1% probability of summoning Hell Dragon's Fire, and within the range of this flame. All enemies would take true damage equal to 150% of his attack power, and even though the activation rate was extremely low, this passive skill's effect was comparable to a god-tier talent. No kidding, Zhang Yi thought as he looked at the crowd. He needed to understand his talent card better, and chuckling to himself, he decided he should first find someone to test his copy skill on. Very quickly, Zhang Yi selected his target, a tall, bald man, and he then activated his talent and placed a hand on the man's shoulder, who immediately became alert and knocked his hand away. Zhang Yi scratched his head and pretended to be embarrassed, saying he mistook him for someone else, and with that, he successfully copied the bald man's epic-grade talent. It was the Treasure Hunter talent which let players find treasure chests within a 500-meter radius, and Zhang Yi grinned widely. His luck was truly not bad at all. He had stumbled upon an epic-grade talent just by picking someone at random, and at that moment the spawn point doors opened. A voice came over the speakers, essentially welcoming the players to the world of the apocalypse. That bald guy was eager to step out first, and seeing this, Zhang Yi moved to stop him, saying, "Don't be so reckless, my friend. It's extremely dangerous out there." But the man didn't listen, and instead mocked Zhang Yi for being a coward. Then, after shoving him aside, the bald guy charged straight outside. "Everyone open your eyes and learn from my technique." But as it turned out, no one wanted to learn because his grand leap took him right into the mouth of a giant spider. And the bald man died so fast that no one could even react, but it didn't end there. The system proceeded to announce that the bald man could not be revived. He was permanently dead. The crowd in the spawn point finally started to panic, and just as in Zhang Yi's past life, a new status window was sent to all the players. It was the first quest, which included information about safe zone number 886, the 8th district named Hopetown, and the main objective was to reach it. Their safety would be guaranteed there. The mission time was a 4-hour countdown. The reward was a single resurrection chance, and failure meant sharing the same fate as that bald man. There would be no more chances to start over, but the problem now was the spawn point was surrounded by monsters, and these people were all new players who had no clue how to defeat them. Zhang Yi remained perfectly calm. He simply reached up and grabbed a glass-breaking hammer because in his past life, someone had used it as a weapon in a pinch. And unexpectedly, it turned out to be a disguised blue-quality weapon, a fact that had made many other players burn with envy, but in this life, Zhang Yi was the first to find it. Sure enough, upon picking it up, the glass-breaking hammer transformed into a dagger forged from a meteorite from the frozen wastelands, and its utility was quite impressive. At the same time, thanks to the talent he had just copied from the bald man. Zhang Yi also discovered a hidden treasure chest at the spawn point. He immediately pulled it from its hiding place, and inside was a dragon's breath potion. It was also of blue quality, and with a new weapon in hand, Zhang Yi charged out to fight the monsters, leaving the other new players to exclaim in both awe and envy, "Just look at the weapon that guy has. That's a blue quality item. This guy is clearly using hacks." A few of them began to shout, drawing everyone's attention to Zhang Yi, but they all assumed the young man was simply courting death. Even if he had a legendary weapon, he was still just a new player, so how could he possibly handle so many giant spiders? Moreover, the spiders were very aggressive, and indeed the power gap between the two sides was quite large. Zhang Yi was forced to fight while retreating until he could find a suitable opportunity. He immediately took out a bottle of dragon's breath potion. Zhang Yi timed it perfectly and threw the open bottle into the giant spider's mouth. Instantly, a large flame erupted violently. Zhang Yi leveled up 2 times in a row, receiving 50 coins and a health potion. He never thought that Dragon's Breath potion would be so useful. It would have been great if I could have picked up a few more bottles. Meanwhile, the crowd at the spawn point erupted into chaos. Seeing Zhang Yi defeat the giant spider in one move, they became even more certain that he was using hacks. I feel this kid's background is anything but simple. Should we form a party with him? Night had fallen. Zhang Yi followed the map's directions and started heading towards Hopetown. Suddenly, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. This made him extremely vigilant. A man rushed forward and grabbed him. "Quick, save my daughter, please! She was captured by a monster and taken into the forest." Zhang Yi looked towards the forest, that place. In his past life, many players had died there. However, it also concealed a lot of good items. But looking at this man, he still felt that something was a bit odd. Despite this, Zhang Yi still followed him into the forest. It was just that this forest was too vast. After turning around a few times, Zhang Yi could no longer see the man. Never mind, I'll just ignore it and move on. He continued to walk with his head down, unaware that a pair of eyes was still following him. Not long after, Zhang Yi did indeed come across a little girl still holding a lollipop in her hand. The kind-hearted Zhang Yi was about to lead the child out. Then, right at this moment, a beautiful and seductive purple-haired woman with a stunning figure appeared. It was just that Zhang Yi was in no mood to admire her beauty, because no matter how he looked at her, he could see she was definitely an enemy. Furthermore, behind her was the same man who had asked for his help earlier. "You've worked hard helping me lure in new prey." This was certainly what the purple-haired woman said to the man. Zhang Yi knew right away that he had fallen into a trap. At this moment, the system also issued a new quest for him, which was to rescue the lost child in the gloomy forest and bring her to Hopetown. The time limit for the quest was a 1-hour countdown. Success would grant a ring as a reward, while failure carried no penalty. Zhang Yi remembered that in his previous life, some player parties had also triggered this hidden quest when exploring the gloomy forest. The value of the rewards and experience points received made quite a few players green with envy, so he had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by. Just as Zhang Yi accepted the quest, the woman's body began to transform. It turned out she was a spider demon. Seeing the woman's true form, the child next to Zhang Yi was frightened into wailing loudly. He could only comfort her with a few words before taking out the blue-grade weapon he had just looted. Zhang Yi charged forward powerfully, but this spider demon's skin was like armor. He tried a physical attack, but it had no effect whatsoever. The spider demon immediately fought back, and Zhang Yi had to struggle just to dodge the attack. Zhang Yi's spirit fairy warned him to abandon the quest. That spider demon named the Beauty Widow was a level 20 boss. Based on his current strength, he couldn't defeat her. But running away was not Zhang Yi's style. Besides, he also wanted to save the child, so he stubbornly stayed. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, the spirit said no more. In any case, abandoning the quest is the only way for you to survive at this moment. I believe you can make the best decision. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. Don't be so quick to pass judgment on my future. He once again charged towards the spider demon. She was also ready to meet his attack, but his goal was not to fight her head-on with this spider demon. Zhang Yi remembered that in his previous life he had seen a hidden treasure chest outside of the quest on the World Channel, after activating his treasure hunter talent. Sure enough, Zhang Yi saw a hidden chest. He directly ignored the Beauty Widow's attack and rushed towards it. She was a bit surprised to see that her opponent's target was not her, but before she could regain her composure, Zhang Yi had already reached the treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received the blue-grade skill book Chain Lightning. Zhang Yi couldn't stop smiling. As expected, he had unlocked a hidden skill. The chain lightning attack dealt magical damage. In that case, the spider demon's tough shell was no longer a problem. The Beauty Widow hurriedly summoned a swarm of more spiders. She wanted to tear Zhang Yi to shreds. Meanwhile, on his side, Zhang Yi also hurriedly absorbed the skill book. After learning it, he had to put it into practice right away. The Beauty Widow was struck by chain lightning and left twitching on the ground. The battle's outcome was decided even faster than anticipated. Zhang Yi received a new epic-grade weapon, the Venom Fang dagger crafted from the spider's fangs. Once everything was settled, he took the little girl's hand and left. The two of them walked for a while and finally found their way to Hopetown. A lot of people had already gathered there. Among them was an acquaintance, Lao Chengze. He hadn't noticed Zhang Yi at first, but his subordinate happened to spot him. "Boss, isn't that the brat who stole your God-tier talent card?" Your God-tier 1, Lao Chengze, looked in the direction his subordinate was pointing. It really was Zhang Yi. The man surnamed Lao was so furious he gritted his teeth and immediately sent people to follow him. Zhang Yi led the child for quite a distance and finally found the little girl's home. His mission was complete. He immediately received the Ring of Thalia. This item didn't have many functions, it just increased his luck by 55 points when worn. But luck points in this apocalyptic world were a very rare attribute to acquire. The higher the luck value, the more abundant the rewards dropped from subsequent quests. He had truly struck a bargain. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly noticed an enhancement shop on the side of the road. The player there was boasting that if an enhancement failed, he wouldn't charge any money. Zhang Yi went over to take a look out of curiosity. He saw that the big, burly blacksmith had a sky-high enhancement success rate, so he asked the person standing next to him, "That young man isn't using hacks, is he?" But the other person immediately waved his hand and denied it. "You just don't understand. This young man's talent is enhancement crafting." Zhang Yi let out an interested "oh." That young man had just successfully enhanced a piece of extraordinary equipment. If he's that powerful, I should try to copy it. No sooner said than done. Zhang Yi stealthily touched the chubby young man. He immediately obtained the epic-grade enhancement crafting talent. Thanks to it, the success rate of equipment enhancement would increase by 50%. Zhang Yi eagerly took out his dagger, his Venom Fang dagger, to test it out. The result was that he successfully enhanced it 4 consecutive times. The crowd was utterly astonished, and the chubby young man was not happy at all. He had no idea where this guy came from to steal his spotlight. Everyone look. This guy just successfully enhanced an epic-grade weapon to level 15. A base level 15 weapon is already rare enough, and this one is even epic-grade. What on earth is this person's background? While the crowd was still marveling in admiration, Zhang Yi suddenly felt his ears ringing. His vision also went dark. The little spirit fairy couldn't help but remind him that his vitality value was nearing its limit. Zhang Yi had no choice but to go to the tavern up ahead to rest. He would continue to go out and level up after he recovered. Zhang Yi went to the nearest tavern and rented a room. Inside the tavern, everyone was discussing the latest news on the World Channel. Have you heard the news? Someone completed the hidden quest in the gloomy forest. I heard that guy also has an epic-grade weapon. Zhang Yi knew they were talking about him, but he didn't feel arrogant about it. Although luck is a form of strength, he was determined to use his own true abilities to rise up. Zhang Yi lazily stretched out in his rented room. He silently calculated that he needed to quickly reach level 20, then change his class. He could choose to join one of 7 professions: Knight Warrior or Assassin, Mage Archer Priest, and Beast Tamer. This way, he could learn even more powerful skills, so that when he met Mu Shen again, he would make him pay the price for his betrayal. The next morning, Zhang Yi went out for a stroll, but he kept feeling that someone was following him the entire way. Stop skulking around and come out. As soon as he finished speaking, the person appeared. Who else could it be but Lao Chengze? He was filled with hatred and had brought many of his subordinates with him. He was clearly here to reclaim the God-tier talent card. Zhang Yi was forced into PK mode, which was perfect timing as he wanted to test the new chain lightning skill he had just learned. Full of confidence, Zhang Yi activated his skill, but no lightning bolt was released. The system warned him that he had been hit by a silence spell and thus could not use any other skills. A triumphant look appeared on Lao Chengze's face. This silence spell lasted for a full 2 minutes. He thought this battle was already in the bag. A burly warrior rushed forward to attack first, but his blow felt like a mosquito biting steel to Zhang Yi. What is happening? The reason he isn't bleeding at all is because his equipment is too good. Our damage isn't enough to injure him. La Chengze gritted his teeth and cursed his subordinates for being a bunch of trash, then took out his weapon intending to fight himself. Zhang Yi could tell with a single glance that it was also a bow. It was of blue quality, and it had even been enhanced to level 15. La Chengze raised his bow, aimed straight at him, drew the string, and the arrow flew. It then exploded in mid-air, transforming into hundreds of smaller arrows. This rain of arrows fell and injured Zhang Yi slightly. He couldn't hold back in this situation any longer. If I can't use skills, then I'll just summon a divine beast. Zhang Yi waved his hand and summoned the Hell Dragon. The dragon spewed a massive flame, causing La Chengze's group to scatter in an instant. Even the bow was left behind. Zhang Yi was very pleased. He was initially worried about reaching level 20, but now these fools had come to deliver a weapon and experience points on a silver platter. The bow was called the Silver Moon Bow. Its main skill was meteor arrow rain, just as La Chengze had demonstrated. A single arrow could split into 100 others, falling like meteors. Zhang Yi had also hit level 20. Now he could return to town to find the class change officer. When Zhang Yi returned to town, he saw La Chengze and his crew sitting dejectedly at the resurrection fountain, along with other players who had a resurrection chance after death. They automatically resurrect at the nearest resurrection fountain. Zhang Yi swaggered over holding the silver moon bow and thanked La Chengze with an incredibly arrogant look on his face. This drove the man named La insane. You brat, just you wait. One day I'll make you pay me back. Double Zhang Yi simply regarded La Chengze's curses as a dog barking by his ear, not worthy of his attention. He went straight to the class change officer NPC. I want to unlock my class change after confirming his level. The class change palace opened instantly and Zhang Yi stepped inside. Although he wasn't a Libra, he still had a hard time choosing from the 7 available professions. The Beast Tamer was the least favorite profession among players, because although they could summon beasts to fight and tank damage for them, the task of raising them, nurturing those beasts was no easy task. From the very beginning of raising a beast Tamer had to share their own resources with it. But resources were always scarce in this apocalyptic world, causing many beast tamers to fall behind in the late game due to a lack of resources ultimately getting weeded out by other players. Right now, only knights and beast tamers could cooperate with the dragon race. Zhang Yi thought choosing knight wasn't a bad idea, but that class was too much of a roller coaster. In his previous life, many late-game players suffered miserable defeats whenever they lost a sword fight. But the beast tamer was different. Other people might not be suited for this profession. But Zhang Yi had a god-tier talent. His resource-gathering speed was 10 times that of other players. In the late stages of the apocalypse, he could also leverage his dragon identity of his race to acquire a powerful dragon partner, thereby forming a team with a healer, a tank, and a damage dealer. Thinking this, Zhang Yi walked up to the man representing the profession of beast tamer. Seeing him approach, the man looked up and said, "I have been waiting here for a long time, young man." The little elf girl appeared once more, to warn him before he chose this profession. "Young man, you must think carefully. Choosing the right profession can save you a lot of effort." Zhang Yi had already made up his mind. He confirmed his choice to become a beast tamer. After changing his class, Zhang Yi returned to the town square. While listening in, he overheard two players talking about the town of the undead. It seemed they had just returned from a failed expedition. "I told you that town was dangerous. Now look, we didn't even see an elite monster and I lost so much of my gear and experience. Who the hell knew even a normal monster would be that powerful? Don't you just stand there, criticizing me. Why didn't you say so before we went inside?" Zhang Yi pricked up his ears. The town of the undead was where he ran his first dungeon in his previous life. If he could assemble a proper 5-person team this time, plus with his own experience clearing it, then defeating the main boss would not be difficult at all. Just as he was thinking this, in the middle of the square, someone was actually looking for 2 more teammates for a party to the town of the undead. Their requirement was simple. You had to have completed the level 20 class change. Before Zhang Yi could, a beautiful woman applied, and the group immediately accepted her. Seeing only 1 slot left, Zhang Yi eagerly hurried over as well. The party leader sized him up from head to toe. He saw Zhang Yi had just become a beast tamer and likely didn't have a combat summon yet. To be blunt, he was basically a little mage with no skills. However, since there weren't many players who had completed their class change, the leader reluctantly accepted Zhang Yi into the team. The 5 of them set off together for the town of the undead. The party leader couldn't help but wonder why Zhang Yi had chosen that profession. "Hey kid, don't you check the World Channel? Among the 7 main professions, the beast tamer has the lowest damage output." Maybe I just like raising pets," Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. At this moment, the beautiful woman whose face was covered suddenly motioned for them to be quiet. "Be careful, enemies have arrived." No sooner had she spoken than an arrow whizzed by. The 5 of them instantly entered combat mode as skeletons began to rise from the ground all around them. The party leader took charge of the front line. The mysterious beauty was no weakling, either using her powerful flames to burn many skeletons at once, but she let her guard down for a moment. She was sneak attacked from behind a skeleton's cold dagger held to her neck, rendering her unable to move. Among the 5, it was Zhang Yi who seemed to be having the hardest time. Chuang Dich summoned a flock of crows. He saved the beauty in the nick of time. This was a basic beast tamer skill, but its damage was relatively low. Zhang Yi grabbed the woman's hand and regrouped with the other 3. The leader yelled, "Run!" He knew these monsters were undead and would revive soon. The 5 of them fled towards a dark castle. The dungeon's main boss is inside here. Zhang Yi then assigned roles. The knight will be responsible for tanking damage, while the main damage dealers like us will reposition from the rear to dodge the attack spells. And the boss's area of effect attack in Phase 2. Seeing how knowledgeable he was, the leader grew suspicious. "How do you know all this so clearly? Have you been here before? How is that possible?" Zhang Yi waved his hands dismissively. "This is all just from my previous gaming experience." But the leader didn't believe it because he saw that Zhang Yi was equipped with the Venom Fang dagger. How could a new player get an epic-grade weapon and also know the dungeon in such detail? Zhang Yi was obviously lying. The leader's smile slowly turned sinister, thinking that Zhang Yi must have more good stuff on him. He was about to score big. Zhang Yi went first to open the castle door. The space inside was eerily dark. He reminded everyone to stay close, saying it would be dangerous if they split up. But those 3 scoundrels just smirked cunningly and slammed the door shut from the outside. "You 2 just behave and stay in there. We'll be back to visit you later." The beautiful woman panicked, not understanding why her teammates would do something like this. But Zhang Yi instantly saw through their plan. It seemed the 3 scoundrels wanted to use the boss to get rid of them, to eliminate them and take all the rewards and experience for themselves. Before the beautiful woman could even process what had happened, the dungeon's main boss appeared. The moment they came face to face, the boss launched a huge attack. Zhang Yi hastily grabbed the woman's hand and pulled her out of the blast radius. "You saved me again. Thank you." The two of them had no time for a touching scene because the boss was already preparing its next attack. Zhang Yi was incredibly anxious. One was a beast tamer and the other a mage. Both were squishy classes. Without a tank, there was no way they could endure the damage from this main boss. In this dire situation, the beautiful woman summoned a horde of undead warriors. Zhang Yi was stunned. This was the power of a spirit summoner. This was also a talent from a god-tier talent card. It allowed the user to resurrect the dead to fight for them for 5 straight minutes with a 24-hour cooldown. "They won't last long. We need to find a way out of here fast." With this army of undead warriors for cover, Zhang Yi saw they had a chance to win. He told the beautiful woman they only needed to hold on for about 1 hour. He knew the boss's weak point. She just had to leave the rest to him. As for that boss, facing the army of spirits summoned by the beautiful woman, it became even more frenzied. Truong Dish had no chance to get close to it. He knew about the gemstone on its back. It was the source of all the Lich Archmage's power, and at the same time, its greatest weakness. After a tense battle, Truong Dish summoned his flock of black crows. Now the Lich Archmage had to fight the spirit warriors while also being distracted by the flock of black crows. Truong Dish calmly waited for the opportunity when the great boss turned its back. He aimed carefully and threw the Venom Fang dagger in his hand. The dagger's tip precisely plunged into that gemstone. The Lich Archmage let out a tragic scream. The system immediately sent a notification congratulating Truong Dish on successfully defeating the great boss. His level instantly rose to level 25, and he also received the Scepter of Light. This was a level 30 epic-grade weapon, completely outclassing the Venom Fang dagger. The Howling Icewind skill that came with the scepter could unleash a blizzard within a 100-meter radius, freezing all enemies for 5 seconds. Truong Dish and the beautiful woman grinned from ear to ear. This scepter had a mere 2% drop rate. This was truly a godsend. Afterwards, Truong Dish took the scepter and gave it to the beautiful woman. She was extremely surprised because this weapon was too valuable, but scepters were weapons specifically crafted for the mage class. It was useless for a beast tamer like him to hold it. Moreover, if she hadn't summoned the spirit warriors, Truong Dish wouldn't have had the time to take down that boss. Therefore, he had no regrets about giving her this precious weapon. A moment later, the 3 scoundrels no longer heard any commotion from inside the hall. They were certain that Truong Dish and the beautiful woman had been killed by the boss. The 3 of them were filled with excitement. They prepared to enter and reap the rewards, but upon entering, they saw the 2 of them still alive and well. "What now, disappointed you don't see our corpses, are you?" Seeing this situation, the 2 followers began to feel afraid. They figured that if Truong Dish could defeat the boss alone, his strength was not simple. But the leader's courage was bigger than his brain. He didn't want to lose the loot and experience points just like that. What is there to be afraid of? They've been fighting for half a day. They're probably too tired to even walk now. Let's go under the leader's command. The other 2 quickly rushed towards Truong Dish and the beautiful woman. Truong Dish was not afraid of this leader, but the way he attacked without hesitation reminded him of Mo Than's betrayal. This psychological trauma caused Truong Dish immense pain. In the end, why must you people always betray your comrades? Truong Dish grabbed the beautiful woman's hand. He successfully copied her god-tier talent, Spirit Faker. Then, without hesitation, he summoned the Lich Archmage under his control. This ferocious great boss charged towards the 3 traitors. Before they could even react, their entire bodies were frozen and then disintegrated. The end for 3 greedy fools was to meet a painful demise like that. Moreover, they didn't even have a chance to resurrect. In other words, they were permanently dead. Now the threat was eliminated, but Truong Dish collapsed from exhaustion. In his unconscious state, he seemed to see his father. It was when Truong Dish was very young but had already shown a supreme talent for timing. His father promised that, when he surpassed him in the rankings, he would give him a new game. It was just a pity that now Truong Dish was trapped in the apocalyptic world and he probably couldn't wait for the new game from his father anymore. When Truong Dish truly woke up, he was back in his rented room at the tavern. On the table was a letter and a ring left by the beautiful woman. "Thank you for saving me in my time of need. By the time you read this letter, I have already gone to find my brother. Inside this storage ring is the equipment taken from those 3 guys. Perhaps you will need it later. I believe that if fate allows, we will meet again. Han Hanu." What a beautiful name for a beautiful person. Truong Dish clutched the ring in his hand. He began to inspect it. It seemed those 3 scoundrels had looted quite a lot of items from other players. There were no duplicate pieces of equipment in here, so the immediate equipment problem was solved. Truong Dik was now only missing a magical beast. He opened the map. Based on his old memories, the dense fog in the north hid the Dragon Emperor's tomb dungeon. This was the only dungeon that dropped a magical beast before level 40. But this dungeon was not an easy one. This time to clear it, he had to choose his teammates carefully. If he ran into scoundrels like the ones before, it would be a huge hassle. But this was easier said than done. The next day, Truong Dik wandered around the town square for the whole morning without any luck. But he happened to come across some beautiful women recruiting talent for their guild. A bold idea suddenly popped into Truong Dik's head. Why not establish a guild of his own? In his past life, right after starting the game, he had partied up with that scoundrel Mo Than. This made Truong Dik forget that a guild was the best way to attract skilled players. Thinking of this, he had to act immediately. Truong Dik went to the guild management office. He wanted to establish a new guild called God Hunt. Next, he needed to recruit members. At first, Truong Dik thought about handing out flyers on the street, but the chance of success was too random. It would be better to go to a place with many experts. Truong Dik remembered from his past life that after the first round's survival mission, the system would open a duel tournament that almost all the experts in this area would participate in. This was the perfect opportunity to recruit talent, just as he thought of this. The system sent a special mission notification. As expected, it was information about the 1 versus 1 duel tournament. All players who had completed their class change could participate. The reward was 100 coins and a rare skill book. Truong Dik immediately confirmed his participation. He was immediately teleported to a special arena area. It was a floating sports stadium. Truong Dik looked around. It seemed he had overslept a little. The other players had, on average, already reached level 30 while he was still stuck at level 25. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to get far. First, he had to find a way to level up quickly. Go, hurry up and finish him. The commotion from one side attracted Truong Dik's attention. A duel was in progress. It was between a mage and an assassin. It seemed the advantage was with the assassin, as the mage hadn't moved at all since getting on the stage. But just as the assassin was about to deliver the finishing blow, his body became immobilized, suspended in midair. Oh my god, it's an epic skill! Where did this guy get it? The thing that bound the assassin was the mage's shadow prison skill. It allowed the user to imprison an enemy and deal damage in the darkness. The imprisonment duration and damage would increase with the level of this skill. The assassin struggled in mid-air, but he didn't want to lose. He even offered 1 million yuan as a deal, saying that if the mage would forfeit. After they escaped the apocalypse, he would immediately transfer the money to his account. 1 million was not a small number. The mage gave a self-deprecating smile at that. If he had 1 million yuan in his hands back then, his company could have stayed afloat and wouldn't have gone bankrupt. He wouldn't have ended up losing his home and family. And he certainly wouldn't have been pushed to the point of wanting to give up on this life. But now, 1 million or 2 million no longer meant anything. They had entered the apocalyptic world, and now he didn't want to lose. He especially couldn't accept losing to someone weaker than him. I will not let my life be a failure again. The mage roared while increasing his power. With a ding, the system announced that the mage named Vu 7 had defeated the assassin Trin Nin. He successfully leveled up, but Vu 7's ambition did not stop there. He carried a lot of resentment and wanted revenge on the world, so he swore to defeat all other players. Truong Dik, below the stage, gulped nervously. This mage seems like a tough nut to crack. The system continued to randomly pair up players for other arenas, and Truong Dik's first opponent was someone named Don Fong. In his previous life, he had heard this name on the World Channel. Don Fong had single-handedly cleared many dungeons of varying difficulty. Truong Dik joined arena number 20. Here, Don Fong was already waiting for him. He was a rank 1 knight. He was already level 35. Truong Dik sighed. The game had just started not long ago, yet his level was already so high. This guy must be a maniac who grinds levels day and night. The two entered the ring. Don Fong had 500 more health than Truong Dik. He was also very chivalrous, wanting to let Truong Dik strike first because his level was lower, but Truong Dik was stubborn. He felt that this pity was unnecessary. Stop looking down on others. Who will win and who will lose is not yet certain. Truong Dik waved his hand and summoned a flock of crows. Don Fong quite liked this confident to the point of arrogant attitude of his. He drew one of the 3 swords at his hip, ready to fight. All right then. Let me see what you're made of. The first skill Duan Feng used was Protective Sword upon activating this skill. The knight can summon countless soul swords. Each soul sword can withstand 500 damage and create a corresponding amount of reflect damage to the enemy. The number of soul swords increases with the skill's level. Zhang Yi immediately took reflect damage from his own attack. His health dropped by 200 in an instant. This Duan Feng guy is quite cunning. Letting Zhang Yi attack first was clearly a trap waiting for him to fall into what's wrong. Are you afraid to keep fighting? Duan Feng on the opposite side started to taunt Zhang Yi, seeing that his health was still full and surrounded by 4 soul swords. He secretly calculated that to deal damage to Duan Feng, he would have to break through those 4 soul swords. And each soul sword can take a maximum of 500 damage, meaning he would have to take at least 2,000 reflect damage. But his total health was now only 1,800. Truly an overwhelming problem. While he was lost in thought, Duan Feng had already charged forward in a duel. Hesitation creates an opportunity for your opponent to take your life. Don't you even know that? Zhang Yi struggled to defend himself. If this continued, his chances of winning were clearly 0%. He had to find a way to break through those 4 soul swords. Remembering the storage ring Han Yaru had given him, Zhang Yi took out a specter set. After equipping it, he would be protected by a specter when taking damage. He wouldn't die from a fatal blow, but would instead recover 10% of his health. Now Zhang Yi could only rely on this item's life-saving effect to gamble on this fight. He put it on, then charged headfirst toward the enemy, and Dong Feng felt that with such low health, Chuang Dish was clearly asking for a death wish. Before he could even attack, he would be skewered to death by the soul swords. Thinking this, Duan Feng confidently raised a sword to meet him. It ends here, I've won. Zhang Yi was indeed torn apart by Duan Feng's 4 soul swords, but thanks to the Spectre Set's effect, he recovered 200 health and all 4 of Duan Feng's soul swords vanished. Before he could even understand what happened, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Zhang Yi's venomous fang dagger sliced through him cleanly. A single move took away all 2,500 of his opponent's health. Duan Feng fell in an instant. This is the real end. You've lost. Zhang Yi had won successfully, advancing to the next round. He extended a hand to pull Duan Feng up. You're very strong. If it weren't for the protection of my set, I would have lost long ago. Do you want to join my guild? In the northern region, there's a hidden high-difficulty dungeon. If we team up, it will definitely be easier to clear. Duan Feng grabbed Zhang Yi's hand to stand up, seeing his opponent possessed a specter set. He had to look at Zhang Yi in a new light. As for the guild invitation, Duan Feng said he would give it a try not long after the first round of the tournament ended. The second round began, and Wu Qi's first opponent was none other than Han Yaru, that girl who looked so fragile and weak. In the previous round, she pinned her opponent to the ground and beat them. The audience below was incredibly excited. This is the battle between the strongest mages. Don't think I'll go easy on you. There's no mercy in the arena. Wu Qi threatened aggressively, but Han Yaru looked just as weak as ever. But she didn't back down from her opponent one bit. Stop with the nonsense and fight with all you've got. The battle between Wu Qi and Han Yaru attracted more and more spectators. They all wanted to know who the strongest mage was. Zhang Yi was no exception. After all, he wanted to recruit a powerful mage for his guild. Duan Feng, however, didn't seem very interested. I'm going to go train first. If you need anything, just call me on the guild channel. Zhang Yi shrugged. It seemed the first person he recruited was a heartless leveling machine, but having a strong knight like him join was already a stroke of luck. Zhang Yi couldn't ask for more. Now it was time to go see the strongest mage everyone was talking about. Perhaps he could recruit another ace for the guild, but he never expected to see Han Yaru here again. She was holding the scepter he had given her before. Her presence was much stronger now compared to when they last met. Your scepter is really good, but soon it will be mine. Wu Qi was so confident it bordered on arrogance, which really annoyed Han Yaru. She started the match confidently with her opening skill, Lava Rock. After using it, Han Yaru summoned countless lava rocks, creating a meteor shower, with each rock dealing up to 500 damage and having a chance to burn the opponent. The people below began to exclaim in awe, "Oh my god, this female mage is really skilled, isn't she? Vu 7, is that all it takes to make you crumble? Why isn't he fighting back? I thought this would be an amazing match, but it's so boring. What a waste of time." Zhang Yi held his breath, observing the situation. No matter how he looked at it, Han Yaru seemed to have the upper hand. But for some reason, he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, a massive explosion erupted on the stage. Shortly after Zhang Yi was bewildered, both people on the stage had disappeared. He was so shocked, he was speechless. What kind of move did that Wu Qi guy use? He had never even seen it in his past life until the two of them reappeared. Han Yaru had already been defeated at Wu Qi's feet. He fondled her scepter in his hand with a very satisfied look. Zhang Yi rushed onto the stage to help the beauty up. He comforted her. "You did a great job. As for that scepter, I will definitely win it back from Wu Qi in the finals." Zhang Yi was a man of his word. Throughout the following rounds, He continuously defeated strong opponents, and his level skyrocketed. He finally reached the final round. His opponent was none other than that wandering mage, Wu Qi. Whispers erupted from below. They never expected a beast tamer to make it to the finals. Many people also recognized Zhang Yi as the guy who had just started the game. Because he had single-handedly killed a horde of spiders, this battle was even more anticipated. Wu 7, with his usual arrogant swagger and trash-talking mouth, immediately began to taunt Chuang Dish the moment they faced each other. "Hey, kid, you look like you really want to settle a score with me? I hate people who steal things from others the most." Wu Qi slammed the scepter on the ground, and the ground rumbled and exploded. While he cackled with delight, "If you want it, then come and get it yourself." After this aftershock, Zhang Yi felt as if he had been teleported to another dimension. The stage disappeared, the audience disappeared, only he and Wu Qi remained. Zhang Yi could still faintly hear the complaints of the spectators outside. "What's going on? They disappeared again. What are you doing using the same move twice? Hey, at least let us watch you guys fight. Are you treating us like we're invisible?" Zhang Yi finally understood why Han Yaru had disappeared earlier. It turned out Wu Qi had created a new space. This was his legendary grade talent. Name the domain of inaction when this talent is activated. A separate space is created, trapping the opponent inside for 5 minutes. Within this space, the creator's damage is increased by 30%. "You can't beat me in here," Wu Qi declared with utmost confidence, because in here, every death consumes a resurrection charge just like outside, and even after reviving, you will return to this space. There's no escape. Zhang Yi wanted to launch a preemptive strike. He took the initiative to attack first, but there was simply no opportunity to get close to Wu Qi, so he couldn't copy his talent. Han Yaru's soul swap was also useless in this space. After dodging for a while, Wu Qi snorted coldly. He mocked Zhang Yi's ignorance for refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then he attacked using Shadow Arrow, causing him to lose 700 health instantly. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. His opponent had only used a basic spell, and he had already lost a third of his health bar. If this keeps up, he probably wouldn't even survive 2 more hits before dying. But just at this moment, Zhang Yi had a bold idea. If he died in this space, he would also revive right here, so Zhang Yi turned his dagger and stabbed himself. Before Wu Qi's astonished eyes, Zhang Yi had 1 resurrection left, so he came back to life. But his bold idea was to use Soul Swap to summon the body that had just died. "Are you trying to trick me?" Wu Qi exclaimed in shock. "Trick you, huh? Even if it costs me a resurrection, I won't let you go now." There were 2 Zhang Yis, and he summoned a flock of crows. To disrupt Wu Qi's ability to cast spells, he would need 3 heads and 6 arms to deal with this. As time passed, the space created by Wu Qi was about to disappear. He became even more frantic. Wu Qi was beaten to his knees, but he hadn't lost yet. While Chuang Dish was not paying attention, Wu 7 summoned a black sword, intending to stab him from behind. Fortunately, it was a spirit Chuang Dish had summoned with Spirit Swap. Took the blow for him. Although that summoned body disappeared, Wu Qi was also almost out of health. This made Zhang Yi even more furious. His fists showed no mercy, beating Wu Qi until he was crying for his mommy, and the space finally reached its limit and shattered. But the battle between the two had already been decided. The audience hadn't even had a chance to witness anything. They only knew Wu Qi was defeated, and everyone thought he absolutely deserved this result. After all, he was the one who had so aggressively tried to steal the girl's weapon. Zhang Yi became the champion of the first season's dueling tournament amidst thunderous applause. The cheers from everyone shattered the stereotype that beast tamers were automatically weak, and he proved to be a man of his word. Winning back the scepter for Han Yaru moved her deeply. Zhang Yi's reward was a treasure chest containing a choice of 1 level 35 epic grade piece of equipment. This was perfect timing, as his level 20 Poison Fang dagger was no longer adequate. Zhang Yi excitedly opened the chest and received a combined ice and fire sword. What a fantastic weapon. It seemed sacrificing 1 resurrection wasn't a waste after all. Zhang Yi shot a contemptuous look at Wu Qi lying unconscious on the ground. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because it's the apocalypse. I advise you to be a decent person from now on." Zhang Yi stepped down from the arena and was immediately surrounded by a crowd. He returned the scepter to Han Yaru and invited her to join his guild, since she was looking for her brother anyway. With more people in the guild to help her search, she might find him faster. For this reason, Han Yaru naturally did not refuse. It's just that right afterward. The requests to join Zhang Yi's guild skyrocketed. Everyone wanted to be protected by such a powerful guildmaster. In that situation, Zhang Yi could only grab Han Yaru's hand and make a run for it. This was the first time he had ever been chased by so many people. An outsider might have thought he was being chased by creditors. As for the guild, Zhang Yi felt he shouldn't add new members carelessly. For now, he was still missing a dedicated healer, but he figured the three of them, him, Duanfeng, and Han Yaru, were probably enough to clear the Dragon Emperor's tomb dungeon. While he was lost in thought, he didn't notice when it happened. Another man had appeared beside them, and Zhang Yi's highest alert was instantly triggered. He immediately stood protectively in front of Han Yaru like a mother hen. "Who the hell are you? And what do you want here, Qinglong? Why are you here? Where is my brother Han Yaru?" suddenly exclaimed from behind him, her voice filled with surprise. Zhang Yi instantly felt like a complete idiot. It turned out this man was an acquaintance of Han Yaru. Before her brother left on business, he had instructed Qinglong to protect his little sister well. That was why he had followed the two of them to the Dragon Emperor's tomb dungeon. When the three of them arrived at the entrance, Duanfeng was already waiting there. "Not bad. I haven't seen you for a bit, and you've not only won the championship, but also found two strong teammates." Duanfeng praised admiringly. "You seem to be in a great mood. And you've leveled up again too, haven't you?" Zhang Yi started to praise him back, and the two of them went on like a mutual admiration society. The four-person party was successfully formed. They began to enter the dungeon together, unaware that their every move was being watched by a stranger. They're about to enter the dungeon now. "You can inform the boss to come now." The four of them entered the dungeon. In the first corridor stood 2 rows of meticulously carved soldier statues that looked incredibly lifelike, but as Han Yaru observed them for a moment, she felt that something wasn't right with the eyes hidden behind the soldiers' helmets. They seemed to be glowing. Before she could even voice her suspicion, the stone and dirt covering the statues began to crumble away on its own. Zhang Yi immediately signaled for his teammates to fall back. It was clear now these 2 rows of soldiers were all monsters, as the knight Duanfeng would take the front line, while Zhang Yi and Han Yaru would provide support from the middle. The archer Qinglong took up the rear. The 4 of them charged into battle, but Duanfeng didn't even take these monster soldiers seriously. He just saw them as his personal experience grinding machines. Zhang Yi also charged forward powerfully. This was the perfect opportunity to test out his new weapon and see how it handled. The battle seemed hopelessly one-sided as the 4 of them coordinated flawlessly to kill the enemies, until a knight on horseback appeared wielding a flaming sword. He shot a cold glance at Zhang Yi's party, then spurred his horse, charging toward them like the wind. Duanfeng instantly realized this was no ordinary foe. He immediately activated his guardian sword skill, and followed up by summoning a sword array. All enemies trapped within the sword array immediately took an additional 3,000 physical damage. The soldiers were sent flying in unison, and even the knight on the white horse was knocked from his mount. Duanfeng's sword flashed continuously through the air after a devastating sweep. He coolly sheathed his blade like Roronoa Zoro, though the white horse had perished. But the knight in blazing red armor was still alive. He pointed his sword to the sky and roared with all his might, "Awaken, Lord Gula." At the Eternal Tower, the entirety of Zhang Yi's party's battle was being broadcast live on a large screen watched by a middle-aged man and his subordinate. As they watched intently, she noticed her master was extremely interested in that young beast Tamer, and the man didn't deny it. He saw in Zhang Yi the faint shadow of a familiar figure. Perhaps I am mistaken, because that person has long since been gone. Years ago, it was this very man who pushed that person into a bottomless abyss to be consumed by flames. Forever unable to be reincarnated, and if my guess is correct, that person was Zhang Yi's father. Seeing Zhang Yi's party clearing the dungeon so smoothly, he gave a cunning smile. "It seems I need to increase the difficulty for you." After that man interfered, the difficulty indeed increased. The Dragon Emperor Gula appeared summoned by the red-armored knight, and it even absorbed power from its fallen minions. It absorbed power from its fallen minions to level up a level 2. Dragon Emperor was something Zhang Yi had never encountered in his past life, but with great danger comes great opportunity. If they could defeat this level 2 Dragon Emperor, the dropped magical beast egg would surely be even rarer. However, defeating it was another problem entirely. Faced with the mad dragon's furious assault, the health of all 4 party members dropped rapidly. Qinglong felt that if this continued, none of them would make it out alive. Zhang Yi immediately ordered his teammates to scatter first run in different directions to evade the Dragon Emperor's attacks. He then borrowed Duanfeng's guardian sword to desperately hold back the enraged dragon. Truly worthy of being the boss of a difficult dungeon, it continuously spewed fire while its limbs thrashed wildly quickly, turning the surroundings into a pile of rubble. Even the sword soul that Duanfeng was so proud of was on the verge of shattering. "If that dragon breathes fire just one more time, the guardian sword will shatter. Leave the rest to me." Zhang Yi dashed forward, taking advantage of the moment before the Dragon Emperor could launch its next fiery breath from his past life's memories. He knew the mad dragon's eye was its weak point. Upon receiving this information, Qinglong immediately ran after him. He drew his bow and aimed precisely at the dragon. This was no ordinary arrow. It was an arrow laced with a sedative that could knock an opponent unconscious for 4 seconds upon impact. Qinglong fired the shot straight into the Dragon Emperor's right eye, and the dragon fell backward. It no longer had the strength to thrash about and had entered a weakened state. In this condition, any damage it took would be increased by 100%. Zhang Yi seized this opportunity and charged forward. His 3 teammates provided full support from behind. This was their only chance to turn the tables. The seamless teamwork began once more. First, Han Yaru used her spell Howling Ice Wind to freeze the dragon, while Qinglong and Duan Feng relentlessly attacked from behind with arrows and sword strikes. The most crucial part was still Zhang Yi, who was now extremely close to the dragon. He changed his sword's attribute to ice, then landed a decisive blow on its weakest point. Just like that, the level 2 Dragon Emperor was defeated by the party of 4. A plethora of items dropped from armor and greaves to a sword. Their quality was enough to dazzle Zhang Yi, but as for that equipment, he left it all for his teammates because the only thing Zhang Yi needed was that magical beast egg. While the group was enthusiastically looting, a group of strangers suddenly stormed the castle. As soon as they appeared, they immediately attacked with Zhang Yi as their target. "Watch out!" Qinglong shouted and lunged forward, using his own body to shield Zhang Yi, while Duan Feng and Han Yaru also rushed over. But Qinglong had taken a fatal blow. Zhang Yi was still stunned, unable to process what was happening. Where did these people come from? Why did they attack? And why would Qinglong take a hit for him? "You once saved the young lady's life, and I am repaying this debt on her behalf." As the Azure Dragon's body gradually faded, he said he still has a chance to be resurrected and will return to the fountain in Hopetown first. Before completely disappearing, the Azure Dragon didn't forget to threaten Truong Dich, saying that if he dared to let Han Nha Nu get hurt, he would definitely not spare him. Truong Dich gritted his teeth as a wave of frustration rushed to his head. "I just went through all the trouble of slaying a dragon, and before I could even collect the loot, I get ambushed. Who are you people? Why did you ambush us?" Truong Dich roared while drawing his sword ready to fight. He saw the group of people all flash a smile, every single one of them looking equally treacherous. "Truong Dich, I told you. The day would come when I'd make you pay double, and today is the day you settle your debt." I wondered who it was, but it turns out to be an old acquaintance. Young Master La has come to settle the score. "Latan Trak, it's you again." Truong Dich was sick of seeing this guy's face. Don Fong's hand was already on his sword, but he was stopped by him. This was his personal grudge, and he wanted to settle it himself, but before that there was something he needed to do. Truong Dich cut a wound into his own palm and then dripped the fresh blood onto that magical beast egg. A majestic aura immediately appeared. Truong Dich could clearly sense this was an egg of the dragon race. It seemed his luck hadn't run out yet. This was the rarest type of magical beast in this apocalyptic world. Truong Dich didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately used his blood as a medium to form a contract with the magical beast still in the egg. After the contract was established, the eggshell began to crack. A tiny dragon appeared, trembling and looking extremely harmless. Truong Dich, Don Fong, and Han Ya Nu were all completely stunned by this situation. Do all you beast tamers magical beasts look this harmless?" Don Fong asked with a look of doubt. After 2 seconds of bewilderment, Latan Trak also burst out laughing, looking at the little dragon that was no different from a toy. He felt like he could crush it with just one hand. Although the dragon was small, it still had its pride. Being ridiculed right after it was born like that made it burn with rage. Latan Trak was still laughing his head off, continuously mocking Truong Dich's magical beast for being a piece of crap. As a result, the baby dragon opened its mouth and spat out a huge flame. Several of Latan Trak's subordinates were instantly burned to ashes. Only he and one other survivor were left, and they immediately fled together. Truong Dich also couldn't believe that this harmless-looking magical beast had such a powerful attack. He picked it up, placed it on his shoulder, then turned back to Don Fong's group and said, "We're done here. Let's go home. It's just a shame we let their leader get away." "Who were those people just now anyway?" Han Nha Nu couldn't hide her curiosity. Truong Dich was no stranger to Latan Trak, but the men he brought with him were indeed a bit strange. They were all wearing bizarre outfits that looked very similar to people of the otherworldly race. He just didn't know how Latan Trak managed to bring them here. Furthermore, there were those strange marks on their bodies, too. He didn't know what they meant either. The 3 of them returned to Hopetown together, where the Azure Dragon was already waiting. He was extremely excited to see that Truong Dich had brought back a little one. The Azure Dragon wanted to pet it a little, like patting a dog's head, but this little dragon had a fierce temper. In just a moment, it had already bristled up and was about to breathe fire again. At this moment, the system issued a new warning, because a player from Area 886 has eliminated the greedy Dragon King Gula from the hidden instance in the Dragon King's tomb as a world boss and comrade of Gula. The Golden Skeleton General will arrive at Hopetown ahead of schedule. All players in Area 886, please be prepared. Truong Dik was astonished. He didn't think that them clearing the hidden instance would cause the world boss to arrive earlier. This was not at all like the events of his past life. The announcement had just finished when a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky. Dark clouds began to swirl into a shape resembling a storm, and at the center of the storm's eye was a light so blinding that people didn't dare to look directly at it. The baby dragon on Truong Dik's shoulder was so scared it had to press close to his neck, trembling uncontrollably. Even Han Neshanu could feel the suffocating pressure. What is this Golden Skeleton General to create such a massive spectacle upon its arrival? Is he very powerful? Indeed, very powerful, Truong Dik replied. He was starting to get a headache. In his past life, this skeleton single-handedly destroyed half of Hopetown. 60% of the players died at its hands, for it to appear so early this time. He was afraid Truong Dik's level wasn't high enough to deal with it yet. But only by completing the quest to defeat the Golden Skeleton General could he unlock the new City Lord position. And only then would he have a chance to find the traitor of the Tomb of Gods. In another development, a mysterious character made their debut, seemingly another young master or some powerful figure. His subordinate had just brought back 2 magical beast eggs, but this guy seemed unhappy because one was missing. His subordinate didn't dare to hide it and reported that a beast tamer from Area 886 had defeated the Dragon King first. He was the one who took the last magical beast egg, and he even formed a contract with the black dragon that hatched from that egg. After hearing this, the mysterious figure smiled sinisterly. Area 886, huh? A little interesting. All right, all of you may leave. With that said, he took the 2 magical beast eggs and stepped into his room, and what a breathtaking sight it was. In that room were countless other magical beast eggs, all arranged neatly and tidily. The Golden Skeleton General appeared in an incredibly dramatic fashion. It was in fact a giant skeleton. The skeleton and Gula were friends. He came today to avenge his best friend. From all 4 directions around the skeleton, countless fireballs fell to the ground like meteors. Where they landed, even lower-level undead appeared. The situation quickly descended into chaos. The players in Hopetown were utterly bewildered. The skeleton is a level 50 world boss. For it to appear at this early stage of the game, isn't that just trying to crush them? But with crisis always comes opportunity. If they could defeat the skeleton, their levels would surely skyrocket, and they could also pick up countless top-tier equipment. After the skeleton's extremely dramatic debut, the system officially sent all players information about the quest. They had to stop the skeleton from invading Hopetown. The person who manages to defeat him and the 3 people who deal the most damage will receive great rewards, including experience SU and S-rank equipment, but if this mission fails, then all players in Area 886 will die. S-rank equipment was extremely rare. This reward truly moved Truong Dik's heart. If he didn't act now, when would he? He immediately gathered with Don Fong's group and began to plan their strategy. First, he told them to maintain a distance of over 100 meters from the monster. Because the skeleton moves very slowly, maintaining that range would prevent them from being harmed by it. Truong Dik assigned Don Fong to clear out the minions while he and the Azure Dragon and Han Nha would attack the boss directly. A fierce battle quickly ensued. Although the Golden Skeleton General's minions were just minions, their combat power was ferocious. They had left countless other players half dead. Fortunately, a small girl who knew healing arts stayed behind to help, otherwise many people would have died early. Moreover, these undead minions also knew how to support each other in attacks. Seeing this, Truong Dik urged Don Fong to quickly disrupt their formation. If they let those minions form an array, it would be disastrous. Don Fong nodded dual-wielding swords as he charged forward. These minions might be able to give normal players a hard time, but he was the top-ranked knight, so he wasn't such an easy target. Don Fong quickly smashed the skeletal minions to pieces, but their group's prominence made countless other players green with envy. They secretly contacted the leaders of other guilds, not wanting to let Truong Dik's group just walk away with the reward. You arrogant little brat acting so high and mighty. I'll teach you a lesson. A hooded man leading countless subordinates began to approach Truong Dik. Even though he was busy fighting monsters, he could still sense someone behind him plotting something. Yet before he could even react, Truong Dik was sneak attacked. When he turned around, he saw that those bastards had already lined up in an orderly fashion. They were clearly planning to overwhelm him with sheer numbers and force Truong Dish to give up on the Golden Skeleton General. You idiot! Do you really think you can defeat the Golden Skeleton General on your own? You're not only useless, but you're also getting in our way. The man in the lead spoke mockingly. He didn't think Truong Dish was anything special at all. Truong Dish didn't know where these people came from, or which guild they belonged to be so arrogant. But he didn't have time to stand here and argue with them. If you want the reward, then rely on your own strength. Isn't the boss right in front of you? He thought he shouldn't argue, but his sassy mouth just couldn't help but open to retort. The skeleton standing to one side found it extremely annoying to watch these humans arguing back and forth in front of it. In its eyes, all creatures labeled as human were just a bunch of idiots. Unworthy of living, it let out a long, savage laugh and raised the weapon in its hand. If you're in such a hurry to be reincarnated, then let me send you on your way. The golden skeleton decisively slashed down in a world-shaking blow. The low-level players were all knocked far away. Truong Dish realized he had been wasting his breath arguing with that group of strangers. He hurriedly returned to the battlefield, but Truong Dish did not advance alone. At some point, that petite female healer was already moving alongside him. I saw your team was missing a healer, so I stayed. I think I can be of help to everyone. Truong Dish was stunned for a few seconds, then thanked the girl, but Tan Long's terrified scream rang out the very next second, nearly making Truong Dish log out from the shock. It turned out that Han Nha Nu's left leg was trapped, and the skeleton with the giant sword was slowly approaching if she couldn't maintain a safe distance from it. Han Nha Nu would surely not survive seeing the beauty at death's door. Truong Dish's face instantly turned pale. The skeleton had gotten very close to Han Nha Nu. She was already within its attack range. Stop struggling, little human, death is your only home now. It swung its sword, and it seemed the giant blade would split Han Nha Nu's slender body in two, but at the decisive moment she was saved, the one playing the hero. Saving the damsel this time was not Truong Dish, but another elegant man who was even more handsome than Truong Dish by several degrees. Little Nu, you should rest. Leave the rest to me. I don't know what relationship the two of them had. For this man to call Han Nha Nu so intimately. The skeleton raised an eyebrow, then burst out laughing. So another brat who doesn't know his place has come to offer his life. It hadn't even used 1/3 of its strength yet, so naturally it didn't take the man before it seriously. On the other hand, the man was not afraid at all. In fact, he wanted the skeleton to use its full strength so he could see for himself just how powerful the so-called world boss truly was. The man held his large blade firmly in his hands, then he leaped, zipping through the air. His blade moved like lightning, continuously slashing at the skeleton's body. It was as if he were trying to fillet the monster. Unfortunately, it was just a dry skeleton with no flesh. This display of swordsmanship took 50,000 of the golden skeleton's health, but the creature was incredibly tough. It still had 150,000 health remaining. Seeing that the man's full-blown assault had only taken away 1/4 of its health bar, the skeleton burst into a triumphant laugh. It felt that the swordsmanship display just now was merely scratching an itch. The monster's hearty laughter only further fueled the man's will to fight. Don't get ahead of yourself, that was just the warm-up. Then he ripped off his dapper suit, revealing a solid physique. Take my fresh blood, in exchange grant me greater power. The man had entered the berserker state. This was a special combat form for the warrior class. After activation, he would lose 1% of his health each second, but gain 10% more strength. The man wielding 2 large blades charged thunderously toward. The skeleton faced his stormy assault, and its health indeed dropped significantly. So is that enough for you now? The man asked the skeleton with a triumphant look and a provocative tone. This time, the world boss was truly enraged. It had never been so humiliated by a mere human. The golden skeleton collected itself, gripping its blade tightly. It vowed to make that man pay for his arrogance and his conceit. That man was tiny compared to the monster, but he remained very calm when confronting it. The 2 blades in his hands moved with unpredictable transformations, both attacking and defending against the opponent's assaults. But the initial disparity in size and strength, coupled with the fact that the world boss was provoked, made its attacks even more vicious. The man quickly found himself on the defensive. Truong Dish watched from the side, not daring to blink for fear of missing a crucial moment. He was extremely concerned by this situation because the man relied on burning his own health to gain immense power, but now his health was running low. A single misstep could be fatal, and just as expected, what Truong Dish feared most happened right after. The golden skeleton gathered all its strength and unleashed a critical blow. The man's health plummeted quickly, dropping to 1, but the strange thing was, not only did he not die, but his vitality and spirit remained overflowing. He continued. This tickle of damage is nothing I can take even more." The man continued to use his taunting skill to provoke his opponent, which predictably drove the skeleton insane. The fact that he was still alive and grinning like that was clearly related to his talent. This man also possessed a god-tier talent card, which had granted him the body of immortality. Its user was invincible for 60 seconds. While active, he was immune to all damage. The cooldown was 24 hours. The skeleton couldn't believe it would lose to a human. Its blade swung frantically. A normal person would have been turned into a pile of minced meat long ago. Yet this man still stood as firm as a mountain. Even Truong Dich was beginning to fear him. This ability was simply monstrous, to be able to withstand the golden skeleton's attacks all by himself. That man simply ignored the skeleton's attacks on him. The plan was to wait until its stamina was depleted, and it was too exhausted to even breathe. Only then did he flash a cunning smile. "Now it's my turn to strike back." He combined his two blades into a single great sword, his body as light and agile as a swallow. As he shot forward, the blade decisively sliced through the skeleton's massive body. After that, he also exited the berserker state, returning to his usual elegant self. Truong Dich knew the battle was finally decided. Items began to drop. The man caught a legendary item, the level 40 Ring of Death, upon equipping it. All attributes are increased by 10 points, and you also gain an additional skill, which is, every time a player is killed, the ring's attributes increase by 50%. Truong Dich gulped hard. That piece of equipment was just too brutal. It would be very troublesome if it fell into the hands of a malicious player. Thinking about how this mysterious man had saved his team, he stepped forward to offer his thanks. But unexpectedly, the man bluntly brushed him aside, saying he only helped Han and Ha Nu, not Truong Dich's group. Before he could figure out what else to say, Han and Nu rushed forward from behind and hugged the man tightly. "Brother, where have you been all this time? Thang Long and I have been looking for you everywhere. Are you hurt anywhere?" Truong Dich breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out the man the beauty was hugging was the brother she had been searching for all along. After the skeleton was defeated, the system sent a notification that the new City Lord system had been activated. Han Nu's brother urged everyone to quickly loot all the equipment that dropped from the world boss and then get moving. Hopetown was now a thing of the past. Truong Dich's group happily collected the spoils of war, which were all gold-quality items. This battle was a huge haul. Moreover, they could now go to Dawnbreak City. This made Truong Dich even more excited, because there he would find that scoundrel Mo Than. Their group of 5 had just been joined by the petite female healer. Following Han Nu's brother, they arrived outside Dawnbreak City. This place was the complete opposite of Hopetown, with a suffocating and gloomy atmosphere that was unsettling. The first thing that caught their eye were 2 towering and intimidating spires. Truong Dich knew this was the demon-suppressing tower, which had a total of 100 floors. Only by clearing the demon-suppressing tower could they earn the right to enter the Tower of Eternity. In his previous life, he had spent 8 years in the apocalypse and only managed to reach the 50th floor. The demonic beasts in the demon-suppressing tower were incredibly vicious, but proportional to their ferocity. The drops were all top-tier equipment. The higher the floor, the rarer the dropped gear. In the distance stood the Tower of Eternity, but Truong Dich had never had the chance to go inside. The demon-suppressing tower allowed players to enter and exit freely to farm monsters. He was also very curious about what the Tower of Eternity actually contained. Meanwhile, on the highest floor of the Tower of Eternity, that strange man was still watching Truong Dich's group's every move. His smile indicated that he was finding this extremely amusing. The real game has only just begun, kids. At this moment, another group of players came running in a panic. They had heard the demon-suppressing tower was closing in a few hours, so they seemed to be in a great hurry. The tower only opened once every 7 days. As it happened, Truong Dich's group had no other quests that day, so he persuaded everyone to go farm monsters there together. At the very least, they could claim the rewards from the lowest floors. Before the tower closed, Don Fong's group didn't object to the idea. Seeing this, Truong Dich put on a friendly face, slung his arm over Han Nu's brother's shoulder, and pulled him along. But in reality, he was just looking for a chance to copy his talent, and so Truong Dich had pocketed the immortal body awareness ability of his future brother-in-law. The whole party arrived before the demon-suppressing tower, where only solo entry was permitted, meaning that even if the whole group of them went in at the same time, they would still be separated to fight alone. Let's split up for now and gather here again later. As soon as Truong Dich finished speaking, Doan Fong rushed inside. He was truly a heartless leveling machine. Wherever there were monsters to farm, he would definitely charge ahead. The rest of the people also entered one by one, each on their own path, continuously farming monsters in the tower. Truong Dich quickly reached the 5th floor with the help of the little dragon. So the fighting was much more leisurely, and he had also reached level 40. Chuang-dich calculated to himself based on this speed. Fighting through a few more floors wouldn't be a problem. With that thought, Chuang-dich immediately fought his way up to the 7th floor. No one had set foot here yet, but the demonic beasts here were no longer the pushovers from the lower floors. The one that caught his attention the most was the level 55 Demon Clan warrior Shin. Chuang-dich was no stranger to this guy. He was once a commander who led the invasion of Dawnbreak City with incredibly strong abilities. After the city invasion plan failed, he was sealed in this demon-suppressing tower. The little elf girl appeared and reminded Chuang-dich that there were only 3 minutes left until the tower closed, meaning he had to defeat Shin within these short 3 minutes. However, what puzzled Chuang-dich the most was that Shin was originally the boss guarding the 15th floor in his past life. He didn't understand why he had appeared on the 7th floor now. After his rebirth, strange things kept happening one after another. Last time it was Skeleton, this time it's Jin. It seems he had to be more careful. You dare ruin my mood for a meal, then I will have to make you my dessert. As soon as Shin confirmed his target, he hastily attacked. On this side, Chuang-dich showed no weakness. I have thick skin and tough flesh. Don't you go breaking those fake teeth of yours. The two sides clashed, both with the intent to tear the other into 100 pieces. Chuang-dich's mini black dragon was very useful. Upon entering the fray. It habitually spat out a large flame, engulfing the opponent. But Shin just laughed. Haha, this little bit of heat couldn't stop him. On the contrary, it made the Demon Clan warrior even more frenzied. The fire burned for more than a minute, but Shin remained as unscathed as a rock. Chuang-dich also didn't expect him to be burned for so long, and for Shin to be completely unharmed. He charged forward with his dual fire and ice sword, and his opponent also approached with a powerful axe. When they clashed, Shin wasn't seriously injured, but Chuang-dich had already coughed up a mouthful of blood. In an instant, his health had dropped to just over 20%, and at that very moment, the system issued a warning that the demon-suppressing tower would close in 10 seconds. Players were advised to get ready to avoid unnecessary losses. Chuang-dich leaned on his sword and began to breathe heavily. He didn't know why Shin's attack power was even stronger than in his memories, causing him to take such a beating. However, this ordeal was fortunately about to come to an end. Chuang-dich stood up straight, bravely pointing his sword at his opponent. This is your last chance, come at me. Shin thought that Chuang-dich was definitely out of his mind, to dare provoke him in this state. He did not disappoint his expectations and rushed forward, wanting to split Chuang-dich in two, but the moment his axe came down was also the moment the demon-suppressing tower closed. Shin had put all his strength into it, but only managed to hit the air as Chuang-dich had already been kicked out of the tower. Don't feel bad, you big oaf. I'll be back to fight you again next week. He talked big, but once outside, Chuang-dich let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, time was up, otherwise he would have been done for by that Demon Clan warrior. The group, including Don Fong, had all come out, but Han Nha Nu had a very worried expression on her face because her older brother had not yet appeared. Tang Long quickly comforted Han Nha Nu not to worry. After all, your brother is so strong, he probably wouldn't be in any danger. He might have had something else to do and left first. Chuang-dich also enthusiastically chimed in. Only then was she able to relax a little. At this moment, a new quest arrived. This was a special quest called the Guild War. To promote interaction between guilds, this war would be held in Energy City. The Champion Guild would receive a generous reward of a transportation item. This was one of the rarest props in the game, although it didn't help in combat. But if placed in the right spot, one could make a fortune by collecting transportation fees. And coincidentally, this item could also help Chuang-dich quickly find the location of the god's tomb. There were 4 hours until the competition began. Chuang-dich, with his silver tongue, invited Tan Long and that female healer to join their group of 3. After all, through the recent battles, they had already developed some chemistry. Tan Long had to protect Han Nha Nu, so he naturally agreed. And the other girl didn't have a team yet, so she also agreed immediately. And so Chuang-dich's God-slaying guild now had 2 new members, Tan Long and Tiu Jiao. Now that all the positions in the 5-person team were filled, Chuang-dich planned to put on a beautiful fight, to open the eyes of the other guilds. Back to Han Nha Nu's brother. His situation at this moment was not as optimistic as how everyone had comforted her. Because the demon-suppressing tower had closed, but he was still trapped on the 8th floor. Moreover, Han's brother had encountered a human-shaped being who at a glance clearly possessed extraordinary abilities. Young man, you have come to a place you should not have. All who barge in here cannot leave alive. Under the immense pressure of this mysterious man, Han's brother could only try to remain calm. He tried to inquire about the other party's identity, whether he was the guardian of this place, or also a player. But the person just replied coldly neither. Then he rushed forward. The power he emitted seemed to completely outclass Han Nha Nu's brother. He was trying to finish him off in an instant, but on the opposite side, Han Nha Nu's brother certainly wouldn't just stand there and take it. His innate talent was immediately activated. First, he had to ensure his own survival, then find an opportunity to counterattack. The man recognized at a glance that this young man possessed a god-level talent. Therefore, his attack, which was already in motion, stopped immediately. The man leisurely sheathed his sword at his waist. Han's brother found this strange. "Why have you stopped attacking me? I'm not in the mood anymore today," the other person replied nonchalantly. "However, if you keep the secret of meeting me today, I can spare your life. Of course, as a trade, I will tell you a secret about the apocalypse. A secret." Han's brother thought the other person was trying to trick him, but his serious demeanor didn't seem like he was lying. The other man revealed that soon. "A disaster will befall this apocalyptic world, and no one can escape it. Actually, there is a way to avoid it, but he was vague and didn't elaborate, letting him find out for himself." Then the man left, disappearing into the forest. Before leaving, he also told Han Nha Nu's brother that he could get out 7 days after the demon-suppressing tower reopens. Left alone, Han's brother began to ponder deeply. The moment that man saw he had a god-level talent, he stopped. Could it be that the apocalypse's disaster is related to the god-level talent card, or something? Back outside, Chuang Dish had gathered all 5 people ready for the upcoming match. They went to Energy City. Here, even if players die, they won't lose their resurrection chance. No equipment would be dropped. The only thing deducted was 20% of the crystals received. After the 4-hour time limit in the city, the organizers would rank each guild based on their remaining crystals, and the rankings will be announced immediately. Crystals were distributed at fixed points, and the spots with many crystals would have high-level demonic beasts, boss-level beasts guarding them. To collect a lot of crystals, one must step over the corpses of these demonic beasts. Chuang Dish was not in a hurry to fight. First, he rearranged the strategy for this competition. They only had 5 people weak in numbers, so they needed to find adjacent crystal points. That way, when attacked, they could quickly provide support. Other than that, there were no other special instructions. After splitting up, they just had to desperately collect crystals. After finishing their discussion, the 5 of them split up in 5 directions and started to act. Han Nha, Nu Tiu Jiao Tan Long, and Don Fong each had their own specialty. The low-level monsters were no match for them. Chuang Dish was also busy. He wielded the dual fire and ice sword in one hand and the poison fang dagger in the other, giving the monsters a beatdown. Very quickly, Chuang Dish took down a large monster and captured a level 3 crystal mine. As for Chuang Dish's teammates, each of them had also captured a level 3 crystal mine, but with only 5 people. They ultimately couldn't compare to guilds with many members, so on the current leaderboard, his god-slaying guild was only in 2nd place. Over here, Han Nha Nu had been targeted by people from the Infinite Gate Guild. Currently ranked 3rd, their group's leader, Triu Fai Min, knows the God Hunt Guild has a total of only 5 members, so their defense at the crystal holding points is surely very weak. Their guild has 10 people, giving them double the manpower. Therefore, they devised a plan to attack multiple points at once to seize the crystals for themselves. No sooner said than done. Triu Fai Min led his underlings to charge forward. They used wood element magic to form large vines that bound Han Nha Nu tightly. "Who are you? Let me go. You'll all be dead when my teammates arrive." Han Nha Nu struggled but couldn't break free. Triu Fai Min cackled, thinking she had a big mouth for someone who was all alone against his group. "By the time your teammates arrive, you'll already be dead." He didn't have much time to waste on her and immediately ordered his squad to eliminate Han Nha Nu. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to give in. But her limbs were truly bound, and she could do nothing. Chuang Dish, who was busy farming monsters, received a warning. He knew at once that Han Nha Nu was in danger, so he ignored the boss he was fighting. He immediately turned and left. But the monster boss saw this and tried to launch a sneak attack. Chuang Dish didn't even turn his head, because his mini black dragon easily took care of the impertinent creature. Chuang Dish took out the golden war boots looted from the battle with the skeletons. He had the black dragon stay behind to guard the crystal mine while he went to rescue Han Nha Nu. With these golden war boots, Chuang Dish's movement speed instantly increased by 100% for 20 seconds. Han Nha Nu, don't be afraid, I'm coming right now. Fei Min casually toyed with the dagger in his hand. Spinning it a few times, he then held the dagger to Nha Nu's throat and laughed gleefully. What a pity for such a beautiful face. Weren't you saying you had companions? Why can't I even see a shadow? As Phi Min was about to ramble on, he suddenly detected an unusual movement. Truong Dich had arrived as backup. Phi Min waved his hand and ordered his minions. Get him for me. But Truong Dich's movement speed was too fast. They were sent flying before they could even touch his clothes. Truong Dich landed gracefully. He walked up to the other guild leader. So many of you ganging up on one girl, have you no shame? Phi Min retorted defiantly. Who are you to lecture me, and how dare you touch my people? The next second, large wooden trunks suddenly sprouted from the concrete ground. Phi Min powered up his attack, growling, "This is for meddling in my business now, die." The powerful wooden trunks extended to surround Truong Dich, but he easily cleared the obstacles with a single sword stroke. In an instant, Truong Dich had closed in on Phi Min, seized the opportunity and rushed forward mercilessly, stabbing straight through Truong Dich. He smiled triumphantly. Sorry, but I have a legendary grade talent. Nha Nu stood to the side witnessing this scene. Her eyes immediately filled with tears as she screamed in panic. Truong Dich, around Truong Dich's body, streams of blue energy suddenly appeared. This was his undying body ultimate skill. Truong Dich curled his lips into a slight smile. I'm very sorry, but unfortunately I have a god-grade talent. Meanwhile, in many corners of the city, a series of battles broke out. Dudiem's sword was suspended in midair. No one expected Truong Dich to be able to block the sword with one hand, and even calmly smirk, Dudiem's face turned pale as he stammered, "No, impossible." He tried to force the sword's tip towards Truong Dich, losing his composure and screaming, "No one can escape my sword." It was likely Dodiem had never encountered such a situation before. His eyes widened in disbelief. Truong Dich smirked mockingly. Isn't your legendary talent supposed to be very powerful? Go on, keep attacking, goaded. His opponent immediately swung his sword and slashed fiercely at him, but Dodiem's slash did nothing to Truong Dich. He roared in frustration. Why aren't you dead yet? An illusion, it must be an illusion. Dodiem began to sense the danger, narrowing his eyes as if contemplating something. The next second, he turned his head and shouted behind him, "Where is everyone? What are you standing there for? Everybody, get out here now!" As soon as Dodiem finished speaking at the foot of a nearby building, a loud thud immediately resounded. Members of Dodiem's guild appeared from nowhere, following their guild leader's command, "Attack him for me." Truong Dich looked at his opponent with a cold expression. Is this the fair duel you were talking about? So you had people lying in ambush all along. An embarrassed and enraged Dodiem retorted loudly enough, "Talk no matter what, I will defeat you today." The men behind him got into formation and unleashed their skills in unison. Truong Dich was not fazed at all, thinking to himself, perfect timing. I was just worried I didn't have enough crystals. This saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. The next second, the group's combined attack landed. As the smoke at his position gradually cleared, Truong Dich was still standing firm in the same spot. He laughed loudly, taunting them, "Not enough, keep going." The members of the Arrogant Heroes Guild were startled when they saw this. What's happening? He blocked the attack with just his body. His body is like a bottomless pit. Someone even exclaimed aloud, "A monster, this guy is definitely a monster." Truong Dich curled his lips into a slight smile and directly launched a counterattack. "If you're not going to attack, then it's my turn." The next skill was unleashed. A giant creature opened its mouth and spewed fire hell dragon's flame. With just this one move, Dudiem's health bar was almost completely depleted. He still had the strength to talk tough. "Don't think I'll give you the crystals just because you beat me, dream on." Dudiem continued to ramble. The winner will definitely be the arrogant, not wanting to hear any more. Truong Dich decisively punched him in the face. His opponent's health bar directly decreased by 500. The system immediately displayed a notification. Player Truong Dich has defeated player 2. Dodiem received 1,000 crystals. Truong Dich looked at the defeated opponent, raising an eyebrow and smirking. "I knew a guy like you wouldn't keep his promise." Just then, suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, getting closer and closer. Tiu Jiao ran up breathlessly, her face full of worry. "Captain Nha Nu, what happened? Is everyone okay?" Nha Nu regrouped with her teammates and summarized the situation. "We're fine. A while ago, people from the Infinite Sect and the Arrogant Heroes Guild came to cause trouble, but they were defeated by Truong Dich. A while later at the stronghold, Truong Dich sat down with his teammates to discuss strategy. He looked at the announcement. It showed the guild rankings. The Arrogant Heroes Guild was in the lead with 25,000 crystals. Meanwhile, their guild is ranked second with 15,000 crystals. Truong Dich proposed a plan since there is still half an hour until the guild battle ends. To catch up to the prideful Heroes Guild, the only way is to use long-range attacks to capture the stronghold they have taken. "We need a master archer," Nha Nu said with a mischievous smile, looking at the person beside her. Conveniently, Tan Long used to be a very formidable professional archer. "Tan Long, do you want to give it a try? With you, we can definitely do it." At her recommendation, he just silently tightened his grip on his bow. Tan Long lowered his head and spoke hesitantly. I am sorry, I can't do it. In that moment, he recalled something that had happened in the past. The commentator's voice echoed in his ears. If player Tan Long's arrow just hits the 6th ring, he will win the championship. Even though he had a huge lead in the last final, his final arrow missed, costing him the championship. Back then, he had told himself not to be nervous. Last time was just a technical error. Don't be nervous, it was just a technical error. Tan Long's arrow flew and the commentator spoke again. Will he be able to make up for the regret of last time? It all comes down to this arrow. But then came the commentator's regretful voice. What a pity player Tan Long has once again failed with the final arrow of the championship match. Tan Long stood there engulfed by the audience's criticism. What was that? How could he choke in the final round again? Some world champion? His mental game is so weak. Devastated, he sat in the break room, the crowd's shouting still ringing in his ears. Have you no shame? Shooting like that is a disgrace. Do you even know how to use a bow? I could shoot better with my feet. Useless trash, just retire already. Tan Long curled into a ball, his head on his knees. Maybe they are all right. I am really not cut out for archery. But just in that moment, as he was wallowing in his past, a hand gently touched his shoulder. Returning to the present, the city was still filled with the loud explosions of ongoing fights. Over here! Truong Dish patted Tan Long's shoulder and encouraged him with a smile. How could that be? You are the most accurate archer I have ever seen. Don't forget you saved all of us at the Dragon Emperor's tomb. He reminded him of that previous event. He did not forget to praise Tan Long for his performance in such a critical moment. You even managed to shoot the Dragon Emperor right in the eye. Truong Dish was very confident. Taking the Prideful Heroes Guild stronghold now should be a piece of cake. Sure enough, after hearing Truong Dish's sincere encouragement, Tan Long's eyes lit up. He pulled himself together. All right then, I will give it my all. The others cheered enthusiastically in response. Yeah, we will all do our best together. Time continued to pass. The scene shifts to a quiet corner of the city. Tan Long stood on a rooftop, his bow drawn and ready. He locked onto his target in the area. The stronghold of the Prideful Heroes Guild. Tan Long focused intensely as though DM's group entered his sights. The moment he locked onto his target, Tan Long's arrow flew. He unleashed his ultimate skill, Yellow Dragon's Lament. Go. My arrow! At the stronghold, Do DM snorted angrily. He had wanted to show off in front of Han Nha Nu, but did not expect to be thwarted by that kid in front of his underlings. His underlings competed to flatter him. Boss, just wait until we are number 1, then she will know who is the better one. Another one chimed in. Yeah, that is right, it is almost over. There is no way their crystal count can surpass ours. The very next second, a brilliant golden arrow suddenly flew from nowhere, striking Do DM right in the chest. He widened his eyes in pain, stomping his foot in rage. Damn it again. Which bastard is shooting these arrows all over the place? If I find out who it is, I will turn them into a pincushion. Tan Long drew his bow again, a confident smile playing on his lips. That is one down. Now it is your turn. With the first task completed, he took his bow and leaped from the building to join his teammates. Truong Dish's group was already at the stronghold and he took command. Now is our time to seize victory. At that moment, the system interface showed their guild holding 25,800 crystals. The gap with the leading guild was steadily shrinking. Truong Dish charged to the front lines, a precise strike earning them plus 200 crystals. Tan Long provided long-range support with his bow. At that point, there were 50 seconds left in the guild battle. The crystal count between the first and second place guilds was neck and neck. With 35 seconds remaining, Tan Long decisively fired an arrow without hesitation. With 20 seconds left in the guild battle, the system updated. The Prideful Heroes Guild led with 31,500 crystals, while Truong Dish's guild was close behind with 30,000. Tan Long's arrow flew like the wind toward the enemy group at the stronghold. The situation was critical, with only 12 seconds left on the clock for the guild battle. With 0 seconds left in the guild battle, the final announcement rang out. Congratulations to the Divine Hunt Guild for becoming the champions of the guild battle. Energy City. The system interface showed that the difference between them and the second-place guild was a mere 500 crystals. Truong Dish immediately praised his teammate Tan Long. Amazing, I told you were the best archer there is. Nha Nu nodded in agreement. Brother Tan Long, you are truly incredible. Meanwhile, a member of the Prideful Heroes Guild timidly said, Boss, we lost. Someone beside him suggested, Boss, why don't we go capture them now? Do DM immediately shut them up, gritting his teeth and snarling every word. Get lost. You think I have not lost enough face in front of Han and Nu already? You useless fools. The system distributed items with an announcement. These are your championship rewards for the Energy City Guild battle. Please accept them. Truong Dish, who had been waiting for this, said, "It is finally here." The reward chest opened, revealing a variety of items inside. Truong Dish picked one up, tossing it in his hand. "Finally, I got the teleportation gear. It will be so convenient to travel anywhere now." The DM walked past him, his face grim with frustration. "You just wait. The Divine Guild of the Foreign Race has its eyes on you now. Your good days are numbered. Let us go." Truong Dick did not respond, merely watching their retreating figures. Entenu beside him asked curiously, "The Divine Guild and the Foreign Race. What was he talking about?" Truong Dish shook his head slightly. "I have never heard of them either, but I think it is connected to the black-robed person at the Dragon Emperor's tomb, sometime later." Truong Dish was walking through an area with ancient architecture with Tan Long by his side. A girl in a black cloak silently followed them. A moment later, she rushed past and bumped hard into NHA Nu's shoulder. "So sorry, excuse me." The person took the opportunity to sneak a hand to NHA Nu's waist. She was activating her skill Miraculous Snatch. A brief explanation followed. Miraculous Snatch Level 5, an exclusive skill for the Assassin class that can steal an item from another player's inventory in just a few seconds. Having achieved her goal, the mysterious girl's lips curved into a slight smile as she quickly retreated. Tan Long frowned and chided, "Hey, can't you watch where you are going? You just bumped into someone." Truong Dish turned to his companion and asked, "What is wrong?" NHA Nu quickly checked her inventory. "A thief. The ring you gave me is gone." Their suspicious gazes darted forward at the same time where the black-cloaked figure was hastily escaping. Truong Dish instantly knew something was wrong and gritted his teeth. Quick after her. In a flash, the thief jumped onto a wall in front of them. Truong Dish gave chase immediately. Before fleeing, the thief glanced back, covering her mouth in a smug smile. Tan Long quickly caught up from behind. As soon as he reached them, he asked, "Did you catch the thief?" Truong Dish stared at the lingering afterimage on the building. He shook his head slightly. "No. She must have used a teleportation messenger to get to Moonlight City." Tan Long looked confused. "Moonlight City is not the main city of the foreign race." Truong Dish stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That is right. The Divine Guild that Dodiem mentioned is also connected to the foreign race. It looks like I will have to make a trip to Moonlight City to investigate." He became lost in thought. "To upgrade my Dragon Race talent, I need reputation from all three factions. This is the perfect chance to earn reputation with the foreign race. I can also investigate the whereabouts of the god's tomb in their main city." Having decided, Truong Dish turned and gave his orders. "You and NHA News Group stay here for now. If Bat Huang suddenly returns and cannot find you, that would be bad." NHA Nu naturally agreed. "Okay, then you have to be careful going alone." Tan Long spoke up to reassure him. "All right, you go. I will protect the young lady, so do not worry." Zhang Yi stared intently at the teleportation device in his hand, thinking he should first set up a teleportation point so he could return directly with the device next time. He spoke into the void. "Please teleport me to Moonlight City of the foreign race." The system immediately responded, "Yes, brave warrior." Zhang Yi quickly appeared in Moonlight City. A system notification announced his arrival, deducting 100 gold coins. He thought to himself, the teleportation fee is so expensive. 100 gold coins gone just like that. From a nearby corner, a sorrowful cry for help suddenly rang out. "Help! Help me!" Zhang Yi glanced over, unable to shake his suspicion. It's already so dark. Why is someone still crying for help? It seems Moonlight City isn't very safe, huh? Over in that alley. A dark pink stuffed rabbit fell at a girl's feet. Watching the armed men draw nearer, she screamed in hopeless terror, "Don't come any closer!" Bantai observed her reaction, raising an eyebrow and gloating, "Aren't you good at running? Go on, run." Seeing his sword about to land on her, Diep Vu screamed and covered her head, but the sharp pain she expected never came. Van Tai's sword strike had been blocked by someone. Zhang Yi stepped in front of Diep Vu, knocking the opponent's sword away with a single slash. Van Tai growled a warning. "Do you know the consequences of offending us, huh?" He retorted without flinching. "All I know is that you shouldn't be bullying a girl like this." The next second, Zhang Yi swung his sword, shattering the weapons in the hands of the men before him. "Now get lost," one of them exclaimed in panic. "This guy is stronger than us, let's run." After saying that, he called to his accomplices and they all scrambled away in a hurry. Zhang Yi turned to look at the girl behind him. "Why were they hunting you?" Diep Vu mumbled. "Wasn't it just because I stole one boss kill? And yet they chased me across several maps just to hunt me down here. Such a petty bunch." Zhang Yi was a bit curious. Who are they to be so arrogant? She puffed out her chest and huffed. "They're from the Divine Guild. Everyone in Moonlight City is afraid of them." Hearing this, he silently confirmed his own suspicions. So it really is the Divine Guild. Their attire is the same as the people who appeared at the Dragon Emperor's tomb before. Not wanting to get further involved, Zhang Yi turned to leave. You should head back, it's getting late. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone. Hearing movement behind him, he frowned slightly. Why are you following me? Diep Vu looked up at Zhang Yi with her sparkling eyes. Staring intently at him, her voice filled with anxiety. What if those people come back? I'm scared. He said nothing and turned to walk on, only giving a silent wave for her to follow. Understanding his gesture, Diep Vu happily skipped after him. I won't get you into trouble, don't worry. I know Moonlight City really well. Judging by your appearance, this must be your first time here, right? If you need anything, I can help you. Arriving at the Moonlight City Hotel, Zhang Yi gave money to the receptionist. 1 room for me. Actually booked 2 rooms. He showed Diep Vu to her room, waving goodbye from the doorway. Returning to his own room, Zhang Yi flopped onto the bed, happily spreading his 2 arms wide. Lying on a bed is the best feeling. As time passed and the room grew dark, the door was gently opened from the outside. Inside, Zhang Yi was already in bed, deep in sleep. With his 2 eyes shut tight, Diep Vu moved without a sound to his bedside, a bizarre smile on her face. She pulled out a dagger, smirking smugly. 10,000 gold coins will soon be mine. Diep Vu looked at Zhang Yi, still fast asleep on the bed. Raising the dagger high, she prepared to stab down. She struck without a moment's hesitation, but Zhang Yi suddenly turned in his sleep. The dagger only plunged into the spot beside him. Diep Vu pulled the dagger out, gritting her teeth and thinking, you were just lucky. Let's see you dodge this time. Before she could strike again, Zhang Yi suddenly sat up and punched Diep Vu square in the face as if he were delirious. He mumbled, I'll kill you, Mo Shen. Who told you to betray me? Clearly, Zhang Yi had not held back. Diep Vu collapsed, clutching her face in agony. It hurts so much. The man on the bed looked at her drowsily and asked, It's you? Why are you in my room? Diep Vu immediately put on an innocent, pitiful act. I dreamed those men in black were hunting me again. I was so scared. Zhang Yi patted her shoulder reassuringly. It's all right, go to sleep now. I'll protect you. As she lay down on the bed, he watched her closely, thinking to himself, luring me into a trap step by step. I'd like to see what other devious schemes you have. The scene shifts to the next morning. The two walked through a few streets in Moonlight City and stopped at a location. Zhang Yi looked up. You said the Divine Guild is at the Moonlight Church. Are you sure? Diep Vu nodded and pointed ahead. Yes, I secretly followed them once before. They vanished as soon as they reached the Moonlight Church. A figure had been silently following them. He stood behind her and mumbled, This girl is so beautiful. Immediately after, a hand furtively reached out to touch Diep Vu's side, but Zhang Yi sensed it in time and grabbed the person's wrist tightly. He was quite surprised when he saw the man's face clearly. Mo Shen. Mo Shen's eyes widened in astonishment. Who are you? How do you know my name? Zhang Yi didn't reply, his face unreadable as the energy inside him surged. He put all his strength into a punch straight to Mo Shen's face. You don't deserve to know who I am. Mo Shen was sent flying back by Zhang Yi's punch, his back crashing hard into a wooden stall. A crowd quickly gathered, whispering amongst themselves, Oh my gosh, it's usually Mo Shen beating others up. I never thought I'd see the day he's the one getting hit. Someone even gloated, the wicked get their just desserts. How interesting, very interesting. Mo Shen's face was covered in dust, looking completely disheveled. He gritted his teeth and growled, You reckless fool, you dare to hit me. Diep Vu glanced at the man beside her. She warned, This guy is a local tyrant, he's not to be trifled with. Zhang Yi couldn't care less, snorting coldly. So what if I hit him? Zhang Yi was furious. First you betray your friends and now you bully the weak. Mo Shen stood up and drew his sword, his face filled with a desire to win. Mo Shen activated his stealth skill. His figure slowly faded as he sneered, Kid, do you have any idea whose turf you're on? Today, I must kill you. As soon as Mo Shen finished his sentence, his body vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned. It's an assassin's stealth attack capable of completely hiding one's presence and body, waiting in the shadows to land a fatal blow. He suddenly sensed something. His eyes flashed with vigilance. Careful. Just as Zhang Yi predicted, a second later, Mo Shen's sword came slashing at him. He quickly fell back. But the blade still grazed the side of Zhang Yi's face, leaving a scratch. This move again. He attacked me like this before. He instantly recalled the past event. The feeling of a sword piercing through his body was still crystal clear. Zhang Yi's 2 eyes widened as those painful memories flooded back. He quickly pulled himself together, making a silent vow in his heart. This time. Zhang Yi summoned his weapon, highly focused and prepared for battle. He braced himself and unleashed a powerful sword swing. "I won't give you another chance." Mo Shen was stunned, finding it unbelievable. How could he know the frequency of my attacks and my position? He shouldn't be able to see me. Zhang Yi stared coldly at his opponent. "I would remember every single one of your moves, even if you were burned to ashes." He dashed forward and landed a critical kick on Mo Shen. Unable to fight back, he took the full brunt of the attack. Mo Shen felt his body bouncing from the successive impacts, before landing heavily on the ground. Zhang Yi walked over, aiming the sharp tip of his sword down at him. With a cold face, he taunted, "Weren't you the one who wanted to kill me? Come on, show me what else you're capable of." His opponent still tried to act tough, sputtering, Who in the world are you?" Mo Shen's mind was in chaos. What rotten luck. Why did I have to run into such a formidable opponent this time? Zhang Yi had no intention of delaying further. He silently raised his sword, his eyes cold and sharp. "Go repent in hell." At that very moment, the ground behind Mo Shen suddenly turned to liquid. A mysterious figure emerged abruptly, pinning Mo Shen's two arms, who shoved a pill into their mouths and shouted, "Shut up and go to sleep." The guards fell unconscious. Zhang Yi and Deep Vu quickly changed into their uniforms, disguising themselves as guards. Without wasting a second, the two of them headed straight into the church. Inside secret chamber, 7 of the Moonlight Church Mushen groggily woke up. Where is this place? A strange figure appeared in his sight. The person laughed loudly. "Are you feeling unconvinced? Getting beaten like this by some kid who came out of nowhere?" Mu Shen immediately became vigilant, furrowing his brow and questioning, "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" The person opposite him didn't bother to answer, standing there with his hands in his pockets and a cocky smile. "As a captive, you have no right to ask questions from today on. You stay put for me, or you won't even know how you died." Zhang Yi, wearing the guard's disguise, calmly walked into the church and called out, "Hey, we're here to change shifts. You guys go get some rest." The 2 guards bought it hook, line, and sinker. "We're about to die of exhaustion. We need to go catch up on some sleep." One of them even took the time to remind them, "Be careful and don't doze off." They had only taken a few steps before they turned. "Much trouble to bring me here for. What is it you want to do?" The entire way was silent, without a single sound, only the dim light from the torches on the walls. It didn't take Zhang Yi much time. He soon saw several figures in the passage ahead. Ian crossed his arms, tilted his chin, and said to deal with a scrawny monkey, "I alone am enough." "The boss actually called all of you here. What a waste." The person next to him slowly stood up and casually goaded. "If the boss did this, he must have his reasons. If you think you can handle it alone, then you go first." The hot-headed Ian snorted coldly. "Then I'll show you my true strength. Just stand there and watch how I stomp him under my foot." He stood up, strode forward powerfully, reached a hand behind his back, and drew his weapon. Ian gathered momentum. Tensing his shoulders, he threw the giant axe straight at his opponent. It whirled through the air as he growled, "Eat my axe." The axe shot forward like a cannonball, tearing through the stone wall, leaving a long, scorched trail and a cloud of dust. Looking at the scene before him, Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel what powerful force. However, he was no pushover either. With a wave of his hand, he activated a counter-skill, Crow Swarm Summoning. The corners of Zhang Yi's lips curled up slightly. After the skill's level increased, the number of crows summoned had doubled compared to before. Of course, Ian couldn't be defeated by a single move like that. He leaped up just as the axe was about to hit the ground, reaching out to grab the handle in midair. The next second, Ian rushed forward, swinging the axe straight down at Zhang Yi. "You think you can beat me with just one move? Dream on." He managed to dodge in time, but his opponent had no intention of letting him go. Charging forward with a series of attacks, Zhang Yi quickly reacted by drawing the sword at his waist. At the same time, he changed its attribute, then he plunged the sword into the floor. A wave of cold air rushed out instantly. Freezing the ground, the floor turned white in the blink of an eye. Seeing his opponent's action, Ian's eyes widened in panic. Not good. He tried to stop his feet, but the icy floor was too slippery. Ian couldn't react in time. He immediately fell flat on his back. He staggered to his feet, his head spinning. Zhang Yi stuck out his tongue and taunted, "You big-headed guys always have an unstable center of gravity." Ian flew into a rage out of shame. You cheated." Skull observed this scene. With a weary look, he shrugged. The boss's arrangements were right after all. It's our turn to step up. Bandage also nodded in agreement. I don't know what made him so blindly confident. He ignored Ian standing nearby and charged forward to attack. "Let's go." Instantly, strips of bandages shot towards Zhang Yi, wrapping tightly around his body. Zhang Yi was yanked forward, losing control of his entire body. He was stunned, this is bandage having successfully restrained the opponent. Skull immediately attacked without hesitation. Bone prison barricade, looking at the spiky sphere rushing towards him. Zhang Yi thought to himself, "This is bad, I'm done for. My body is completely bound. I have to break free quickly at the critical moment." He shouted a summons. A blue light flashed. Xiao Hei, a brilliant blue energy radiated out, covering the entire area. In the midst of that formation, Xiao Hei appeared. Bandage couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed in shock, "A first-tier dragon emperor, how can an ordinary beast tamer have such a powerful magical beast?" Xiao Hei opened its mouth and spewed out scorching flames, easily burning away the bandages restraining Zhang Yi. Bandage realized the situation was bad and clenched his fist, muttering, "Damn it, I underestimated him." Not giving him any time to react, Zhang Yi tightened his grip on his sword's hilt. Flames erupted and enveloped the blade, the fiery sword thrust straight into his opponent's chest. He shouted, "Break for me," as Bandage collapsed. Zhang Yi casually said, "It's not that you underestimated your enemy, it's that I'm too strong." He walked over and patted his magical beast's head. "Xiao Hei, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the first tier." On the opposite side, Bandage had become wary. He discussed with Ian, "What should we do next?" "We didn't receive any intel that this kid has a first-tier black dragon," the other person replied with a grim face. "What else can we do? Of course, we can only charge forward." They had no other choice but to brace themselves and charge forward, go die. Zhang Yi now had the upper hand. Standing beside Xiao Hei, he unleashed his ultimate skill, Body of the Undying. Ian's eyes widened at the sight before him, his body momentarily stiffening. Zhang Yi coordinated with Xiao Hei and charged into the encirclement of the three men. He spun around, swinging his sword in a fiery arc. "All of you lie down for me." Ian raised his axe to defend, but his speed was too slow. In a flash, Zhang Yi closed in on him. Ian's giant axe broke in two. Zhang Yi and Xiao Hei coordinated seamlessly, a sweeping sword and erupting flames devastating the trio of opponents. Each one of them was sent flying in just a moment. All three were defeated by his blade lying prone on the floor. Just as Ian was trying to struggle back up, a figure appeared. "Ian, that's enough. You all stand down." He was unwilling and tried to persuade him. "Boss, just give me a little more time." Kalo glared at him as a warning. I said, "Stand down. If you keep fighting, you'll be the ones to die." Since the leader had spoken, Ian could only obey. He pushed himself up with his hands and struggled to his feet as he walked past Zhang Yi. He still talked tough. "The fight between us isn't over yet. We'll settle the score next time we meet." He glanced at his opponent. "Aren't you afraid of death? I'm always ready." Kalo couldn't wait and quickly broke into a smile to start a conversation. "Zhang Yi, we finally meet," he asked with a friendly smile. "This isn't your first time in the apocalypse, is it?" Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned. Who is he and how does he know about this? But on the outside, he tried to remain calm and replied, "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." The other person spoke unhurriedly. "All right. There's no need to pretend in front of me. I've known about it ever since you entered the Hidden Dragon Emperor's tomb dungeon and obtained the magical beast egg." Zhang Yi started to lose his patience. "I don't want to waste my breath on you. Where is Mu Shen? Tell him to get his ass out here." Kalo stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point in such a hurry to find him. "Are you listen to this? I came to find you today to cooperate with you if you agree the secret of the reincarnator will only be known by you and me. I will also give you top-tier apocalyptic equipment and endless wealth, but if you refuse..." Kalo summoned two ferocious-looking demonic beasts, shrugged and feigned helplessness. "I'm very sorry, but you won't be leaving here alive today." At that moment, images from the past flashed through Truong Ditch's mind. He thought irritably, "I can't stand this guy's punchable mouth." Then he said bluntly, "If the equipment and wealth you speak of are obtained. From bullying the weak, I refuse." Upon receiving the other's answer, Kalo said nothing. He directly used his actions to show his attitude, commanding the two demonic beasts to charge out. Truong Ditch was a little worried. "Damn it, I've already used the body of immortality. It's still on cooldown right now, so I can't use it again." He secretly took out an item, calculating in his head, "I don't know the opponent's strength right now. Starting a fight like this will put me at a disadvantage." Remembering his decision before coming to Moonlight City, "I must first set up a teleportation signal so next time I can use the teleportation equipment to return directly." Truong Ditch suddenly felt relieved. "Thankfully, I set up a teleportation signal in Dawnbreak City before coming just as the demonic beasts opened their mouths in unison to launch their attacks." He activated the teleportation signal item and the demonic beast's attack immediately hit empty space. The ice on the floor was blasted into smithereens. Kalo snorted coldly. "I'll let you go this time. You won't be so lucky next time." He glanced over his shoulder. "Now you know. Why a complete stranger you've never met would want to kill you like that. He is a reincarnator. You two must have had a grudge in the past." Mothan's jaw dropped in horror. Kalo raised an eyebrow and continued, "Do you think he will let you off so easily?" Hearing this, Mothan was so panicked he collapsed, his lips trembling anxiously. "What should I do? He will definitely kill me." Kalo closed in step by step, manipulating the person before him. "Of course, the best defense is a good offense. You must kill him before he kills you." He said that and left, leaving behind only one sentence of assurance. "Don't worry, I will help you in his heart." Kalo suddenly felt extremely displeased. In the apocalypse, everyone must obey me. You must submit to me. I gave you a way out, and you didn't want it, Truong Ditch. You must die, meanwhile. Truong Ditch had successfully escaped, sighing in relief. That was too dangerous, just 1 second slower, and I would have been vaporized by the dragon's breath. That guy's second-tier dragon emperor is not easy to deal with. Remembering that face, he rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Who on earth is that person? How did he know this isn't my first time entering the apocalypse? Could it be that he's like me? While Truong Ditch was lost in thought, a spirit appeared to remind him, your fatigue value is about to reach its limit. Please go to a rest stop to recover. He thought to himself, this trip to Moonlight City really consumed a lot of energy. I must quickly return to the tavern to rest. If I don't go back soon, Han Nu and the others will probably worry. The scene changes to the tavern. An employee announced the price. You have chosen the quick recovery package for a fee of 20 gold coins. Truong Ditch accepted, and the surroundings immediately filled with whispers of awe at such extravagance. That's the first time I've seen someone spend money to recover their fatigue value. What's this person's background? Why do we have to sit here and rely on resting to recover? Someone even exclaimed in shock. Wait, a single recovery costs 20 gold coins. That's enough for me to buy a full set of equipment. Truong Ditch was unaffected by the crowd. He was thinking, I still have 13,000 gold coins to use for upgrading equipment elsewhere. Nhu's face showed a look of distress. She muttered, why isn't Truong Ditch back yet? Tu Zhao, sitting beside her, was in a similar mood. She sighed, yeah, I wonder if the guild leader has run into any danger. Truong Ditch suddenly appeared behind the two, grinning happily. With my strength taking on an entire guild, single-handedly is still a piece of cake. How could anything happen? Nhu looked up at him, you're back. The person next to her also exclaimed joyfully. Guild leader Truong Ditch scratched his forehead shyly. Nhu, there's still no news of the Ring of Death for now, but rest assured I will definitely find it. She waved her hand and replied, no, it's okay. As long as you've returned safely, that's all that matters. It was my fault for not taking good care of it and losing it. Tu Zhao spoke up and asked, hey, guild leader, have you seen Dan Long? Truong Ditch replied, I told him to go out and gather information. If that thief has appeared in Dawnbreak City, he must have left some clues behind. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out. He didn't even need to look to know who it was, smiling lightly. Speak of the devil, how did it go? Is there any news? Dan Long tried to steady his breathing. I heard some very important news. He hurriedly recounted the auction house, the young lady's stolen ring. It will appear at the auction house tonight. A few faces quickly flashed through Truong Ditch's mind. He muttered, the auction house. If the Ring of Death is being treated as an auction item, then it means the person who stole the ring has likely shown themselves. Truong Ditch thought to himself, this is a good chance to buy some equipment from the auction house to strengthen myself a bit. The next battle will definitely not be easy. After careful consideration, he and his teammates set off directly. Let's go to the auction house and see what's what. On the stage, the female announcer spoke, dear players, the once-a-month auction is about to begin. Inside, there are all kinds of rare pets equipment of all levels and also rare items waiting for everyone. Nhu looked at the person behind her and asked curiously, hey, aren't you coming in with us? Truong Ditch waved his hand with a wry smile, no. Nhu, you guys go in first. I have a few things to take care of, I'll be right in. He turned and walked in another direction, thinking to himself, if I remember correctly, there's a general store here that has a lot of good stuff on its secret menu. Even in my past life, very few people knew about this. After walking a short distance, he quickly saw the sign for the Everything General Store. Truong Ditch curled his lips into a slight smile. Here it is. Seeing a customer approach, the clerk greeted him. What would you like to buy? Truong Ditch was still lost in thought, although dealing with a ring thief. Wouldn't be difficult, but in this crowded and complicated auction house. Making too big of a move could easily cause trouble. It's better to be careful. I should prepare some necessary items. He lowered his head and recited fluently 800 for the night. No discount. 1 fruit tart. As soon as he finished speaking, he inwardly sighed how embarrassing. The other person smiled and replied, hello, big brother. I have unlocked access to the secret menu for you. Please take a look and see what you'd like to buy at the same time. The system displayed a notification, congratulations, successfully unlocked. Minus 1,000 gold coins. Truong Ditch thought to himself, in my past life, only 5% of Apocalypse players managed to unlock the secret menu. Although it's a bit expensive, the effects of these potions are far superior to normal potions, he told the clerk. I'll buy all of these potions. The other person smiled warmly and replied, big brother, you truly have a good eye. The most valuable things in the store are these very potions. You're the first person to discover them. Truong Ditch checked his current items, silently weeping. I can't believe I spent 4,000 gold coins just like that. I'm so poor. I hope this operation will be foolproof. He returned to the auction hall and suddenly felt puzzled. Why is it so quiet? Isn't this an auction house? Did I come to the wrong place? The staff on stage smiled and introduced this parchment scroll has a starting price of 100 gold coins. Are there any bids? If there are no bids, we'll move on to the next item. The crowd loudly complained, "Get this piece of junk off the stage! Bring up something more useful." Many people chimed in. That's right, auctioning this stuff is just wasting everyone's time, isn't it? Truong Ditch found a seat and casually asked NHA Nu, "Have they started bidding on the Ring of Death yet?" She shook her head and conveniently relayed the situation, "Not yet. Right now they're auctioning a parchment scroll of unknown origin." He suddenly became interested, a parchment scroll. Looking at the stage, he saw the staff member looking regretful. "Well, that's a real shame if no one bids. We can only move on to the next item." Truong Dick was stunned. "My God, isn't this the hidden quest scroll of the Dragon Clan? In my past life, the major families and guilds fought to the death over this." Thinking this, he quickly raised his hand. "Wait, 100 gold coins, I'll take it." The crowd erupted in sarcastic laughter. "Here comes the idiot." A classic case of a fool with too much money spending 100 gold coins on a useless scroll. This comment received widespread agreement from the audience. "That's right. Isn't that just buying a roll of toilet paper? Is it completely useless? I would not take it for free. It is a waste of an inventory slot." The staff member was thrilled to see a bid. 100 gold coins going twice, 100 gold coins going 3 times. Sold. Zhang Yi received the item. He did not care at all about the gossip around him. To you all, this scroll is truly no different from toilet paper. But for a player from the Dragon Clan faction like me, it is the complete opposite. Wait until I unlock the Dragon Clan's hidden quest and obtain their legacy equipment. Then you will all regret it. The auction continued. The system displayed its stats as the staff member began the introduction. This next piece of equipment is incredibly powerful. The Ring of Death of legendary quality with a starting price of 10,000 gold coins. Someone immediately complained. A starting price of 10,000 gold coins. Who could possibly afford that? Another person loudly shot back. "Oh, please. This is a legendary grade item that can evolve without limits. Besides, it is such a rare treasure. Who would even be willing to sell something like this?" NHA Nu, sitting not far away, whispered softly. "Quick look over there, that guy looks very strange." Zhang Yi followed her gaze. A person dressed like that. He must be from Icebound City, the main city of the Beast Clan. He observed the other person for a moment, wondering, but why would a member of the Beast Clan come to the Human Clan's main city? "And he is even with Situ Yan," NHA Nu exclaimed in admiration. "Oh, you even know this! You are amazing!" Zhang Yi scratched his head and laughed shyly. "Not at all, not at all. I just happened to look over the information on the Beast Clan when I was choosing my faction." The person they were talking about suddenly stood up and declared, "Everyone, I want this ring. I do not care how much you bid, I will double it. I advise you all not to waste your effort." The crowd erupted. Someone exclaimed, "Where did this tycoon come from, the ring? Is it that powerful?" Someone else expressed their regret. "It seems this ring is not meant for me." Just then, someone jumped out, pointing. "You bastard! You are from the Beast Clan. What right do you have to cause trouble in our Human Clan's main city?" Wu Yin said nothing. He just stepped forward and punched the person straight in the face. He then asked in a cold voice, "Now do you think I have the right?" The people around. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately riled up the crowd. "Everyone, this is the human race's territory. Are you going to let the Beast Tribe block our way here?" Tan Long enthusiastically added fuel to the fire. "That's right. If word of this gets out, how can we still hold our heads high in Dawnbreak City?" The surrounding crowd roared in agreement. "Yeah, that's right. If we don't resist, won't we just become punching bags?" The crowd grew agitated. Was the lesson from before not enough? Tan Long took the lead and declared war. "I've found you annoying for a long time now. Wearing a fur coat in this hot weather, aren't you afraid of getting a heat rash?" Don Fong egged them on from behind. "Stop wasting words on them, Charge," and so the tension escalated to a climax as the two sides jumped into a brawl. Damn it, I've been in this business for so long. This is the first time I've met someone who wants to rush to their death, so bring it on. Who's afraid of who Chuang Ditch poured a potion from his hand into his mouth? This was a high-grade invisibility potion, and upon using it, he immediately entered an invisible state. It lasts for 3 minutes, and during this time, he won't be detected watching the chaotic crowd. He took the opportunity to pull out 2 other potions, a high-grade smoke potion and a high-grade combustion potion. Chuang Ditch saw that the time was ripe. This is the moment. He threw the 2 potions into the crowd and, pretending to be panicked, shouted, "There's a bomb! Everyone be careful!" The crowd became even more chaotic, grabbing each other and fighting fiercely. Son of a bi! They're actually using explosives. Let's go all out against them. Kill the Beast Tribe. Chuang Ditch seized the opportunity, using his invisibility to creep closer to the staff member holding the item tray. Today, no one is allowed to take this ring. Except for me, he took the ring without making a single sound. Mission accomplished smoothly with the urgent matter settled. Chuang Dish looked over at Vong An and Do Diem, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he was still invisible. He walked up behind Vong An, thinking to himself, "Weren't you so arrogant just now? Now it's my turn to hit you." And so without anyone knowing how he suddenly fell flat on his face. Do Diem rushed over in a panic. "Young Master Huyet, are you all right?" The man struggled to sit up, clutching his head and cursing. "Which bastard doesn't want to live anymore? Show yourself." Chuang Ditch switched targets to sucker punch Du Diem, kicking him once. "I can't stand a bootlicker like you." Du Diem fell flat, landing on top of Vong An, who sneak attacked me. Vong An snapped and roared, "Damn it, who wants to die this time?" "I'm going to kill you just then." The system announced only 10 seconds of invisibility left. Chuang Ditch had to stop the Chuang Ditch already had his own plan, no? "I want to use this very seal to catch the thief in a moment. I will be sent to the auctioneer's location along with the ring." Everyone was astonished. Establishing system signal at the same time a notification appeared. Teleportation signal established. NHA Nahu was excited and praised him profusely. "You're so smart to even think of such a method." Tu Jiao also nodded in agreement. "That's right, our guildmaster is amazing. I knew I wasn't wrong about him." Chuang Ditch looked at the girl before him. "The 3 minutes are almost up, NHA Nahu. Wait for me to bring the ring back." The next second, the teleportation signal activated, and the space around him began to change. Chuang Ditch resolved in his heart, "Today, I will definitely see your true face in theory. Since there was an incident during the auction, the Ring of Death has been returned to the auctioneer." On the rooftop of some building, Diep Vu looked doubtfully at the item in her palm. Why did the ring suddenly return when everything was fine? Could it be that those people have caught up? If you looked closely, you would see the ring on her hand. Suddenly emitted a faint blue light. The next second, Chuang Ditch was teleported to this place. He sneered. "I knew it was. You not only did you steal NHA Enhu's ring, but you also led me into a trap set by the Gods Guild. What in the world are you trying to do?" Diep Vu praised him. "I didn't expect you to escape from the Gods Guild's grasp. It seems you really have some skills," she said, then stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Clearly, she wasn't scared at all. Chuang Ditch quickly gave chase. "Hey, don't run. Give back the Ring of Death. Now you have to give me a clear explanation today." Diep Vu provoked him while running for her life in your dreams. "Catch me first, then we'll talk." Chuang Ditch focused on chasing her closely from behind and quickly grabbed her cloak. The black cloak fell off, revealing her appearance. Chuang Ditch shouted, "I won't let you get away so easily this time." True to his word, he closed in, getting closer and closer to face Diep Vu. Just a little bit more. Suddenly, a large axe was thrown, sending dirt and rocks flying from behind a ruined wall. Vo Nungan had caught up. He roared furiously, "Aren't you good at running? Keep running." Chuang Ditch cursed inwardly. "This is not good. I'm screwed. It's them. I forgot the beast tribe has a tracking hunt skill. From what he knew, they can detect an enemy's aura. To hunt them down from thousands of miles away." Vongan, on the other hand, grew angrier with each word. "You've walked right into my trap. I was looking for her to settle a score. I didn't expect you two to be together." "Great, I can deal with you both at once." Chuang Ditch glanced at the person beside him. "Just how many people have you offended? Why do people from other races and the beast tribe hold a grudge against you?" Diep Vu gave a wry smile. "This is all just a little misunderstanding, that's all." She hugged Chuang Ditch's arm and acted cute, my good big brother, at times like this. "You definitely wouldn't abandon me, right?" he retorted irritably. "Who's your big brother? He still held a grudge when you tricked me and ambushed me before. You didn't treat me like a big brother then." Vongan saw their interaction, and his blood boiled with rage. He directly unleashed the beast tribe's ultimate skill, Berserk Rush. "This is unacceptable. How dare you flirt right in front of me? Die together." Young Master Huyet channeled his inner energy, and a large horned rhinoceros materialized and charged forward to attack. Chuang Ditch looked over to find the girl behind him had vanished. He felt a little resentful. "1 second, she's calling me good big brother. The next, when danger appears, she runs faster than anyone." Young Master Hayat laughed heartily and shouted, "This is for provoking me at the auction house." Knocked far away, Chuang Ditch clutched his chest and gritted his teeth, inwardly shocked. It hurt so much. This big guy's attack is really high. The initial defense of a beast tamer is still too low. To lose so much HP in an instant. Seeing Chuang Ditch struggling, Young Master Huyet said again, "Kid, I advise you to hand that girl over quickly. Then kneel and admit your mistake, and I might consider sparing your life." Before he finished speaking, he charged forward with his weapon again, still talking. "Tough, I saw you two embracing with my own eyes." Chuang Ditch wouldn't back down either. He immediately retorted, "Which of your eyes saw us being intimate? You can eat what you want, but you can't say what you want. Be careful. I'll sue you for slander." Young Master Hoyt seemed to go crazy. He shouted again just now. "I saw everything you two were doing clearly." He recalled what happened earlier when he had followed his senses, How could there be such a familiar scent? It seems to be from that group of women who escaped. Seeing Chuang Ditch and Diep Vu being intimate, he was furious. Very good, being intimate right in front of me. Do you think I can't catch you two shameless lovebirds? In young Master Huyet's twisted thoughts, Diep Vu was flaunting her ample chest in front of Chuang Dish. Thinking of this, young Master Huyet said angrily again, if I hadn't arrived in time. Who knows what you two would have done? Chuang Dish looked at him helplessly. I've really got to hand it to you, old chap. Then he channeled internal energy into his hand, and his sword immediately appeared as Truong Dish was now switching attributes. He immediately leaped up, sword in hand, and slashed fiercely towards the Blood Fiend. You can't be that stupid, can you? After that attack, he lost 300 points of health. Vong-an looked at him scornfully. This paltry skill's burn damage of a few hundred points can be considered my gift to you. He immediately channeled his internal energy again and attacked Truong Dish, and of course he quickly dodged it. Annoyed, Vong-an tore off his outer fur coat, his eyes turning cold as he stared at Truong Dish next. I'll show you the gap between us. He was immediately enveloped by a powerful layer of internal energy. Truong Dish was a bit panicked. He didn't understand what was happening. The moves were clearly the same, so why was the damage he dealt getting higher and higher? Vong-an laughed loudly. I forgot to mention the lower your HP value, the higher my attack damage against you will be, refusing to accept defeat. Truong Dish frantically chugged a high-grade health potion. After drinking the potion, Truong Dish's strength increased significantly. When the Blood Fiend attacked, he was knocked far away. Truong Dish asked with a smirk, Is that all you've got? Are you even up for this or not? You've already stopped after just a moment. Keep fighting. I'm more generous than you consider this. 1,000 points of damage, my gift to you. Vong-an couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Your health bar was clearly about to be depleted just now. At that moment, Diep Vu appeared and told him even more potions will be useless, as long as Vong-an uses that move just as she said. He glared at him. Don't think everything is fine just because you have high-grade potions. The real fight has only just begun once again. He channeled his internal energy, radiating an overwhelming aura, bloodthirst and rampage. His power was continuously boosted, and the aura around his body grew immense. Truong Dish was startled. Damn it, why does this guy's health increase the more I hit him? Vong-an immediately struck Truong Dish with a powerful blow. His health bar dropped significantly. Truong Dish was inwardly surprised. I never expected the epic-grade talent Bloodthirst and Rampage could actually absorb the HP lost from attacks and convert it into his own. Vong-an, like a death god holding an axe. Looked at him, kid, today. I'll let you know the consequences of offending. Our blood sect Truong Dish continued his sentence, so that's how it is. The original plan to use potions for a war of attrition is now completely useless. He gave a faint smile and said, Do you really think your bloodthirst and rampage is invincible? Seeing Truong Dish drink a buff potion, Vong-an sneered, Still want a drink? Stop dreaming. No matter how many more potions you drink, in the end, they will all become mine. But Truong Dish didn't care. He still took the vial and downed it in one gulp. As the potion went down his throat, he charged forward, shouting, Now watch closely. Vong-an wouldn't give up so easily. He gripped his large axe tightly and roared, You still dare to disbelieve me? Then just try me. The weapon slashed through. He looked at Truong Dish with contempt, mocking him for having an expression of enjoyment while being hit. But there was no fear in his eyes. Truong Dish gripped the axe in his hand tighter, which surprised Vong-an endlessly. He was a bit dazed. I think you drank the wrong potion. You're insane. Truong Dish remained calm. Didn't you want to absorb? Go ahead, I'll let you absorb to your heart's content. As soon as he finished speaking, from within the blood fiend's veins, several strange purple blood threads immediately appeared. He was startled. What is this? What did you just drink? Truong Dish explained. Item high-grade virulent poison effect. Anyone in contact will receive a debuff of 100 HP per second. For 1 minute, the debuff does not stack. As he spoke, he held out another potion in front of him. I refuse. I still have a few more right here. At this point, Vong-an was slowly sinking to his knees. Only now did he understand the situation. I've fallen into his trap. He intentionally let me wound him to take advantage of my bloodthirst and rampage's lifesteal ability. And get me poisoned. Vong-an's health bar began to drop. However, he still tried to hold on. What are you so happy about? Your HP is lower than mine. You'll die before I do. Truong Dish replied nonchalantly. I wouldn't be so sure about that, he said smugly after this remark. He also channeled his internal energy, activating Body of Immortality. Vong-an struggled frantically, chugging potions. The debuff duration of the high-grade virulent poison is 1 minute. I just need to use the damage immunity of Body of Immortality to endure this 1 minute, and I'll win. Truong Dish stepped closer to him. Those potions of yours won't work. In the time it takes to drink 1 potion, you've already lost the equivalent of 2. I still have a high-grade one right here. Upon hearing this, Vong-an was about to lunge forward and snatch it, but Truong Dish immediately pulled it back. You want it? Then you'll have to pay for it. His body ached more and more, and his health kept dropping, making Vong-an inwardly terrified. I only have 1 resurrection chance left, which I risked life and limb to accumulate. You can't buy resurrection chances with money. They can only be obtained by completing survival quests, and the devil knows when the next survival quest will be announced. Having no other choice, he gritted his teeth. How much I'll buy it? Truong Dish was extremely satisfied. He leaned close to his ear. The original price is 150 gold coins, but seeing as we wouldn't know each other if we hadn't fought, I'll give you a little discount. 50,000 Vo Ngan was shocked to hear this. 50,000, that's daylight robbery. 50,000 is enough to support 500 members of a major guild. 48,000, how about 48,000? That's all I have on me. Truong Ditch quickly agreed, all right, 48,000. Then Vo Ngan felt so wronged he wanted to cry. He agreed just like that. Why didn't I bargain for a lower price earlier? Truong Dish laughed to himself. Making money off these foolish Beast Tribe members is pretty easy as he took the potion from Truong Ditch's hand. Vo Ngan immediately tilted his head back to drink it hastily, but before he could, Diep Vu flew out of nowhere and landed a firm, painful kick on his head. You really shouldn't anger a woman. Diep Vu's face was filled with disgust as she looked at Vo Ngan. Seeing the spilled potion, he jumped in shock. My 48,000 gold coins, you rotten wench, I'll fight you to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, Vo Ngan's whole body stiffened and he trembled inwardly. His body was paralyzed by the poison. He couldn't move at all. Without waiting for him to turn the situation around, Diep Vu launched a kick with her skill. Assassin's dance, taking the full blow. Vo Ngan's health bar dropped significantly again. A wave of pain washed over him, leaving him stunned. Diep Vu gripped the dagger in her hand tightly. She said in annoyance, I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. And just like that, the foolish Vo Ngan was stabbed again, his health bar nearly depleted. He cried out, unwilling to accept defeat. You two, just wait. I won't let you go. The system immediately announced Diep Vu's victory, but then Vo Ngan also had a chance to resurrect as soon as he headed towards Extreme Ice City. Hearing that this beast was resurrected again, Truong Dish gave a helpless smile. I really have nothing to do with her. Diep Vu hid behind him again. Do you think he'll believe what you say? My good brother Truong Dish gave a bitter smile. It's over now. Even jumping into the Yellow River won't wash me clean. What a sweet burden indeed. After his poison status was cleared, Truong Ditch asked Diep Vu, why did you come back? I thought you were long gone. Could it be that you couldn't bear to leave a brother like me? She pouted and replied, not at all. I stayed for my own sake. After all, they came to Breaking Dawn City to kill me from a distance. Do Diem looked at him and Diep Vu, unable to hide his jealousy. This kid Truong Ditch's luck with women is endless. How is there another beautiful girl by his side? At this moment, a beast behind him stammered in fear, but boss is dead, what? And he called himself the strongest of the Beast Tribe. Du Diem furrowed his brow, inwardly annoyed. I despise him. I thought he could be a reliable backer, but I never expected he'd still get himself killed by that kid Truong Dish. He actually turned away so cowardly. I'll take this chance while they're not paying attention to me and slip away first. A weapon immediately shot towards Do Diem's back, followed by a cold voice. Did I say you could leave? We still haven't settled our debt. As soon as the words fell, the sword slashed down fiercely, cracking the very ground, and startling Do Diem. Truong Dish immediately leaped up with his golden speed. He knocked away the group from the Beast Tribe, and in an instant, the sword in his hand was at Do Diem's throat. Tell me the real purpose of the Beast Tribe coming to Breaking Dawn City. He was so scared his voice trembled. I only know they want to find that woman to get a card back. I don't know anything else. Hearing this, Truong Dish was startled. A card. What kind of card could make the Beast Tribe relentlessly hunt someone all the way to the main city of the human tribe? Then could it be? At that moment, Diep Vu suddenly interrupted the conversation. Are you talking about this? This is what I got from the assassination target in Extreme Ice City, this battered card. Other than looking nice, it's completely useless. She held the card out in front of the two men. Its brilliant golden glow looked quite similar to some kind of God-grade talent card. The two young men gaped at her. It doesn't just look similar. Isn't this the God-grade talent card itself? But hearing this, Zhang Yi secretly calculated that whether it was a normal epic or a God-tier talent, all players could only have one talent skill. This might be the reason she couldn't activate and use this God-tier talent card. It seems she still doesn't know about this. Suddenly his thoughts paused. Zhang Yi's face darkened. Wait, she just said it only happened after killing someone. It seems the rumors from my past life about the God-tier talent card might be true. At this, he cunningly snatched it from Tu Yan. Die. Your God-tier talent card belongs to me now. The God-tier talent card can be inherited among players, and the way to inherit it is to kill the previous owner of the God-tier talent card. Then he looked at him pitifully. That. Can you let me go now? I've told you everything I know. But Zhang Yi's face darkened as he raised his sword. If you hadn't seen this card, I might have been in a good enough mood to spare you, but now you can only take the secret of this card with you. To your death. As his thoughts faded, the sword plunged down forcefully. Tuyan couldn't believe he could be so despicable. As he spat blood with wide eyes, Immediately after the system announced that he had been hit by Zhang Yi's critical attack and had no chance of revival. Job done. He also quickly stored the sword back into his system. Diep Vu then teased, "You're standing so close to me, aren't you afraid I'll make a move on you?" He answered honestly, "I'm not afraid because I know you're a smart person. Right now, the people from Bloodgate see us as being in the same boat, as long as I'm alive. I can help you bear the firepower of being hunted by Bloodgate." Zhang Yi stared intently at Diep Vu, endlessly curious. Each God-tier talent card corresponds to a special God-tier talent skill. I wonder what the card in her hand could be. Immediately, he made a proposal. "How about we make a deal? What do you think? As long as you give me the Ring of Death and this card, we can forget everything that happened between us." Diep Vu took out the card and a ring holding them in front of him. She asked again, "Do you really want this that badly?" Pausing for a moment, she moved her face closer to Zhang Yi's. "Besides, is this ring that important? Important enough to make you chase me all this way here? Or is it because this ring belongs to her?" He didn't mind saying it. "Because I promised to bring this ring back, I will definitely bring it back." Diep Vu said again, "Fine, fine, fine. Here's your ring back, all right? But this card is mine." With that, she turned and left as if afraid he would snatch it away. After finishing his business, Zhang Yi didn't linger long, but he left some final words. "As a trading partner, I'm kind enough to remind you about this golden card. It's best not to tell anyone else." Diep Vu also added, "Then let me give you a piece of advice. Leave this place quickly. The people from Bloodgate won't let this go. Sooner or later, they will come to Dawnbreak City for revenge." Without turning back, Zhang Yi's eyes turned dangerous. "Thanks for the advice, but don't you worry. That big dumb oaf can't beat me." The scene shifts back to the group where everyone was marveling at the Beast Tribe. Xiao Jiao said while channeling his internal energy. "These Beast Tribe players are really energetic and thick-skinned." Qing Long added, "Not only are they good at taking hits, they're also despicable. To think they'd attack us while the guild leader wasn't here." As for Yaru, she was worried, wondering about the guild leader's situation. Before she could finish her sentence, a Beast Tribe member from behind launched a vicious sneak attack. "Die for me!" At the same time, an axe flew from a distance as a familiar voice shouted, "Yaru, be careful!" The Beast Tribe member was startled. Yu Zhang Yi shouted, "I've already sent your boss back to Extreme Ice City. You can go join him too." Instantly after the axe chopped down, that person was killed. Xiao Jiao ran over from a distance. "Guild leader, you're finally back." Yaru walked over and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you injured anywhere?" Zhang Yi replied, "I'm fine. It's just that these beastmen are really hard to deal with." Then he handed over the ring. "Yaru, look, I got the ring back for you." She exclaimed happily, "I knew it. I knew you could do it." Then he said to everyone, "We need to level up quickly. The army of Tianka has already reached level 50. We can't fall behind either." Duan Feng replied, "No problem. How about we set off right now?" Qing Long also replied cheerfully, "It seems our leveling maniac is getting restless again." Duan Feng walked ahead happily, holding out his arm. "Look at these big, strong muscles on my arm. Tomorrow, watch me blow the heads off those monsters with a single punch." Zhang Yi watched them go. Sometimes having a heaven-sent fortune also means facing more dangers at the same time. Once the secret that the God-tier talent card can be inherited is known by others, both Han Yaru and I will become the prey of other players in the world of Tianke, falling into the most dangerous situation. So before that crisis comes, we can only continuously increase our own strength. At the same time, the Apocalypse Spirit appeared. After she announced a series of updates, Zhang Yi thought to himself, dealing with the people from Bloodgate earlier took quite a bit of time. Luckily, I've finally caught up in level now. At this time on a main street in Dawnbreak City, Xiao Jiao sat on Duan Feng's back. She said, "Guild leader, what should we do next? Our levels have all reached the limit." He immediately replied, "Of course we're going to break through the level cap." Speaking of which, he pondered deeply. "I must complete the second advancement as soon as possible to continue leveling up. To get revenge, the skills at level 50 are still not enough. Yaru. They also need to improve further." The scene changes again to the front of the class advancement hall. A large hammer slammed onto the ground, stunning everyone. The crowd buzzed, another one got sent flying. This second advancement test is way too hard. Qing Long sat down next to that person. Everyone couldn't help but gossip. The score requirement for the second advancement test is too high, 20,000 points. No one has achieved it yet. It made me waste the test fee of 100 gold coins for nothing. Wasting gold coins is one thing. This is literally paying to get beaten up. The girl who had just sent the young man flying walked up. "Anyone else want to try?" Here in Dawnbreak City's trial grounds, Kiki arrogantly asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?" Zhang Yi stepped forward. "I want to give it a try. Looking at the girl in front of him, he said, in this apocalypse, you can't win just based on stats, but also on skill. This time I'll show you all something truly eye-opening. Kiki pointed to the sky. See that thing up there? As soon as she finished speaking, the quest board immediately appeared with full details. This girl was also the trial examiner, Kiki. She continued, this is the score counter. The score for the second advancement trial within 10 minutes only when you make the number above its head exceed 20,000 can you pass the trial. Zhang Yi leaped up with golden speed. Then let's begin. He then lunged towards Kiki. She didn't flinch, slamming her hammer on the ground. Handsome a frontal assault is not a good choice. So fast, Zhang Yi leaped up. Do you think I'd be foolish enough to risk a close-quarters fight with a warrior when I'm not confident of winning? The internal energy in his hand condensed. I'll let you feel what it's like to be electrocuted. Lightning chain attack. Immediately, Kiki was struck by the powerful electric current from his hand. It made her scream. Zhang Yi's score immediately shot up. It's at 2,000 points now. He broke a sweat, thinking to himself, next I just need to get this number up to 20,000. The crowd marveled. Is this for real? He got 2,000 points right at the start of the trial. This kid's got some skills. I thought he was just bragging to us. Kiki swung her weapon excitedly. Looks like I underestimated you. Try this move. Void Entanglement. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. The warhammer in her hand disappeared. Where did her warhammer go? But right after that, it reappeared and slammed into Zhang Yi, sending him flying. The points he just got have now been reduced by 2,000. Zhao Jiao was worried. It seems the examiner for this second advancement is very strong. Sister Yarao, do you think the guild leader can pass this test? Yaru was full of confidence. I believe he will definitely make it. She thought calmly. Although he always ends up in extremely dangerous situations, he always manages to do things that others can't. Over here, Zhang Yi was panting heavily, standing tall amidst the hazy smoke. At the same time, Zhang Yi summoned a flock of black birds. He shouted, "You got lucky once just now. I will not give you another chance this time." His eyes darted about mentally, calculating his moves within this void battleground. In my past life, I challenged this 200 times and could never pass it. But having challenged it countless times helped me gain a great deal of combat experience. After he activated vision resonance, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up brightly. The two of them stood parallel to each other as a powerful light emerged. The staff in Kiki's hand struck towards him. Zhang Yi smugly said, "I dodge," and just like that, Zhang Yi was awarded 1,000 points. Kiki was startled. How could he predict the position I would summon from a reminder sounded in his head behind to the left? His score continued to increase. Zhang Yi said smugly, "Now it is my turn to attack." He calculated internally right behind me. Just by having vision resonance from the summoned black crows, simply dodging attacks has easily earned me 20,000 points. Immediately, Zhang Yi's score began to accumulate rapidly. Kiki, now tense, observed her surroundings. She whispered to herself, "It must be because of those crows." The moment the thought crossed her mind, she immediately attacked, shouting, "Void Battle Scepter Storm." The pink staff once again struck towards Zhang Yi. His birds panicked and scattered in chaos. At this moment, Zhang Yi was inwardly startled. His eyes reflected that weapon getting closer and closer. I am done for. Seeing his bird get hit, he grew anxious. She has discovered my plan. Zhang Yi calculated internally, I cannot score points by dodging anymore. I must end this quickly. Right after he gritted his teeth and channeled his inner energy, Hell Dragon Flame Purgatory Lightning Strike. His score immediately began to rack up continuously. It seems this attack was effective. Kiki was completely defeated. The system immediately granted him the title of Grand Beastmaster. Everyone was shocked and abuzz. I cannot believe this guy actually passed the second-class advancement trial. 22,000 points. That score is just too exaggerated. A second-class Beastmaster is so powerful. Xiao Yao cheered. As expected of our strongest guildmaster, scene change. At this time in Moonlight City, Mu Chen slammed his fist into the ground. I feel my body is overflowing with energy now. Kalo looked at him smugly. You now possess the strongest equipment among all current players. You will not lose so miserably to Zhang Yi like last time. Now is the best chance for you to kill Zhang Yi. Mu Chen was surprised. Just me alone? Kalo immediately replied, Of course not. I will lend you my most capable subordinates. They have experience fighting Zhang Yi before and can help you deal with him. Come out. He looked at the group and then ordered, I have already given you all new equipment. Plus, you all have leveled up a lot these past few days. I hope you will not disappoint me again this time. Furthermore, in this operation, you must completely obey Mu Chen's orders. Dongfang immediately replied, Yes, we will definitely complete the mission. Ka also replied, As you command. Kalo handed something to Mu Chen. Take this scroll. In a critical moment it can help you, but you must remember it can only be used once. He took it and replied, Understood. Immediately after, he led the group preparing to set off for Dawnbreak City. Kalo smugly stroked his dragon, a cunning look on his face. Zhang Yi, I will make you understand what the consequences are for opposing me. Scene change. In Dawnbreak City, Yanhu happily asked, how was it? The barbecue place I recommended is delicious, right? Jiao Yao was excited. Delicious, so delicious. This is the best barbecue I have ever had in the apocalypse. Zhang Yi, seeing how much she liked it, said, tomorrow I will take everyone to begin the second-class advancement special training. Do not forget, okay, Xiao Yao danced around. We are also about to pass the second-class advancement, just like the Guildmaster Qing Long walked over to him and whispered, Guildmaster, I heard that. After completing the second-class advancement, you can use powerful second-class job skills, right? When will you show them to us? Zhang Yi casually replied, sure. Next time we are in a dungeon, I will show everyone. He then thought to himself with satisfaction to have gained so many skills in such a short time. It is enough for me to study for a while. Looking at that particular skill, Zhang Yi could not help but marvel. It removes control effects while simultaneously terrifying the enemy. This skill is too overpowered. Everyone was walking and chatting happily. Familiar figures suddenly blocked their path. Mu Chen spoke up, Zhang Yi, I have finally found you. Zhang Yi was inwardly surprised. Are not the people next to him from the Divine Guild? Why are they with Mu Chen? But he spoke calmly, Mu Chen, instead of cherishing the last few days of your life and living happily. Why did you run all the way here to seek death? Mu Chen shouted angrily. You brat! I let you escape last time, but you absolutely will not be so lucky again. I will definitely make you... He then looked over at the members of the Divine Guild. Hey, the four of you just need to hold back the others. Zhang Yi is mine. Bing Dai glanced at Duan Feng. This swordsman belongs to me. You guys can split the rest. Looking at him, he snorted coldly. Big words. Show me what you have got. As soon as the words were spoken, both immediately drew their swords and lunged at each other at lightning speed. Facing Duan Feng, Bing Dai could not help but marvel, such a fast sword, and that was just the first move. Bing Dai raised his hand about to fly away. Duan Feng asked contemptuously, what is wrong trying to run? Watching the two fight, He Ying also channeled his inner energy. Next, it is my turn to act. He immediately unleashed that dark power towards Zhang Yi. He was on guard, but unexpectedly, the person He Ying targeted was Xiao Yao. Ya Nu urgently said, Xiao Yao, do not be afraid. We are coming to save you. Xiao Yao was startled and screamed, help save me. Qing Long rushed forward worriedly. Miss, be careful, there is an ambush ahead, seeing everyone in chaos. Zhang Yi also anxiously rushed over. But at that moment, his body could not move. Looking at his feet, which were bound by He Ying, Zhang Yi grew tense. How could this be? My body cannot move. Mu Chen seized the opportunity and charged forward. Your companions are no longer here. Now you are all alone. Moreover, you have been hit by He Ying's control skill. In a flash, he was behind Zhang Yi. I would like to see what tricks you have left to resist. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Chen gripped his sword tightly and stabbed viciously. But he did not expect Zhang Yi to actually use Demon Substitute. Mu Chen was stunned. Zhang Yi appeared behind him. Did you think I would let you stab me in the back again? Immediately, he channeled inner energy into his hand for chain lightning. After a moment, Mu Chen was violently shocked and paralyzed by Zhang Yi's massive electrical current. But what surprised him was, he took a full chain lightning from me without taking any damage. Mu Chen quickly turned around the equipment on me as the absolute top-tier equipment among current players. You think you alone can hurt me? Once again, he smugly lunged forward. Have a taste of the power of Heavenly Star Purgatory. Before Zhang Yi could react, his dragon blocked the attack in front of its master. He was stunned. Xiao He. After composing himself, Zhang Yi sighed in relief. Thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, I would have been turned into a pincushion. Immediately after Zhang Yi shouted an order, Xiao He, activate Chaotic Wing Strike. That oppressive wave of power quickly struck towards Mu Chen. Zhang Yi said with satisfaction, this is called giving you a taste of your own medicine to be suddenly overwhelmed by an attack like that. Mu Chen was so angry he gritted his teeth. Zhang Yi asked disdainfully, how does it feel to experience the whirlwind yourself? He stood there looking at his enemy. A Beastmaster's magical beast evolves in correspondence with its master's class advancement. I have completed my second-class advancement while you are still just a first-class assassin. This is the gap between you and me, and he was so shocked he stammered, how do you have a second-tier giant dragon? As soon as the words left his mouth, powerful streams of energy immediately attacked him. Xiao He stared as its hand gripped Mu Chen tightly. He screamed defiantly, Mu Chen, I will always stand above you. Looking at the dragon, Mu Chen was secretly terrified. Damn it, why did that guy Kalo? not tell me the crucial information that Zhang Yi had completed his second-class advancement. Suddenly he remembered Kalo's instructions. You must remember it can only be used once. At that time, Mu Chen had replied, understood. Now he paused. The scroll. That is right, I still have the scroll. Immediately after he took out the scroll and said, Zhang Yi, do not celebrate too soon. Zhang Yi replied tauntingly, come on, let me witness this power of yours. And so, from within the scroll, a large red dragon emerged. It roared fiercely towards Xiao He. As soon as it appeared, he saw that the opponent was somewhat stronger than his own magical beast. Zhang Yi worried Xiao He. The moment that dragon appeared, it tossed Xiao He into the sky. Just like that, Xiao He's entire body was slammed hard against the rocks. Mu Chen was smug. As expected, Kalo did not lie to me. With this, even a second-tier giant dragon can be trampled under my feet. Seeing him worried, he said with delight, Zhang Yi, today is the day you die. Over here, Dongfang sneered at the Azure Dragon. You want to save her? Then let's see if you have the ability. The Azure Dragon shouted in frustration, give Xiao Jiao back to me as he finished speaking. Yanu immediately channeled her internal energy, a beam of light drawing a spell sigil in the air. This was the ice finger technique. Dongfang looked over at his companion, Skull. He's all yours. That guy immediately channeled his internal energy. Watch this. A shield of bone spikes appeared, blocking all of Yanu's attacks, and just like that, those spikes continued shooting fiercely towards the two of them, looking at those thorny things. The Azure Dragon's eyes grew cold. If you want to bully the young lady, you'll have to greet the arrow in my hand first. Immediately, the bow in the Azure Dragon's hand was immediately drawn and ready as the arrow flew. Skull was knocked down by the shattering rock and debris in front of him, sensing the situation was dire. Black Shadow gritted his teeth and channeled his internal energy to evade. Taking advantage of the enemy's chaos, Xiao Jiao immediately seized the opportunity to escape Sister Yanu. Black Shadow cursed in frustration. Damn it, she got away. I can't let her escape. Black Shadow immediately used the Shadow Hold technique to attack. Yanu defended while reassuring Xiao Jiao, don't be afraid, it's all right now. Holding Xiao Jiao tightly, Yanu shouted, Duanfeng, how are things on your end? He replied, don't worry, I'll end this fight quickly. The Ice Emperor shouted, the one ending this fight is me, not you, and just like that, Duanfeng's entire body was covered in strips of ice. Just when it seemed he was tightly bound, Duanfeng quickly used his sword, intent to shred the cocoon to pieces. Don't get cocky too soon, I'm not done yet. The Ice Emperor immediately covered his face with his two hands. As Duanfeng landed, the Ice Emperor suddenly coughed up blood, unable to understand how it was possible. Duanfeng calmly sheathed his weapon. Did you think the other two swords on my hip were just for decoration? He then immediately landed beside the Azure Dragon, one down. Now there are only 3 of them left. Black Shadow stepped forward. Don't you celebrate too soon, our plan is already complete. But Skull was a little startled. I didn't expect the Ice Emperor to be sacrificed. Their strength really can't be underestimated on the other side. Zhang Yi's leg suddenly buckled from an explosion, and he was left wondering what in the world was that. Yanu worriedly said, this is not good, something has happened to Zhang Yi, we've all fallen for their trick. Their real target was Zhang Yi. Mu Shen raged, which unscrupulous bastard did this? Can't you even let a guy eat his meal in peace? This is supposed to be a safe zone, keep running. Let's see how long you can run after him. Zhang Yi commanded Xiao He. Stay away from the crowded buildings. He calculated inwardly the attack of a Tier 4 Dragon Emperor is truly too powerful. I have absolutely no chance of getting close, and if I just keep running like this, I'll never find its weak spot. It's better to take the initiative and attack. Zhang Yi petted his demonic beast. Xiao He, let's get ready to attack. I believe you can do it. He patted its head to reassure it, then shouted loudly, new grudges and old hatreds. I'll settle all scores with you today. Seeing Zhang Yi, Mu Shen immediately ordered his dragon to attack. To charge forward so confidently, are you overestimating yourself or underestimating who I am now? The dragon breath of a Tier 4 Dragon Emperor will completely engulf you. He looked at him amidst the sea of flames and said smugly, even if you have an immortal body, the demonic beast you're riding will perish in that fiery dragon's breath. Zhang Yi calculated inwardly. Soul Link can for a short time transfer all damage from the demonic beast to its beast tamer, therefore as long as my immortal body is active. Xiao He is invincible. The two of them charged forward, and he immediately commanded Xiao He attack its right wing. Zhang Yi calculated that a dragon's wings are a relatively weak part of its body. Once they are damaged, it will lose its mobility, which will severely hamper its attacks. As he finished his thought, Xiao He immediately obeyed its master's command, biting hard into the other dragon's wing. Making its blood gush out as pain shot through it, the Tier 4 Dragon Emperor let out a loud roar of agony. Mu Shen's left arm was also affected, his protective gauntlet cracking apart, Zhang Yi thought to himself. I feel like there's something strange about this Tier 4 Dragon Emperor. I only lost 500 health from its attack, but it lost 1,500 from a single hit by Xiao Hei. The damage of the Tier 4 Dragon Emperor is clearly lower than normal, while the damage it receives is clearly a bit high. Could it be that only an illusion's damage output would be this low? And at the same time, it would also take more damage, so this isn't a real Tier 4 Dragon Emperor, but an illusion summoned through a contract at this very moment. Mu Shen's body felt strange, startling him. What's happening to me? Zhang Yi landed at that moment and continued his calculations therefore. The appearance of those minions from the Divine Guild just now and this scroll. It all makes sense now. This idiot is just a pawn they're using to deal with me. Zhang Yi looked at him. It seems you don't know that using this scroll comes with massive side effects. Mu Shen was startled. No way he wouldn't lie to me. Mu Shen refused to accept it. I've only just become this powerful. It can't end like this. Zhang Yi spoke again. Just look at your own age body now. That is the price for carelessly activating a summoning contract. Surely you must understand by now, right? From start to finish, you were nothing but a pawn being used by others. He screamed when he realized the truth. No, even if I die, I'm taking you all with me. Mu Shen then began to channel his internal energy again. Come on. Witness all of my power offered to Lord Dragon Emperor Zhang Yi was shocked, this madman. He's preparing to fuse with the Tier 4 Dragon Emperor illusion. He's gone completely insane. I will turn this entire city into hell and make everyone bow to my power. The crowd below descended into chaos. Everyone run, there's a maniac on a killing spree. Zhang Yi looked at him with disdain, unrepentant even when facing death. I must have been blind before to not realize you were scum. I can't believe that even when given a chance, you still chose to be the villain. Mu Shen stood atop his dragon. Zhang Yi, so what if you are a reincarnator? Do you really think you can kill me a second time? This time it is you who will be killed by me. Zhang Yi silently gritted his teeth. He has completely lost his sanity and turned into an absolute madman. Zhang Yi began to devise a plan. I just need to completely destroy that scroll. That will sever the link between the host and the illusion, making it disappear. He then climbed off the dragon's back. Xiao Hei, get in front and provide cover for me. The sword in Zhang Yi's hand thrust forward powerfully. He shouted, break for me. Seeing his body slowly fade away, Mu Shen panicked. No, I will not be defeated, but just then Zhang Yi's dragon suddenly collapsed. He ran over anxiously. Xiao Hei, over here. Xiao Jiao was shocked. My God, why are there so many casualties here as well? Those people from the Divine Guild are so despicable, Duanfeng cursed in frustration. Damn it, just now. I should have dealt with them more harshly. We will settle this score with them sooner or later. Yanu ran up to him. Zhang Yi, are you all right? We were too late. Yanu paused, looking at his demonic beast. Xiao Hei at Zhang Yi's eyes teared up. Xiao Hei was gravely injured, saving me. I will definitely find a way to heal him. You are still being too lenient with the person behind all of these activities. I will make him pay for this. As he spoke these words, Zhang Yi's eyes grew even more resolute. Meanwhile, outside the autumn water forest ruins, Yanu secretly followed him, wondering, what is Zhang Yi doing here so early? As for Zhang Yi himself, he was lost in thought about the apocalypse world. There is an extremely precious resurrection potion. No matter how severe the injuries, one sip can bring about a full recovery, he told himself right now. Xiao Hei has entered a state of extreme weakness. Normal life potions are completely useless to save Xiao Hei. I absolutely must get this resurrection potion. The weakened state occurs when a demonic beast suffers a near-fatal injury. A demonic beast in this condition cannot be summoned by its master to battle, and as far as Zhang Yi knew, this resurrection potion could only be obtained by finding the master pharmacist Lei Fu Ya and completing her quest to craft the potion. Soon after he landed on the ground, breathing heavily, I finally found you. He recalled that in his past life he had met Lei Fu Ya when he was on the brink of death. I've gathered everything you needed. Please hurry and help me make the resurrection potion. And just like that, the potion was created just in time to save his life, but now the two of them were strangers. Suddenly, Zhang Yi shouted her name, making Fu Ya a bit surprised. Are you looking for me? Ignoring her question, Zhang Yi said urgently, Lei Fu Ya, quickly. I want to accept the quest to craft the resurrection potion. She was stunned. How do you know I'm researching a resurrection potion? Zhang Yi grew even more impatient and cut her off. Let's not talk about that for now. Quick, give me the journal. I have to save Xiao Heifu. Ya cheerfully took it out. Are you talking about this? It seems your little friend must be very seriously injured. Don't you worry this journal. Truong Dish immediately snatched the item, fluently reciting, the diary records clues to 3 precious medicinal ingredients. Give them to me, and I can help you synthesize the resurrection potion. I have already memorized this script. Fu and H.A. was extremely surprised. How did you know what I was going to say next? Truong Dish did not answer and just quickly turned away, leaving a thank you behind him as he looked at the system panel and calculated silently. The first step of that main quest is to obtain the essence of life from the demon suppression tower. It seems I have to go to the Demon Suppression Tower again. Few NHA worried these 3 items are not that easy to find. Relying on you alone could take 10 days or half a month. Truong Dich hurriedly interrupted. I will bring them to you immediately. Just wait for me. NHA Enhu, who was behind them, heard the entire conversation. But she wondered it was all to save Tiu Hak. But how did Truong Dich know there was a way to save Tiu Hak here, looking at Truong Dich? NHA Nu's heart ached every time he was the one charging ahead. I want to do something for you, too. Don't worry, just leave the remaining 2 materials to me. Inside the Demon Suppression Tower, everyone was buzzing with excitement. They had waited a whole week and could finally fight monsters. I heard someone reach the 12th floor last time. This time I must catch up. Truong Dich zipped past them, rushing forward. One of them exclaimed in surprise. Where did that damn brat come from running so fast? What is he trying to show off? But he did not care at all. Tiu Hak, wait for me. I will get the resurrection potion to heal you right away. In a flash, he arrived inside the Demon Suppression Tower. Truong Dich banged on the door, yelling, You big oaf, open the door for me. I am in a hurry. At that moment, a loud, powerful voice boomed as the door opened. Which fearless fool is calling for me? Daring to disturb my rest, you must have a death wish. As soon as the creature stepped out, Truong Dich kicked its leg hard. He shouted in annoyance, This master has no time to play with you. Hurry up and tell me where the portal to the next floor is. Upon seeing him, the demon warrior went berserk. It is you again, you rotten brat. Truong Dich appeared behind him in a flash. He thought to himself, I have not used this second job advancement skill yet. I will use you for practice. The demon was startled and growled, Damn it, you even used a substitute. I underestimated you. We demon warriors will not yield immediately. Truong Dich used Soul Probe. This was a skill that summoned a demon to probe the enemy's inner thoughts. A series of images appeared in his mind, but the content of the probe exceeded the system's limits, so the process was interrupted. Truong Dich was a little surprised. Why does he have memories of the real world? Could it be that they were once real people? He thought to himself, normally only one person can enter the blue portal on each floor. To get to the next floor, but here there are 2 doors of different colors. This image had appeared in Hyun's memory before. At this point, an idea struck him. Let me see. Let's see where this red portal leads. Meanwhile, Truong Dich's actions were being fully recorded by someone by now. He had already stormed into the 30th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. The man named Kung Ki had a dark, cunning expression. You have finally arrived. After that, he reached out and pressed the red button in front of him, thinking cunningly, In that case, I will come and play with you for a bit. On the 30th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, Truong Dich quickly entered without any hesitation. He covered his face to block the aura from hitting his eyes, inwardly surprised. The red portal led directly to the 30th floor, saving me a lot of time climbing the tower as he walked. Truong Dich calculated. Next, I just need to get the essence of life from above the church. That should do it. As Truong Dich stood before the tower, a domineering aura radiated out, startling him slightly. This power is. Before he could finish his thought, a beam of light caused a massive explosion. Truong Dich cried out in alarm from within the tower. A girl with a blazing body flew out, radiating a murderous aura. She was the 6-winged fallen angel. As soon as she appeared, the fallen angel launched a powerful shadow missile attack towards him. The 6-winged angel attacked while growling, Since you're not afraid to die and dare to challenge the 30th floor, then I will show you what it means to be crushed by absolute power. Immediately after, Truong Dich leaped up towards her, not giving the enemy a chance to injure him. He flew past using golden speed, damn it, using an ultimate move right at the start. Isn't that a bit much? Cut to Bat Hoang. He was sent to a strange place by a massive explosion. A stone fell on his face, causing Bat Hoang to frown in pain after waking up. He immediately sat up, rubbing his head. Where is this? Bat Hoang thought to himself. I was clearly resting on the 8th floor just now. How did I suddenly end up here? Instantly, a fierce battle erupted before his eyes, and the person fighting was none other than Truong Dich. He watched him leap and dash, dodging the attacks of the 6-winged angel. Bat Hoang was stunned. What is this situation? He wondered. He just completed his 2nd job advancement, and he is already challenging this place. Isn't that just reckless? Meanwhile, Truong Dich's entire body was thrown back. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Why is the boss here a 6-winged fallen angel? My strength is fundamentally not enough. What should I do now? How can there be so many human skeletons here? These were the unidentified skeletons from when the fallen angels attacked the city. Thanks to the system, he finally understood. So that is how it is. This fallen angel is truly wicked. As soon as he landed, Truong Dich smiled. It seems I have found a way to break through. Without a second thought, his hand touched a skull lying on the ground. A blood curse immediately appeared, emitting a dim light that spread everywhere, carrying a colossal inner force. Truong Dich spoke to the skulls. Let me help you take revenge for yourselves. Seeing him, the fallen angel suddenly paused. It seemed she was also wondering what Truong Dish was up to. He stood like a general amidst a horde of skeletons. "Rise, my soldiers! Surround her!" As soon as Truong Dish finished speaking, the skeletons with glowing red eyes aimed straight for the six-winged angel hovering in the sky. Suddenly, her legs were grabbed by rising bones. The fallen angel was slightly startled, seeing Truong Ditch fly high up. She shouted angrily, "So you wanted to use these souls to stop me? Your real purpose is to get the essence of life. Give up. I will not let you have your way." After speaking, the fallen angel immediately began to gather her inner power. "Descend, my lightning," she shouted at him, then yelled, "Server magic domain of thunder." This was a server-level spell that summoned a magical storm lasting for 10 minutes. Every 3 seconds, the storm would deal 500 magic damage to all surrounding enemies. As she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck forward. The skeletons were, of course, no match for her. The six-winged angel glared at Truong Ditch. "You're next." He had not thought she could deal with the skeleton so quickly. Truong Ditch grew a little tense as the fallen angel spoke. She slashed her sword towards him. "Your game should be over now." Seeing her preparing to deliver the finishing blow, Truong Ditch gritted his teeth. "This is bad." But in that hair-raising moment, a blast of power struck her directly. It blew a large hole in the fallen angel's abdomen, sending feathers from her wings flying everywhere. The fallen angel looked behind her. "How could you possibly kill me?" She was shocked. "How can there still be other players on this floor?" At the same time, a system warning sounded. "Body damage disconnection imminent." She cursed inwardly. "Damn it. Controlling an NPC's body via data transmission seems to be unstable." "You are lucky today." Before disappearing, she did not forget to leave a few words. "We will meet again soon," after the danger had passed. Truong Ditch could not help but wonder, "Bat Hoang, why are you here? Did I not enter a solo dungeon? But still, it was lucky you landed that strike. I have never seen you use such a cool-looking move before." He was dumbfounded, his jaw dropping. "When I killed that thing." Cut to nightfall at the Eternal Tower. Kung Ki looked at the screen and said in a cold voice, "Apocalypse Spirit, replay the entire battle for me." Lin Lan immediately replied, "Yes, Master," right after that. The fierce battle appeared before his eyes, giving Kung Ki a bit of a headache. The space was filled with silence as Kung Ki meticulously observed the fight, not missing a single detail. Zoom in on the bottom right corner of the screen. Lin Lan followed the order and immediately zoomed in on the screen. Bat Hoang was lying motionless, and next to him sat a strange man. The person's face was covered, so their identity was unclear. Kung Ki watched for a while and said, "It seems someone was pulling the strings earlier." Cut to the gate of the Demon Suppression Tower. The system was counting down to the tower's closing time. Tan Long was worried sick. "The Guildmaster is not going to wait until the tower closes at night to come out, is he? If he does not come out soon, the young miss—" Before he could finish, cheerful voices and laughter suddenly rang out, startling Tan Long. "The Guildmaster and Bat Hoang are out. Thank you for taking care of Tiu Nu these past few days." Zhang Yi happily replied, "It's nothing, it's what I should do. If Ya Nu knew you returned, she would definitely be very happy." Seeing the two of them, Qing Long couldn't hide his excitement. "Young master, you're here too." Then Qing Long immediately came forward to report the young miss has been missing since this morning. "We sent her messages but received no reply." Ba Huang worriedly said, "Jiao Nu has always been careful in her work. There must be a special reason for this." Zhang Yi added, "That's right. Try to recall carefully. Did Yanu do anything unusual before she disappeared?" Hearing their analysis, Qing Long scratched his head. Blankly unusual behavior. Then he recalled his memory. "Last night I saw the young miss alone in the square. She was standing in the middle of the square facing a statue as if she were praying for something. I saw the young miss had her eyes closed, so I didn't go over to disturb her." Zhang Yi pieced together the main points. Midnight Square statue. What Yanu was doing must have been a prayer quest. He analyzed that praying is a simple quest in the apocalyptic world. You have to pray in the main city square at 9 o'clock at night for exactly 3 hours. You'll have a chance to receive a reward from the dream god, the Dream Stone. But the Dream Stone itself has no effect. It can only be used as jewelry. However, if you use the Dream Spring from the Dream Spirit Manor to moisten it, you can get the Dream Flower. Speaking of which, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered the Dream Flower. I know where Yanu is now. The Dream Spirit Manor. Ba Huang was even more anxious. This matter cannot be delayed. Let's move out now. In a flash, everyone arrived at the Extreme Ice City's Dream Spirit Manor. Zhang Yi went ahead and said, "Qing Long, try sending a message for me. Let's see." Qing Long immediately did as he was told, but then he became a little worried. "I can't send a message. What's going on?" Zhang Yi explained the Dream Spirit Manor is the domain of the Dream God. To prevent apocalyptic enemies from invading, the Dream God has set up a protective formation. Inside the manor, dangerous monsters are also randomly spawned. All players who step within the range of the protective formation cannot send or receive messages with other players. so Yanu being inside can't receive anything at all, nor can she send out any messages. At this point, he frowned. Right now, Yanu is definitely somewhere in the Dream Spirit Manor. Later, after we go in, we should split up to avoid other troubles caused by not being able to communicate. Scene changed to another location. Everyone was in a panic, telling each other it's a dream spirit, everyone prepare for battle. As soon as the words were spoken, two shadows in the shape of ferocious women rushed towards them. Dunchi nervously held his sword and shield and shouted, Vajra's wrath, I've used a skill to restrain them. Then he looked at Yanu, little sister, it's up to you next. She held her magic weapon, the bone-chilling storm, tightly. Yanu also shouted, bone-chilling, listen to my command. As soon as the move was released, those two dream spirits were defeated. Dunchi watched with his mouth agape. A level 50 mage is so powerful. It feels like I've found a divine teammate. The corpses of the two fallen dream spirits emitted a light purple smoke. At the same time, a red flower suddenly appeared on the body of one of the dead dream spirits. Liu Su exclaimed, everyone look, a flower has bloomed on the corpse of that dream spirit. As she finished speaking, she curiously stepped forward, about to touch it, this is. But at this moment, Yanu shouted to stop her, don't touch it. But it seemed to be too late. After Yanu's words, Liu Su had already unintentionally touched the flower from which a mysterious red aura emanated. The three of them held their breath, waiting to see what was happening. The flowers grew more and more numerous, startling Liu Su. What is this? Dunchi explained, after a dream spirit dies, there is an extremely small chance it will respawn as an elite monster, the blood-colored dream spirit. I can't believe we ran into one right after he spoke. The sound of footsteps echoed along with an arrogant voice. You pitiful humans, why don't you go home? The voice was gentle yet demonic, and ice-cold, making anyone who heard it shiver involuntarily. The three of them, Yanu included, simultaneously turned their heads towards the direction of the voice without prior agreement. No one said a word. The girl surrounded by a red aura spoke again, so it turns out you have no home. Since you have no home, then stay here with me. As she finished speaking, she immediately used her power to bind the three of them, lifting them into the air to float. Looking at the dream flower, Liu Su was surprised. Why does this dream spirit look like the mage sister? Yanu reassured her, don't be afraid, this is a powerful skill of the blood-colored dream spirit called dreamification. Dreamification means when facing an enemy, it will transform into the highest-level player on the opposing side. At the same time, it copies the equipment and skills of that player. Liu Su trembled, mage sister, save me. Yanu, on the contrary, was calm. These flowers thrive in a semi-dark environment. If so. Pausing for a moment, she took out a purple spirit stone that looked like an amethyst from her chest. Then, Yanu just threw that stone into the middle of the red flowers. She simultaneously explained to the two of them, these flowers are afraid of light, so we'll use a strong light to deal with them. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Su immediately channeled her inner energy and shouted, watch me. A ray of sunlight illumination appeared, helping her break free from the binds. This is an exclusive skill of a priest, summoning an area of light in a designated zone. It restores 500 health points, lasts for 10 seconds, and has a 10-minute cooldown. The group sighed in relief, and Liu Su also smiled happily. We're saved. The joy was short-lived. Just then, 3 sharp arrows flew in from a distance. Yanu reacted quickly, shouting, be careful. Then she grabbed Liu Su and dodged. The dream flower was shot and fell to the ground. The group of strangers shouted, get out of my way, brothers. It's a blood-colored dream spirit. Whoever snatches it gets to keep it. Everyone rushed forward. Yanu felt uneasy. Oh no, the bright light from just now has attracted nearby players here. They must have come for the reward from the blood-colored dream spirit. Liu Su retorted sassily. We're the ones who spawned this blood-colored dream spirit. What right do you have to steal it? Yanu then whispered. Don't get agitated. Let's wait here first and observe the situation. It's good to let them wear down some of the dream spirit's combat power first. An aggressive man with 2 sharp fangs spoke up. Wherever the blood gate goes, the unrelated should back off. That group of people had just arrived and immediately started slashing wildly. Get out of the way, get out of the way. This blood-colored dream spirit belongs to our blood gate. So the others panicked and ran quickly. Dunchi whispered, they're from the Blood Gate, the most notorious guild in Extreme Ice City. I've seen them bullying normal players before, robbing them by force and killing without batting an eye. Yanu cautiously pulled the hood of her cloak lower. Aren't they the group from the auction last time? If we get recognized, it will be troublesome. We have to leave quickly. Don't let them see us. As soon as she finished her thought, the 3 of them silently and stealthily prepared to leave. But as if by some twist of fate, Wu Yin happened to glance behind him and saw Yanu's figure. He vaguely recalled this woman. Not letting himself wonder any longer, Wu Yin immediately channeled his inner energy and knocked off her hood. He looked at Yanu. Indeed, he wasn't mistaken. It's the person who was next to Zhang Yi at the auction. "Where is he?" She feigned ignorance and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know you." "Of course he trusted his memory. You're still pretending with me. You may not know me, but I know you. I haven't even gone to Dawnbreak City to settle the score with you people yet, and you've come to my territory seeking death." Dunchi quickly stood in front of Yanu. "This must be some kind of misunderstanding. This girl is with us. If you want the blood-colored dream spirit, then we won't bother you anymore. You can do whatever you want." But as soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yin kicked Dunchi hard in the stomach. "Get out of my way!" Taking the devastating kick, he was immediately sent flying, his body slamming hard against a large rock, causing a wave of pain. Wu Yin said coldly, "I haven't even gotten my revenge yet, and you people want to leave. In your dreams." Lu Su couldn't hold back her sharp tongue. "Hey, we just came here to clear an instance. You Bloodgate people shouldn't be so unreasonable." Wu Yin gripped his weapon and replied contemptuously, "What a nice thing to say about being unreasonable." As he spoke, he slashed forward, shouting, "Then you can all wait for me in the underworld." Yanu couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward, God-tier talent spirit transformation. The crowd was endlessly indignant. "Seriously, these Bloodgate people are too much. That girl didn't even provoke him. Didn't she say she'd let him have the dream spirit? What can you do? That's just how the people from Bloodgate are. Vicious and bullying the weak. We should run." A wave of power from Yanu struck out two figures of a strong young woman, blocking the attack. But Wu Yin slashed around smugly and wildly. "Your man is really useless. Leaving you to risk your life alone here, you might as well come over to my side." "Of course Yanu wouldn't give in," she shouted in disgust and attacked. "I despise you, Fireball." But in just a few seconds, Wu Yin was in front of her. He was extremely smug, seeking death. Then he slashed again. He didn't stop there. He continued to charge forward. "If you won't drink a toast and insist on drinking a forfeit, then don't blame me for not being gentle." At the main gate of the Dream Spirit Manor, Zhang Yi, who had just arrived, was shocked. "Isn't it strange how these people are fleeing as if from a disaster?" He immediately asked what was happening up ahead. "Why is everyone running out?" That young man quickly replied, "They are people from the Bloodgate. To steal a Scarlet Dream Spirit, they killed quite a few players, and I heard they even captured a pretty girl." Hearing this, he grew uneasy. Could it be Nanu? He then warned me, advising you all not to go any further. It's very dangerous. Right after that, he told his two teammates to follow him, and the three of them ran for their lives inside. "In here." Nanu was trembling as Wu Yin's strong hand gripped her neck. He threatened her cruelly and coldly. "I'll give you one last chance to live, so call Zhang Yi out here now," Nanu stammered he. "He's not here." Two of his cronies laughed excitedly. What a pity for such a fresh young thing like this. Willing to die for her boyfriend. I bet that Zhang Yi fellow is just a coward who's probably hiding in a corner trembling right now. And after seeing so many of us from the Bloodgate, he's too scared to come out. Before the laughter could fade, a flash of power sliced across their throats, giving them only enough time for a single scream as blood gushed from their necks. The axe then swung towards Wu Yin again. It moved at lightning speed. While he was still stunned, Zhang Yi's icy voice rang out, "You dare touch her!" Seeing his beloved being tormented like this, Zhang Yi grew even more furious and his fists clenched with greater power. "I see you have a death wish." With a single blow, Wu Yin was knocked to the ground. His underlings cried out in alarm, "Boss." Nanu lay in Zhang Yi's arms. "I'm sorry for making you worry," he replied softly and lovingly. "It's okay. Just wait here for a moment while I deal with these Bloodgate bastards first." Despite his bruised face, Wu Yin still sneered Zhang Yi. "I don't think you grasp the situation at all. This is the territory of my Bloodgate." As soon as he finished, he roared, "Capture both of them for me. I'm going to make them suffer." Immediately, Zhang Yi was surrounded by a mob of lackeys from the Bloodgate, but just then, behind them, a group of Bloodgate members were inexplicably sent flying before crashing down. Ba Huang flew in, swinging his sword wildly. "How dare you bully my sister? Watch me butcher these puppies." Zhang Yi reassured his brother and sister, "It's all right. Nanu is only lightly injured. Take care of her first. The Bloodgate has always been treacherous, so don't let them sneak attack you." Qinglong immediately replied, "Got it. If things go south, I'll provide backup for you anytime. Don't worry, we will protect the young lady." At the same time, Nanu interrupted. "Wait," she said weakly, "take this. It might be able to help. You have to be careful." He was surprised It turned out Nanu had once again given Zhang Yi the Ring of Death. He took it with a slight smile, thinking smugly, "This time I'll use you all as a sacrifice for the Ring of Death." Instantly, a massive explosion erupted as he dashed forward. Zhang Yi thought with contempt, the Bloodgate is nothing but a bunch of rabble. I'd like to see how long you can last. Looking at the ring, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. The growth potential of this ring is just too terrifying. Right now, forget a nobody like Wu Yin. Even if a second-tier berserker were here, they would be no match for me. Wu Yin screamed in a panic. What are you standing around for? Fire your arrows. Shoot him dead. Zhang Yi looked at them with utter calmness. Thank you for the arrows. I was just wondering how to activate my skill. As soon as he spoke, the arrows struck his back in unison, and at that very moment, Zhang Yi activated his passive skill. He roared, "Let me give you a taste of the Demon Dragon's fury." Xiao He rushed out. This was the area of effect skill, Hell Dragon Flame. The Bloodgate members screamed in agony. It's so hot. Boss, save us. Wu Yin had to use Bloodthirst and Berserk again. He growled, I can't believe he's become this strong in just a few days. Last time he clearly only won because of luck. I'm sure he's just bluffing. With that, he charged forward. I must avenge my Bloodgate brothers. But before he could even do anything to him, his axe suddenly shattered in two. Wu Yin stared at his broken weapon in shock. He looked up dazedly to see a sword pointed straight at his head. Only then did Wu Yin grow nervous. What are you doing? The Bloodgate is the #1 guild in Extreme Ice City. If you dare touch me, our guild will never let you off. Zhang Yi said calmly, I've killed you once already. Do you think I'd be afraid to kill you a second time? You people from the Bloodgate are capable of any evil. If one of you comes, I'll kill one. If the whole guild comes, I'll wipe it out. Faced with this overwhelming presence, Wu Yin screamed in terror, save me. The words had barely left his lips when his head flew off. Zhang Yi said coldly, be a better person in your next life. His chance to resurrect was gone. This time, Wu Yin was truly killed by Zhang Yi. The remaining lackeys were also dealt with. Qing Long quickly reported to the guildmaster. The Bloodgate members have all been taken care of. How should we deal with this elite monster? It looks like killing it will yield some good rewards. Zhang Yi said, don't kill it yet. Nan-Nu. You've probably received the Dreamstone through prayer already. Right. Try giving the Dreamstone in your hand to it. Nan-Nu immediately replied, okay. Immediately after Nan-Nu presented the item to the Dream Flower. After absorbing it, the flower spirit was deeply moved. The devout ones have brought the Dreamstone back to this place. Brave warriors, please follow me. Qing Long was surprised. Guildmaster, did you secretly peek at a strategy guide before we started? How did you even know about this? He looked at the Dream Flower. Where is she taking us? Zhang Yi replied, just follow her. She will lead us to find the Dream Spring. Following the Dream Flower, they arrived at a spring. She immediately called out, sleeping soul, I pray you awaken. As soon as she spoke, the surface of the water rippled. A fair-skinned girl emerged from the blue depths. Chosen one, you have finally arrived. This was the Dream God, one of the 10 great gods of the apocalypse, corresponding to the 10 God-tier talent cards. A pair of glowing feet slowly stepped onto the water's surface. I have waited here for too long. Standing on the water, the Dream God looked at Zhang Yi's group so long that I have forgotten how many years have passed. She placed her hands behind her back and a blue flower materialized beside her. As the first player to find this place, I shall grant you a special reward. Amidst a trail of mist, the flower slowly floated towards Nan-Nu. This is the Dream Flower I was looking for. A notification appeared. Congratulations to player Han Nan-Nu for obtaining the Dream Flower. Overjoyed, she hugged Zhang Yi tightly. This is great. Xiao He can be saved now. He patted Nan-Nu's head, his own face blushing. Yes, that's right. We could only find the Dream Flower because of you. Over on this side. Qing Long looked at Ba Huang and suggested, young master, should we patrol the area just in case there are still Bloodgate members around? He nodded in agreement. All right. With the Dream Flower and the Divine Potion beside him, he quickly opened a book. All right, next, I'll research how to replicate the Resurrection Potion, if I remember correctly. The process to create it was something like this before. A moment later, a notification appeared and a Resurrection Potion materialized before him. I finally got it. Zhang Yi lowered his head, raised a hand, and opened a magic circle to summon Xiao He. He reached out to stroke Xiao He, comforting him, you've suffered a lot lately. Don't worry, drink this potion now and you'll be able to recover. Xiao He opened his mouth and Zhang Yi poured the Resurrection Potion in. Instantly, a golden aura enveloped him. Nan-Nu rushed over and hugged Xiao He joyfully. Our lively Xiao He is finally back. I missed you so much. Looking up, she saw the Dream God watching from afar. The god silently extended a hand towards their group, causing Nan-Nu to freeze. She looked up bewildered as a card appeared bearing the image of the Dream God standing on the shore. Ba Huang anxiously warned the group, it's not clear what's happening yet. Everyone be careful. Nan-Nu stood there. With a hand on her chest, she looked up at a vision. 1,000 years ago, the Demon Clan attacked the continent. The Dream God's face was filled with sorrow. The Dream Spirit Mountain Manor was the only peaceful land untouched by the invasion. A group of people surrounded a figure. Begin the sealing. To fight the demon clan, the 10 great gods joined forces, swearing to fight to the death to seal the demon king. Bound tightly in sealing chains, he gave a grotesque smile. Everything you are doing is merely delaying the inevitable. The dream god sat huddled as the images of the 9 other gods vanished, but after that great war, the other 9 gods vanished without a trace, and I too fell into a deep slumber. The vision faded, and the dream god floating in the air looked at Zhang Yi's group. What you are seeing right now, it is just an illusion I created before falling into a deep sleep. The main purpose was to wait for the chosen hero to find me and awaken me down here. Yanu placed a hand on her chest and slowly moved forward. The dream god has disappeared. Before the group now were only flickering lights on the water's surface. A blue notification panel appeared. The dream god has vanished. Legendary hidden quest, after the 10 great gods sealed the demon king. They disappeared one by one. Find the missing dream god. Zhang Yi was so focused on looking ahead that he didn't notice what was behind him. Perhaps we've already been pulled into the quest. Everyone get ready. A moment later, as if having a sixth sense, he turned his head and glanced at a group of ferocious-looking Labo demons brandishing their blades to attack. Be careful. A whole group of Labo demons charged forward, swinging their blades to attack Zhang Yi's party. Be careful. Yanu on this side raised her weapon high and shouted, I suggest I go and stop them. Zhang Yi grabbed the sword in his hand and joined the battle. Leave the remaining 2 to me. A stream of blue light shot straight towards the Labo demons, Frost Seal. Seeing them all frozen before her eyes beside Ba Huang, she smiled smugly. It's done. But unexpectedly, after just a few seconds, the ice around them gradually melted away. The control effect is useless against them. As the ice was about to completely melt, the Labo demons charged forward with their blades to attack. Seeing that this method was ineffective, Ba Huang rushed forward with his blade and began to fight. It seems we can only defeat them head-on. He swung his blade, sending 2 of them flying backwards. The weapon in Ba Huang's hands began to transform. In just a few seconds, the weapon in his hands split into 2 separate blades. Just like that, Ba Huang swung his blades, cutting them down one by one. On the other side, Qinglong and Zhang Yi were also attacking the Labo demons. He swung his blade and leaped forward. A moment later, the Labo demons were all lying defeated at their feet. We're done over here, too. Yanu, standing beside him, turned to look at Zhang Yi. They were surrounded by glowing butterflies. Do you mean to say that only when we awaken the dream god and complete the quest? Can we leave this space? As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to look at the glowing butterflies. They spread their wings and flew out from the water of the lake one by one. Suddenly, Zhang Yi raised his head, his eyes glowing red. I think we will have an answer very soon. A notification panel appeared, activating treasure hunter talent. At the bottom of the lake, a mirror was now glowing amidst the currents. As expected, there is something strange here. Looking at the Labo demons on the ground, Qinglong crossed his arms and wondered, where on earth did these monsters come from? On our way here, I confirmed that the surroundings were safe. He knelt down and touched them. From their appearance, these monsters are quite similar to the Demon Clan warriors in the Dream God's projection just now. Yanu stood by, touching her chin in confusion. But hasn't the Demon Clan already been suppressed? Why would they appear in this place? Zhang Yi raised his hand palm facing forward to feel these butterflies. It seems they also appeared out of thin air. He stood up abruptly and spoke to everyone. Is this possibility even conceivable? We were never in the original Dream Spirit Mountain Villa at all, but were brought into the Dream God's dream. As soon as he finished speaking, she stood beside him looking at him quizzically. In a dream, Zhang Yi lowered his head and continued to explain. In a dream, you don't have to follow the basic rules of the game, so the suppressed Demon Clan warriors can appear out of thin air. The butterflies can also replicate the image of the dream god from the memories you recounted. It can accommodate the data of multiple players and render it normally. Only the dream god could do that all at once. That's why the dream god told us to find her and awaken her. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi plunged straight into the water. Everyone follow me. Let's go together and see. Water repelling spell. The other 3 quickly swam after him, diving deep below. Water repelling spell, an exclusive mage skill that adds a party-wide buff. Allows free movement underwater for 3 minutes. Zhang Yi stood still, pointing forward, and said to the group, Everyone look, the butterflies are flying towards that palace's stone gate. As he observed, he chuckled softly and made a guess. That place is very likely an entrance to another location. Let's go there too. Suddenly, Yanu fell silent. She looked around and something made her eyes widen in alarm. Wait, I think there's something at the bottom of the lake. A barrage of tentacles shot out from the rocks, rushing forward. The whole mass wrapped tightly around her like glue, refusing to let go. A monster with octopus-like tentacles. It clung tightly to Yanu, not letting go. Yanu, the tentacles wrapped around her body, squeezing so tightly she could barely struggle. Zhang Yi quickly swung his blade, severing all the tentacles. "Little Nu, get behind me!" A notification panel appeared. Water-repelling spell duration remaining, 30 seconds. The group of 4 stared at the monster in dismay. The monster's regeneration ability is too strong. Ba Huang shouted a reminder. "We're screwed! The water-repelling spell is about to run out. We can't get tangled up with it any longer. Let's get out of here quickly." Seeing that time was running out, Chuang Ditch looked at everyone and suggested, "I can stay here." "And hold it back, you all go and open the gate now." The notification panel appeared again. Water-repelling spell duration remaining, 20 seconds. To avoid wasting time, Ba Huang and Qing Long rushed forward. "Qing Long, follow me to open the palace's stone gate." The notification appeared again. Water-repelling spell duration remaining, 10 seconds. He quickly placed his hands on the crack of the gate. "Time is almost up. Open up for me." Outside, Zhang Yi was trying to fight off the monster. The gap was getting wider. Ba Huang shouted, "Pull harder! It's about to open!" His mouth was now filled with blood. He grit his teeth in pain. 123A notification panel appeared. Water-repelling status has ended. Finally, Ba Huang and Qing Long managed to open the gate. A red protective membrane was revealed, a barrier. Zhang Yi swung a series of slashes straight at the tentacles. The two of them quickly swam away from that spot. Seeing she was a bit exhausted, he held out his hand to help. "Take my hand." Zhang Yi's hand quickly grabbed Yanu's wrist, pulling her swiftly through the barrier membrane. He didn't notice that one of his legs was tightly wrapped by a monster's tentacle. Ba Huang beside him raised his weapon and took action. He brought his blade down hard, severing the tentacle. "Close the gate quick." Finally, the gate closed. Outside, bloody tentacles drifted in the water. Inside the gate, Yanu looked at Zhang Yi and breathed a sigh of relief. That was so dangerous. I was almost dragged away by that monster just now. He beside her nodded. "It's okay now. That octopus can't get in here." Not wanting to waste time, Zhang Yi urged the group, "Let's go. We need to make the most of our time and go take a look." The 4 of them stepped inside. The walls were covered in text. A notification panel revealed Demon Clan script. Looking at the lines of text, Zhang Yi began to analyze for the group. The shape of this script is really bizarre. "It gives me the creeps. It's the Demon Clan script. It seems just as the Dream God said this place was invaded by the Demon Clan. My God. An extremely fierce battle must have taken place here." He stepped forward. Beside him were human skulls. Perhaps what we are seeing is only a small part of it. Following behind, Ba Huang and Qing Long also entered the extremely strange scene. The Demon Clan invasion. Could this be related to the impending catastrophe in the apocalypse? In a dark space, 3 dark figures appeared. Soon, the apocalyptic world will face a great calamity that no one can be fortunate enough to escape, as if he had just discovered something. Yanu pointed forward. "You guys look over there." In front of the group now were stairs leading up to a large stone wrapped in chains. The person bound by chains on the platform. Isn't that the Dream God? Just as Zhang Yi had guessed, the one on the stone was indeed the Dream God. It seems the Dream God's deep sleep was not a coincidence. There might be an even bigger conspiracy hiding behind this. Suddenly, the chains began to move, yanking forward sharply. Sitting on the black throne was this girl. "You 4 little reptiles!" She, with glowing red eyes and baring sharp teeth, asked loudly. "Do you have any idea whose territory you've just entered?" Meng Ling slowly stepped down from her throne and walked straight ahead. A red aura emanated from around her. "I didn't expect you all to rush straight to this place." Meng Ling raised a hand to the Dream God's neck, questioning her. "I especially didn't think that after all this time. You would still refuse to accept your fate." A brilliant blue butterfly was caught and held tightly in her hand. "You brought them here, didn't you?" Meng Ling's face darkened. She leaned in close to the Dream God's ear and whispered, "Do you have any idea? What a terrible fate you've brought upon these young people. I really want you to see with your own eyes how these reptiles will die because of you." Suddenly, from a distance, a clash sent several figures flying. Chu Zhong raised his weapon. Yanu stood before Meng Ling's minions and commanded, "Hey, who are you?" "Release the Dream God now." Up high, she crossed her arms and sneered. "Release her. Well, that depends on whether you have the ability or not." In an instant, the door behind Zhang Yi's group was surrounded by numerous large iron chains. "You have stepped into my domain today. None of you can even think of leaving." Meng Ling raised her arm forward and a chain shot out from her hand. From above, a giant boulder slowly moved down along the chain. The time had come for Meng Ling to swing the chain. She hurled that boulder towards his group. Destroy those reptiles. Yaru and Zhang Yi stood there wide-eyed. They began to use their own spells. This place is filled with the corpses of demon clan warriors. Using the spirit summoner's innate talent, the spirit summoner was activated. In a cloud of green smoke, the dream god floated in the air. She looked down at Yaru below. Your name is Yaru, isn't it? You are very fortunate. Within you lies a great power that surpasses your own understanding. Remember to always hold on to your beliefs no matter what. Meng Ling watched as her face showed confusion. Quickly, the two seemed to become one. She stood before the dream god, made a hand seal, and the chained boulder appeared to switch places. It shot straight towards her minions. They were crushed by the rock, their faces contorting in pain. The sight made the chain-covered Meng Ling's eyes turn red with fury as she vowed. With the same technique, not even the one behind me could defeat me. Where do you get your confidence, not letting Meng Ling get cocky? Ba Huang and Qing Long rushed forward. Before launching their attack, what about adding me? I'll help too. Golden Dirge. The two of them rushed without hesitation towards Meng Ling, who was holding her arms straight out. You wish to die, soul-locking chain. The chain wrapped tightly several times around Qing Long's wrist. He could barely move. Ba Huang was no exception. The chain bound his arm tightly. What the hell is this? Seeing the expressions of the two, Meng Ling revealed a triumphant smile. She shouted loudly, come and become my puppets. Anyone hit by my soul-locking chain will be subjugated by me. How could it be? Just a few seconds later, the eyes of the two of them turned bright red, looking like puppets. Ba Huang suddenly bared his teeth, his eyes red as he turned to look back. Without another word, Ba Huang charged straight towards Zhang Yi's group in the distance. I love watching close-knit comrades kill each other. The fun is about to begin. He held his weapon high, aiming straight down at Yaru's position. Brother, what's wrong with you? Ba Huang's action made her look up, her eyes wide with shock. I'm your sister Yaru! Suddenly something blocked his weapon, sending red sparks flying. It was none other than... Zhang Yi used his blade to shield Yaru, shouting, 8 Huang, wake up, as 8 Huang fiercely unleashed a series of merciless slashes at him. Meng Ling watched with an amused smile, her face filled with satisfaction. He has now become my puppet and only listens to my commands. And so he relentlessly unleashed a powerful crimson slash towards him. Get out of the way. This caused Zhang Yi to lose his balance. He was pushed back and had to use his saber to steady himself. Meanwhile, Ba Huang dashed like the wind towards Yaru in front of him. He held his weapon, his red eyes glowing as he slowly approached her. Ba Huang, stop, she's your own sister. Yaru's face was filled with fear. She seemed powerless to do anything. Not far away, under Meng Ling's control, Qing Long raised his sharp bow and arrow. Do not go soft. Pierce that woman's heart for me. Zhang Yi was kneeling there. His eyes widened, and he screamed Yaru's name. Yaru, look out behind you. The sharp arrows flew like the wind straight towards her back. In a flash, thanks to his magic, one of Meng Ling's minions became a human shield, saving Yaru's life. Yaru's spirit summoner ability has become much stronger. The summoned spirits can act independently to protect the spirit summoner in situations such as this. She raised her 2 hands blazing with red flames surrounded by chains. Heavenly Soul Lock, heart capture them for me. Ba Huang received the order from above and was controlled to strike straight down. Give up. Your fates have already been sealed. Zhang Yi and Yaru stood back to back with the two of them raising their weapons defensively. If we keep fighting like this, the only ones who will get hurt are us. We can't fight seriously against Ba Huang and Qing Long. We have to find a way to escape this battle. Seeing the dire situation, a magic circle was summoned on the ground. From the magic circle, Xiao He appeared, and she and he climbed onto its back to ride it. Xiao He from below looked at the two of them, planning to escape. Meng Ling spoke with a mocking tone. I thought you had some powerful trick to be able to break in here. So this is all you've got. In the face of my power, you truly can do nothing but flee. I raise my hand and aim at the two of you. A chain with a sharp tip shot out, fate-locking arrow. I will make you watch with your own eyes as your comrades betray you one by one. The chain struck Xiao He directly, causing an explosion. It fell from the sky. In the end, the injured Xiao He lay curled up on the ground. From within the thick smoke, Zhang Yi got up. He searched for Yaru. Yaru, are you okay? She lowered her head and stammered, I'm fine. It's just a minor flesh wound. Over here, Meng Ling slowly walked forward, step by step. She came to him and lifted Zhang Yi's face with her hand. Your magical beast and your comrades will all become slaves for the king of the demon clan. You won't be able to escape either. With a few scratches on his face, he chuckled and said, Is that so? Hearing this, Meng Ling's eyes widened, her face filled with confusion. From behind Meng Ling, Xiao He appeared without warning. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed her whole in one gulp. Suck! Success! After dealing with Meng Ling, Zhang Yi's face was covered in sweat as he fell into deep thought. Ba Huang and Qing Long were controlled because they were caught in her fate-locking chain. I can't let her chain. Touch, Xiao Hei. From out of nowhere, a sharp-tipped chain shot towards a large rock on the ground. Zhang Yi yelled, Xiao Hei, reinforce your left wing. In the distance, Qing Long was still under her control, his hand raising the bow and arrow. Haven't we already defeated the jailer of the demon clan? Why haven't Qing Long and my brother recovered yet? Perhaps the time for the spell's cancellation hasn't come yet. Or perhaps. From inside a human skull, a brilliant red flower with a dark aura appeared. She's still alive. From the flower, Meng Ling instantly emerged. She chuckled with a hint of praise. I never expected to be fooled by your childish tricks, but if you thought you could defeat me that easily, then you're severely underestimating me. The sight left Zhang Yi quite bewildered. He had clearly figured out the connection between the flower and her. Flower grafting soul transfer, using a red spider lily to switch places with her real body. Successfully swapping locations. This is a skill only a dream spirit possesses. Meng Ling raised a hand, her finger gently touching her plump lips. Could she also be a dream spirit? I admit you are more resilient than I initially thought. But this time, I won't be careless and give you another opportunity. Amidst the red mist, Zhang Yi held his saber with Yaru at his side in a defensive stance. He asked, Hey, you used to be a dream spirit too, right? That's why you're afraid of light just like the other dream spirits, so you have to hide in this underwater palace far from the sun. Zhang Yi gripped his two-colored saber tightly. Looking directly at Meng Ling, he asked, Why did you betray the dream god? The question made her face darken. She gritted her teeth in frustration, refusing to answer. Shut up. I never want to hear that name again. Or that identity. Meng Ling's hand moved slightly, sending her chains forward. It's obvious that only I can lead our people to eternal victory. Yet you all keep speaking on her behalf, she screamed, attacking him and her directly. Go and die. Seeing the situation was bad, Zhang Yi called out a summon. Doomsday Ape Chie Dan. She appeared beside him in an instant. What time is it currently in the apocalypse? A clear clock display appeared next to her. Chi Dan announced, Master, it is currently 6:45 in the morning. Zhang Yi's action was a bit confusing for Yaru. She touched her chin. He's trying to get information. He glanced up to where Meng Ling was hovering. You used to be a dream spirit too, right? That's why you're afraid of light, just like the other dream spirits hiding in this palace at the bottom of the sea, far from the sun. The time is now. As soon as he finished speaking, the saber in Zhang Yi's hand shot forward. It flew straight towards Meng Ling. She stood still and smiled confidently, replying, This low-level attack can't possibly hurt me. Just like that, Meng Ling arched her back neatly, dodging the saber's tip. Without stopping, Zhang Yi's saber flew straight towards the ceiling of the cave, causing an explosion. The tip of the saber pierced through the solid rock wall. A ray of light appeared, shining directly onto Meng Ling, causing her to scream in pain. No! Her ferocious appearance gone, Meng Ling appeared in a gentle white dress. What a pity your wonderful dream has come to an end. So it was the light. In an instant, Ba Huang also snapped out of it, no longer under control. Holding his head, Ba Huang winced and moved forward. Ugh, my head is killing me. Meng Ling knelt on the ground, looking around blankly. Who are you? All her appearance made Yaru put her hands on her hips in surprise. What's going on? A moment ago, when she was controlling you and Qing Long to attack us, she wasn't like this at all. Ba Huang next to her put a hand to his forehead, observing her. On the other hand, she's no different from the dream spirit we encountered before. Zhang Yi quickly spoke up, analyzing the problem for everyone beforehand. She was probably controlled by the power of the demon clan, but her essence is still similar to Meng Ling. Unable to be exposed to light, she would lose all her spiritual power upon encountering high-intensity light. From above, the chains binding the dream god were slowly vanishing. She seemed to regain consciousness as her eyes slowly opened. The dream god flew down from above, much to the surprise of Yaru below. My lady dream god! She held her palm out in front of her. She gave a mental command, awaken all my dream spirits. From high above, a cascade of brilliant golden light beams shot straight down to the ground where several hundred girls in white were kneeling. The dream god quickly took her seat on the throne, her place of rule, and looked up at Zhang Yi's group. She began to speak. Young friends, you must be amused. I was merely bewitched by the king of the demon tribe. I only lost myself temporarily. Thank you for saving me. For a moment, an indescribable sadness filled the dream god's eyes. 100 years ago, after the demon king was sealed, the lingering evil spirits bewitched my kin. Images of the demon tribe attacking her subordinates, the dream spirits, flooded back to her. I was also forced into a deep slumber as my spiritual power was depleted. In my dreams, I saw the forces of the demon tribe rise once more. They swarmed forward relentlessly. I could not determine whether it was just a dream or a warning sent from the heavens. But I cannot stand idly by and watch the continent plunge into disaster once more. To awaken, I had to leave an illusory guide at the Dream Spirit Mountain Manor for challengers to find all while I was bound by chains and unable to resist. It was not until your arrival that the Dream Spirit Mountain Manor was restored to its original appearance. A notification panel appeared. Congratulations to Zhang Yi's squad for completing the mission. The Dream God vanished. Obtain divine artifact Blessing of the Dream God, a legendary grade item. The Dream God then summoned a golden chest right in the middle of the group. This is the reward for completing your mission. Please accept it. Seeing the rewards, Zhang Yi knelt down and said, "There's so much equipment here even for Duan Feng and Xiao Yao. Even if we each take one piece, there will be plenty left over. You two hurry over and see what you want." Hearing this, Ba Huang stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Dream God's armor isn't bad. Qing Long simply pointed and said, "Those Dream God bracers are mine." The Dream God looked towards Yaru and gave a command. "Han Yaru, come here." This made her flustered. "Dream God." The Dream God took the weapon Yaru had just used for offense and defense and handed it back to her. A notification panel appeared. Item Blessing of the Dream God, level 50, type staff, attributes plus 20%. Attached skill power of the blessing. All squad members gain a 20% attribute boost. Is this for me? A golden card floated from her hand towards Yaru. Rather, it has chosen you. Your talent card was originally created from my power. It is the purest power of the Dream God. You are another me. Giving it to you is the most appropriate choice, is it not? Zhang Yi watched his eyes wide with astonishment. No wonder Yaru's spirit transformation talent and the Dream God's dream spirit summoning technique were so similar. So it turns out that God-tier talent cards themselves contain the condensed power of the gods in the apocalypse. I get it now. Floating in midair, the Dream God looked at Yaru and offered her help. You have all spent a lot of time for my sake. Let me get you out of this place first. However, I have one more audacious request. In my place, and for the sake of this world, please quickly find and awaken the 9 remaining gods should the great calamity truly befall us. Please believe that what I can do for this world, you can also do. The sky above was filled with sparkling stars, a gentle wind blowing. They were at a large manor nestled among towering mountains. At the Dream Spirit Mountain Manor, Zhang Yi's group, having been teleported by the Dream God, stood looking around. Why does this place feel completely different from before? It looked so gloomy before. Perhaps this is the true appearance of the Dream Spirit Mountain Manor. The previous look was due to the influence of the demon tribe's sudden invasion. A girl covered in scratches clutched her chest, gasping for breath. As if with a sixth sense, Yaru turned to see a raised hand behind them and saw Liu Su covered in wounds, crying for help. She screamed in alarm, "Liu Su, what's wrong with you? Run quickly!" One of the red-robed beastmen pointed towards Zhang Yi's group and reported to the Great Elder. Great Elder Young Master Shu was killed by their hands. Behind him, they whispered, "This group clearly has no regard for our Bloodgate." The Great Elder clenched his fists, bared his sharp teeth, and commanded, "All of you get them. Capture them for me!" Zhang Yi, while supporting Liu Su, watched and surmised. It looks like the people of the Bloodgate are here to avenge Shu Wuhen. Yaru looked up thinking, they committed evil first, yet they act so arrogantly. She quickly grabbed the weapon blessed by the Dream God, held it high, and shouted, "Blessing of the Dream God." That thing in her hand is the Dream God's divine artifact. They've found the Dream God. The Great Elder placed his hands on his hips and ordered his men to charge forward with their swords. "She's just a little brat. Our Bloodgate has searched for years and found no trace of the Dream God. It's obvious she's just using a fake to try and scare us." Bloodgate attack. But they all fell beneath the sharp blades of Ba Huang and Zhang Yi. Whether it's a fake divine artifact or not, open your damn eyes and take a good look. Followed by Yaru and Qing Long. Power of the Blessing. All squad members' attributes are increased by 20%. The strange scene unfolding before him caused the Great Elder to frown. Sweat beaded on his forehead. She actually got the divine artifact from the Dream God. He stared at the weapon in her hand, which was radiating a brilliant blue aura. "It seems we can't let them live." Standing opposite him, Zhang Yi aimed his two-colored blade and roared, still not admitting defeat. Standing behind the Great Elder, his subordinates hesitated. "Great Elder, what do we do now? All of our people have been defeated." The great elder replied, "As long as there is life, there is hope. Perhaps we should." Before one could finish his sentence, the great elder seized him by the neck. He then grabbed two of the beastmen and began to absorb the red aura emanating from their bodies. "To think the blood gate raised spineless cowards like you two. You might as well be a sacrifice for me." As he spoke, red smoke began to swirl and cling around the great elder. "Brothers, come out now." Suddenly, a figure with glowing red eyes emerged from the smoke, floating in midair. On the ground below, the group of men carrying large stones on their shoulders surrounded Zhang Yi's team. "Everyone be careful, it's an ambush." The great elder's eyes glowed red as he bared his sharp teeth. He smiled smugly. "You killed so many people from my blood gate. If I don't avenge this, how can my blood gate keep its honor?" Suddenly, the stone slabs on the men's backs crashed to the ground. Two of the beastmen, their eyes glowing red, raised their hands. "Today, either you die or we die." In an instant, long, bleeding gashes appeared on their palms. The beastmen swiftly slammed their bloodied hands onto the stone slabs. Blood flowed everywhere. "Now die, blood sacrifice formation activate." Within seconds, all the stone slabs lit up, forming an 8-trigram array that trapped his group inside. "What skill is this?" "It looks like a formation skill that requires multiple people to activate. We have to be careful." Zhang Yi looked up high. A brilliant light was descending along chains from above. To save time, Zhang Yi gave an order. "Everyone stay put for now. I'll go up ahead and see if I can find a way out." Ba Huang, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll check the other side." Yaru called out from behind, "You two please be careful. If you can't find a way, just come back." A moment later, Zhang Yi, sword in hand, reached an edge where red smoke swirled. This is probably the boundary of the blood sacrifice formation. He slashed his blade directly at the boundary. "Break!" But the blade's power seemed to have no effect, rebounding uselessly. From out of nowhere, the colossal figure of the great elder appeared. He laughed gleefully from above the stone slab. "You can't escape. You are trapped by the spell and cannot leave the blood sacrifice formation." Seeing the two return, Yaru asked how it went. Zhang Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. "It's no use. The barrier of this great formation truly cannot be forcefully destroyed with spiritual power." Ba Huang sighed beside him and nodded. "He's right. I tried a few times myself and failed." Outside the formation, the great elder ordered a nearby beastman. "Reinforce the blood sacrifice formation." The blood on the stone slabs began to flow even more heavily. With that, a group of vengeful spirits of unknown origin rose from the earth. They surged forward in waves, attacking Zhang Yi's group. "Everyone look over there. Those things are surrounding us." The four of them charged forward with their weapons and began to fight. Only Zhang Yi dodged, noticing that the more spirits they killed, the more their numbers grew. This put the whole group in a bind. "Stop wasting your strength. The number of vengeful spirits in this formation will just keep increasing over time. You can never kill them all." After a while, Zhang Yi leaned on his blade, sweating profusely and panting. "It seems the most dangerous aspect of this blood sacrifice formation. It continuously consumes the opponent's vitality and spirit through the endless swarm of vengeful spirits, ultimately torturing the opponent to death slowly from behind him." A girl suddenly rushed forward to attack Zhang Yi. "Be careful." She brought her hand with long, sharp nails around Zhang Yi's neck, not stopping there. Yueling brought her mouth to his ear and whispered, "Little handsome, you can't escape from my grasp." She just hugged Zhang Yi tightly without letting go. "Why don't you stay in this formation with me? I'm truly so lonely and desolate." It made him furious as he gritted his teeth and struggled. "I don't want to have anything to do with you damned vengeful spirits. These vengeful spirits are really hard to deal with over here." A blazing red knife slashed horizontally through something. From within the smoke, Ba Huang swung his knife towards the vengeful spirits. "What do we do now? The number of vengeful spirits here is increasing. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on for much longer. We must think of a way to break this formation." He gritted his teeth as he anxiously observed the surroundings. Those 4 stone steelies are definitely the key to the formation, only by destroying the surface of the steelies. "Can we escape from this formation?" Holding the 2 blades in his hands, Ba Huang channeled all his internal energy into his weapons. Over here, the vengeful spirits opened their mouths wide and attacked furiously. They were turned into dust under his slashes. "We attacked the barrier just now, but our attacks were too scattered. If we focus all our power on one point, we might be able to break a hole through it, not wanting to waste any more time, Ba." Huang grabbed his weapon and rushed forward, giving an order. "I'll go save Zhang Yi first, Qing Long. You lead Yanu and focus your power on attacking the stone steely." Standing behind Qing Long held his bow and arrow and acknowledged the order, Roger. The sky began to be covered by a black curtain obscuring the sunset gradually below a large house in the spacious grounds of Mengling Mountain Manor. Di-Wu walked forward with her head bowed and eyes closed. She let out a complaint how boring I could have originally relied on the Mengling blood-colored sword for a small gain, but I don't know which bastard snatched it first. What a wasted trip. Suddenly, from a distance, a large blazing red pillar of light struck Di-Wu's eyes. What's going on? Hasn't the Mengling blood-colored mission already ended? Why is there still such a huge commotion? Unsure of the situation, she quickly flew towards that direction. From afar, she observed a group of people surrounding the red pillar as if performing a ritual. Why are there so many corpses of people from the blood sect here? Aren't those people the elders of the blood sect? Are they performing the grand blood sacrifice array? The image of the Beastmen clan members instantly flooded back into Di-Wu's memory. The last time the blood sect used the grand blood sacrifice array was when they attacked Extreme Eye City and slaughtered the Beastman clan's leader back then. Could it be that this time they are targeting Mengling Mountain Manor, returning to the present inside the red sphere? A beam of golden light directly pierced through, breaking the barrier inside. Was Zhang Yi struggling to break free from the vengeful spirit Yueling Zhang Yi? Why was he captured by the blood sect? Wait, he can actually break the grand blood sacrifice array if I can coordinate with Zhang Yi. Won't I be able to wipe out the blood sect in one go? How? Looking at the expression of an old man in the group of grand elders trying to maintain the array, she guessed that the array was being sustained by the life force of these old men. If one of them falls, the array will surely be affected at that time. The array will be destroyed, and they will definitely suffer a backlash. Taking the opportunity, Di-Wu launched herself off the ground. Now is the time. She twisted her body and soared high into the air, bypassing the men maintaining the array. Di-Wu launched a direct kick towards one of them. The scene before him made the Grand Elder's eyes widen. His two arms were spread wide, surrounded by golden streams of energy embracing the blood magic array below. Di-Wu, down below, looked up and smiled as she began to unleash her ultimate move. I have helped you break the array, the rest depends on yourselves. Activating the stealth skill inside the blood sacrifice array, the vengeful spirit Yueling was suddenly startled by the red energy in front of her. Her eyes widened and her face contorted in pain as she held on to Zhang Yi. The power of the vengeful spirit has suddenly weakened. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Yueling and threw her far away from within Yueling's body. Streams of red energy appeared more and more densely, causing her pain. My body. From behind, Ba Huang looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "How are you? Are you all right?" He quickly replied that he was fine. Now that the array has been broken, it's our turn to retaliate. Seeing the blood magic array shaking violently, he gritted his teeth worriedly. This is not good. This array is about to collapse. Zhang Yi looked up and suggested, "Let's get out of this place first, or we'll all be trapped in this formation." Forever, the array began to collapse, and large rocks fell to the ground. Yanu, everyone, come here quickly. This place is about to fall apart. Fan Long and NHA Nu Vin take Luto and escape together. Suddenly, a deep chasm separated the three of them on this side. Zhang Yi held out his hand and signaled quick jump over. "Come on, take my hand." Without hesitation, the three of them leaped into the air. Yanu's wrist was quickly grasped by his hand. Looking at everyone in front of him, Qing Long grumbled. "Hey, you two are being way too nonchalant. No one even cares about me." Hugging Yanu tightly, Zhang Yi chuckled softly. "What are you, an athlete? A small distance like this for you is just one small tree." She blushed, looking up at him, and added, "I believe in your strength back at the blood magic array." The Grand Elder, with blazing red eyes, frowned in anger today from up high. He raised his arm downwards, and a stream of purple smoke shot straight towards the array. "None of you will leave this array alive." From up high, the Grand Elder dove down. He was surrounded by blazing red energy. "My blood sect will drag you all down with us to the grave." Even in death, the colored smoke around them was thick and then gradually dissipated. From within the smoke, Zhang Yi's group walked out, shocking him. You're not dead." Looking up at the Grand Elder, he gritted his teeth and said confidently, "We're not that easy to kill today. The ones whose fate is sealed are you from the blood sect from the outside." Di-Wu appeared and threw a chain towards Zhang Yi's group inside. "Catch it!" Grabbed the Zhuan Suo Fei Wu rope tightly. His hand quickly snatched the chain, and one by one they followed the chain as she pulled them up, escaping the blood magic array. Zhang Yi raised his head high and looked at the Grand Elder, announcing, "Your blood sect has committed every evil imaginable. Today is the anniversary of your deaths." Decisively, he held his blade and charged straight at him over here. The Grand Elder couldn't move. "Don't move, damn it!" His body was suffering from the array's backlash. The blood sacrifice made him unable to move anymore. Finally, Zhang Yi's blade pierced straight through his chest in an instant. "Go die." No. A notification panel appeared. Player Zhang Yi has killed player Shui Zhenyun, the Grand Elder of the Blood Sect. After finishing, he looked towards Dai Wu to express his gratitude. Thank you for your help this time. Thanks to you, we were able to deal with the Blood Sect. Hearing this, she smiled politely. All right. Don't be so polite. I only acted to deal with the Blood Sect and to conveniently repay the favor for you helping me in Dawnbreak City last time. Several test tubes containing liquid medicine appeared in Di Wu's hands. Pointing at them, she said, "Oh, right. These potions are for you. You can give one to this big sister first. This is the most powerful life potion in the shop at Extreme Ice City. Many human players fight over it. Also about the ring last time, I'm sorry, holding a potion bottle in her hand. Yanu smiled and let it go. It's okay, it's all in the past." Letting the three behind him enjoy the potions, Zhang Yi turned to Dai Wu and asked, "But why did you suddenly return to Extreme Ice City? Aren't the people from the Blood Sect still hunting you?" Pointing straight at herself, she replied confidently, "The most dangerous place is the safest place. Those fools from the Blood Sect would never have guessed that I was living right under their noses," as if remembering something. Dai Wu looked at him and smiled with a hint of meaning. "However, I advise you to worry more about yourself. You are now a thorn in Kalo's side. Do you know how much the bounty on you from the Assassin's Guild has increased to?" "No." The information made Zhang Yi's skin crawl. He couldn't believe it. 1 million. This nephew is really sparing no expense to deal with me. After a moment, Di Wu raised her hand to wave goodbye to the group and began to leave. "Now that the Blood Sect has been wiped out, Extreme Ice City no longer poses a threat to me. I will continue to take on missions from the Guild. However, Extreme Ice City is now like a snake without a head. Kalo will not miss this opportunity. He will definitely think of every way to sneak in. You all must be more careful." Her words made Yanu a little worried as she looked at Zhang Yi. Although the people of the Blood Sect did many evil things, the remaining Beastman clan players are innocent. Besides Dream Spirit, Mountain Villa has just barely seen the light of day after so much hardship. If Kalo takes advantage of it again, the consequences will be unimaginable. He clenched his fist and spoke reassuringly. "Don't worry, I will definitely not let Kalo succeed. Now we will depart for Ice Extreme City." Several days later, Zhang Yi's group began their journey to a new place, Ice Extreme City, where a girl pointed to the city gate and introduced it to them. "This is the main city of the Beast Tribe's Ice Extreme City. Normally, when we don't have outside missions, we live here." With every step they took, there were whispers from the crowd behind them. "Have you heard? It was these human players who wiped out the Bloodgate. Is that for real? Bloodgate was the top guild in our Ice Extreme City, yet it was wiped out by a squad like them. That's absolutely right. I heard they even found the Dream God and got the divine artifact." The Dream God again. Noticing something unusual, Yanu turned to inform Zhang Yi. "Ever since we entered the city, these Beast Tribe players have been secretly watching us. And about wiping out Bloodgate? No one else was supposed to know that we have the divine artifact. It was Qinglong who told them. He pictured Qinglong trying to win over the people in the city. Before we set out, I told Qinglong to enter the city one step ahead of us and spread the news that our guild wiped out Bloodgate and obtained the Dream God's divine artifact. This way it can pave the way for us to enter the city smoothly and win over the people. Otherwise, these Beast Tribe players would not be easy to deal with." Hearing his words made the girl beside him praise admiringly. "You're so smart." Zhang Yi glanced at the crowd behind him and understood that in this place people only judge superiority based on strength. If we want to rule Ice Extreme City, we must take a step further to expand the guild's strength, making the guild's ranking #1 in Ice Extreme City. Returning to another place, Lu Su pointed and introduced to his group. "We've arrived at the Guild Management Association. This is our Ice Extreme City's Guild Management Association." From inside, a girl with green skin greeted them. "I didn't expect human guests to come all this way." The enchantress quickly ran over and grabbed Zhang Yi's arm. "Whatever you require, just say the word. We have any service you desire." His eyes widened as he seemed to feel a wave of anger from Ya. "Nu behind him, that aura is too strong." Zhang Yi quickly pushed the enchantress away. "I came here to level up the guild, not for any strange services," taking the bag of items he handed over. She nodded in understanding. "All right, I'll take care of it for you right away, sir." Looking at the notification panel that appeared before Zhang Yi, the enchantress happily explained, "Based on the current guild contribution points, your guild has been leveled up to level 5. When the guild contribution points are sufficient for the next level up, you are welcome to visit again. Next is recruit the strongest players in Ice Extreme City into the guild, so the guild's strength will be #1 in Ice Extreme City guild contributions from the guild members. Completing quests and dungeons will earn corresponding guild contribution points." His whole group stood on a high place in front of the Management Association building as Zhang Yi, with his hands on his hips, announced to everyone. "Everyone, I am sure you have all heard the news that Bloodgate has been destroyed." He clenched his fist. his gaze serious as he looked at everyone and earnestly proposed Bloodgate has always exploited and oppressed other players. Everyone in Yanu's group didn't dare to say that their final outcome was reaping what they sowed. Now I need everyone's help. Join my guild, and together we will build an ice extreme city free of exploitation. The people below looked at each other and discussed for a long while, then one of them raised his hand, "Save a slot for me." When I was attacked by Bloodgate at Dream Spirit Mountain Villa, it was a member of their guild who bravely stood up to protect me. I trust them quickly. His group attracted a large number of people. Joining our guild is not like Bloodgate, the sole ideal of our guild is. Peace and love, give me a slot. A stream of people rushed up the stairs. Add a slot for me, too. Not far away, a figure shrouded in magical purple smoke was observing his group's actions. Zhang Yi, I've been sizing you up a sky full of twinkling stars inside a tavern in Ice Extreme City, the Lion King's Pride Tavern, amidst thumping music. With tables full of food welcoming Zhang Yi's group, the combat power of our God Hunt Guild has officially surpassed the Free and Easy Pavilion Guild. Becoming the Rank 1 Guild of Ice Extreme City, let's all cheer for the Guildmaster! Everyone raised their mugs of ale, high-shouting and celebrating Long Live God Hunt. Long live the Guildmaster! Suddenly at the door, Qinglong raised his hand to signal Zhang Yi, who was standing opposite him. He had a worried look on his face. Guildmaster, something strange has happened in the city. Making Zhang Yi confused what's wrong, Qinglong quickly recounted what happened when he went to buy potions. The shop owner said, regarding life potions, "I'm so sorry, but all the goods in the shop are sold out. Please wait until after the item restock next week to buy," lightly covering his face. Qinglong looked at Zhang Yi and whispered his story. "Just now I went to buy life potions as you instructed. But I ran to every shop in the city and all of them were out of stock. Other potions and equipment were also completely bought out." Hearing this, Zhang Yi turned his head to look away, stroking his chin in thought. Buying out all the items in the shops of Ice Extreme City, turning Ice Extreme City into an empty city where no items can be purchased. It seems someone doesn't want us to live comfortably in Ice Extreme City. He glanced at the people happily chatting around the tavern. Who on earth has such terrifying financial power? To be able to buy out the entire city in just one night, we must catch the mastermind behind this before the crisis hits. He looked at Yanu in front of him. Zhang Yi announced to her and everyone tonight the shops in Ice Extreme City will restock their items again if this buying out of shops is someone deliberately playing tricks. Tonight, he will definitely appear. He stood there with a serious look, proposing to everyone in the city everyone should lie in ambush in their own shops. If you see anyone acting strangely, record their route and what they are wearing. Remember not to engage with them to avoid alerting the enemy. Everyone quickly acknowledged the order understood. Suddenly, from a distance, Diep Vu appeared chasing a priest. "Leave the items for me," seeing the situation was not good. Zhang Yi glanced back to give instructions, then ran after her. Everyone proceed with the original plan. I'm going to see what happened. From the priest's hand, a series of small explosive pills were held in his palm. Without hesitation, he threw everything forcefully towards the crowd. "Don't you want the items? Then take this." Fei Zhuo Lu Qing, the bombs about to explode, flew straight at Diep Vu, leaving her stunned. "These are bombs." The bombs started showing warning signs. Just a few seconds later, an explosion with great destructive power occurred. What kind of villain throws bombs around like that? "The main city prohibits fireworks. May you all be blown to bits." From within the smoke, Zhang Yi hugged Diep Vu tightly to protect her, seeing him fall to the ground. Diep Vu immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Looking up at her, Zhang Yi asked, "Who was that person you were chasing?" To just throw bombs directly in the main city, sitting on top of him. Diep Vu explained the origin of the incident. The two of them just entered the city and were sneakily looking for shops. I followed them for a bit. I discovered they were planning to buy out Ice Extreme City, just as expected. Zhang Yi turned his head to look at her, so it was them. They really did sneak in from outside the city. His hand quickly grabbed Diep Vu's wrist and pulled her along. "Let's go deal with them together." The two of them sped towards the fleeing priests. "What do we do? Another one is here. Our mission to Ice Extreme City doesn't include engaging them." One of them looked up at the two with an angry expression. "It seems they intend to pursue us to the end. If we can't shake them off, then let's blow them up first." Receiving the order, the remaining men threw bombs behind them. Ceaselessly go, bloom, explode everything. All the incoming bombs were blocked by a protective barrier. "Guildmaster, I'm here." Giant rebound, fortified shield. All those bombs bounced back towards the priests. No. Everything began to show signs of imminent explosion. Just a few seconds later, a huge explosion occurred in front of Zhang Yi's group. As the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, many figures appeared from a distance. Yanu slowly walked over to him and asked caringly, "Is everyone okay?" Many innocent players in the city were injured. Qinglong and Liu Su have gone to help the wounded. "Are they the buyers we were supposed to investigate? Look at them all surrounding the priest who caused trouble in the city." Yes, it's them. They caused trouble in the city and intended to buy out all the goods in the shops. Ba Huang knelt on the ground to observe him. These two guys bombed indiscriminately, disregarding the lives of others. They don't seem like normal players from the city, more like the Shen Ming Guild from Moonlight City. From the corpse, he took out something. It's nothing. Everyone look at this emblem. A brilliant black and gold emblem was in Zhang Yi's hand. I've seen this symbol before on members of the Shen Ming Guild. It seems Kalo was behind all of this. Handing the emblem to Yanu, he suggested, Yanu Ba Huang, you two will take turns being stationed in Ice Extreme City for now in case anything sudden happens. I have to help stabilize the situation. I'll take a trip to Moonlight City and see what Kalo is going to all this trouble for. Hearing this, she rested her chin on her hand. She warned him to be more careful in Moonlight City as it was Kalo's territory. From behind, Diep Vu also appeared, raising her hand to join in. I'm going too. Don't you forget I'm the one who's had dealings with Kalo before. Diep Vu crossed her arms, her cheeks puffed up in anger. How dare he have designs on Ice Pole City? We have to teach him a lesson. Back at a large tower on a full moon night in Moonlight City. Outside the city gate, two guards raised their swords, blocking the two of them. What are you two doing? Truong Dish took out a badge, held it high, and announced in a commanding voice, we are here on a mission assigned by the Guildmaster. Following him, Diep Vu chimed in with her hands on her hips. That's right. If you interfere with the Guildmaster's important business, watch your heads. Seeing the badge, the two guards quickly bowed their heads and let them pass. It is this lowly one who has a poor memory. Please come in. Once inside, she turned to Truong Ditch and said with admiration, Hey, I'm impressed. Your acting skills aren't bad. Where did you learn that? He calmly replied, My acting is nothing compared to yours. The first time we met, you sent me straight into the tiger's den. Inside, the two of them saw a group of priests carrying trays full of offerings. Looking at the two of them, one priest pointed and ordered, Hey, you two get over here under the magnificent archways of Moonlight City. After being spotted by the priest, he asked loudly, What's the matter with you two? Why are you back so late? Truong Ditch and Diep Vu silently stepped forward. He began to explain, We ran into a little trouble on the way, which caused a delay. As soon as he finished speaking, the priest's face immediately darkened. He said in a sinister tone, Get back in line quickly. If you slow everyone down, I'll make you regret it. Witnessing the priest's attitude, the two of them couldn't help but be startled. Following behind the priests, Truong Dish and Diep Vu remained cautious. He whispered, Look at the potions and equipment on their chests. They're clearly not the same type as ours. They must have been bought from other city lords. I also noticed that there seems to be a lot of human race equipment among them. For now, let's just follow and see. Suddenly, a priest shouted an order at them. In a moment, you will go in one by one, put the items down, and then come out. I won't be responsible if you lose your lives for dawdling. A while later, the group of priests arrived in front of a room. A priest gently touched the door to check it, then he pushed the door and went inside. Another priest pointed to the room and gestured for them to go in. As the group of priests disappeared into that strange room, a terrified scream suddenly echoed out, Help save me unconcerned. A priest lowered his head, a mysterious smile on his face. It was just an accident. Keep going in. With only a faint glimmer of light from the doorway, the two timidly followed the priests inside. Suddenly, two vials of red liquid were thrown violently towards them. Startled, Diep Vu immediately ducked behind Truong Dika's arm. So scary. Behind their priest masks, the two of them were stunned. He suddenly realized what this was. The scene before them was horrifying. Two magic beasts were ravenously eating in the silent darkness. Countless fierce, blood-red eyes were staring intently at the two of them. Countless starving magic beasts were looking at them hungrily. Stopping to face them, Truong Ditch was astonished. That guy Kalo is actually raising so many magic beasts in a place like this. The next second, he immediately raised an arm to protect Diep Vu and shouted a warning to everyone around. Everyone don't panic. Even if you're scared, don't show it. Avoid startling these magic beasts. Once they smell your fear, they will immediately see you as prey and attack. Just as he finished speaking, a magic beast opened its maw and let out a ferocious roar. Truong Ditch quickly deduced, so Kalo sent those people in black robes to sweep through other cities for goods, all to feed these magic beasts. Using resources to exchange for EXP to level up the magic beasts, allowing them to mature quickly. That Kalo guy truly stops at nothing. Magic beasts raised this way have no fundamental bond with their master and can easily go berserk and lose control. Suddenly, slow footsteps approached them and then stopped. Truong Dish and Diep Vu were startled. They turned to look at the person. It turned out to be Kalo. With a proud posture and a confident smile, he looked at them. The priest next to him immediately spoke in a fawning tone. Guildmaster, what brings you here? He replied nonchalantly, I came to see how the progress of raising the magic beasts is coming along. Then Kalo and the priest ignored the two of them and walked straight ahead. As he walked, he casually announced, "Based on the current progress, it will take about 2 more weeks for all of them to be fully raised." Behind the iron bars, a magic beast was enraged. It let out an extremely ferocious roar. The next second, the magic beast opened its mouth and spewed a stream of blazing red fire towards Kalo and the priest, causing the priest to duck his head in fear. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, from behind Truong Dich in his priest robes rushed towards Kalo. He held a golden card in his hand. In a flash, he was done just as Kalo was startled by the sudden attack. A notification immediately appeared from the system that he had successfully copied the God-tier Talent Tycoon and the mission reward. Seeing this, Truong Dich thought to himself, a 100-fold drop rate. No wonder this guy has so many gold coins. And he even managed to get so many magic beasts. With a 100-fold reward bonus, what he gets from 1 kill is the same as what I get from 100 facing Kalo, the Silver Dragon Flute. His weapon instantly appeared in his hand. A legendary grade item exclusive to beast tamers. He frowned and said with contempt, "A bunch of useless trash." He stood calmly among the magic beasts, raised the flute to his lips, and began to play. It was no ordinary flute. Its function was that the sound it produced could control magic beasts. Seeing the scene before him, Truong Dich couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed in amazement, "It's actually the Silver Dragon Flute. I've heard its music can control even the mighty ancient dragons, but the drop rate for it in dungeons is extremely low. Only a handful of beast tamers have ever managed to obtain it. It seems Kalo's god-tier talent has helped him a lot." After he finished playing, Kalo lowered the flute and turned to the priest, giving him stern instructions. "The men from the Night Order are all waiting for the magic beasts from you. Continue to speed up the raising process. If you delay my plan to siege the city, I'll feed you to these magic beasts." The priest immediately replied, "Yes, yes, rest assured, Guildmaster." Right after that, Diep Vu quickly ran into Truong Dich's arms. He awkwardly asked her, "Are you okay? Now that we've figured everything out, let's get out of here quickly." She replied worriedly, "I don't want to come back to this dreadful place either." But unfortunately for them, Kalo had appeared right behind them at some point. Seeing him, the two of them ran for their lives. His face darkened. "You two stop." With his keen senses, Truong Dich's eyes instantly became wary. It turned out that while he and Diep Vu were talking, Kalo had appeared behind them in a flash. Truong Dich was shocked and worried. Damn it, have we been discovered? Sensing something unusual, Kalo directed a suspicious gaze towards them before he could say a word. Truong Dich immediately clasped his hands respectfully and stammered, "Guildmaster, are there any orders for us?" He just glanced at them and ordered nonchalantly, "Can't you see everyone else is busy? Go and dispose of the corpses on the ground for me." After speaking, Kalo closed his eyes and clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth in frustration. A bunch of useless trash, all they do is eat and sleep. Meanwhile, the two of them and the other priests dropped to their knees. One priest said, "Take care, Guildmaster." Seeing Kalo's attitude, Truong Dich was furious, but could only clench the hem of his robe to restrain himself. Right after that, Truong Dich and Diep Vu, along with the other priests, left the room. He reassured everyone, "We're finally safe now." "Let's go," Diep Vu said with relief. "After we get back, I want to have a really good sleep. I hope I don't dream about those scary magic beasts." In an instant, the late night enveloped the sky like a mysterious black velvet cloth, dotted with a few faint lights weaving through the night clouds. In the distance, the gentle moonlight peeked through. The moon hung high, casting a gentle glow down upon the top floor of the tavern in Ice Pole City. At this moment, Truong Dich was sitting lost in thought when Nha Nu suddenly approached. She spoke cheerfully. "Ever since you came back from Moonlight City, you've looked like you have something heavy on your mind." She slowly sat down next to Truong Dich. Nha Nu asked with a hint of worry on her face, "Is something wrong?" He just looked at her, smiled, and said, "This time in Moonlight City, I found out a crucial piece of intelligence. Kalo is secretly raising a large number of magic beasts." As soon as he finished speaking, Nha Nu shot up and looked at Truong Dich in complete shock. She asked doubtfully, "Raising magic beasts?" He turned to her and replied calmly, "That's right, it seems he's also equipping a night order for these magic beasts. As I was leaving, I heard him mention a plan to siege a city. If I'm not mistaken, Kalo is forming this magic beast night order to launch an attack on other major cities." After hearing this, Nha Nu's jaw dropped in astonishment. She asked hesitantly, "Can we withstand an attack from Kalo?" Seeing her worried expression, Truong Dich just rested his chin on his hand, his face grim as he concluded, "No. The current defensive structures of Ice Pole City are only at a basic level. If a large number of magic beasts attack simultaneously, our defenses will be destroyed in an instant. However, it's not like we don't have a chance. Unconsciously, his gaze instantly became sharper, and his tone grew exceptionally cautious in this apocalyptic world. There is a type of elemental crystal that holds a special power. It can block high-temperature dragon's breath and also reinforce the main city's structures. After being upgraded, it can be used to launch a counterattack. And this type of precious ore, only the goblins who have long lived underground can mine it, and only if we find enough elemental cores before Kalo's Beast Knight Legion is formed. By then, we will have the strength to fight. The next second, Zhang Yi decisively placed his hand on Yanhu's shoulder, urgently proposing, "Yanhu, I have a favor to ask of you." Then Zhang Yi began to seriously explain his plan to her. "Next, I will go out to search for elemental ores in Extreme Ice City. I need you here to protect Duanfeng and Zhao Jiao. They're still in Breaking Dawn City, so I'll call them over to help you." After listening, Yanhu nodded in agreement. "All right. Go find the elemental ores in Extreme Ice City with peace of mind. We'll be here." Morning came uneventfully in the lush green forest. The breath of the woods weaved through the trees as he slowly strolled through the vast expanse. As Zhang Yi walked, he thought nervously, goblins usually live in the outskirts far from the city, and this forest is an area where they are frequently active. I should be able to find traces of them here. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks before an unusually large footprint on the ground, his eyes fixed on the strange mark. Zhang Yi's eyes widened with curiosity as he slowly bent down. He placed his hand next to the footprint to compare, and was suddenly stunned to realize it was a giant's track. But this isn't a usual area of activity for giants. For a giant to suddenly appear here, there must be a reason for it. He then rested his chin on his hand, lost in deep thought, speculating about giants and goblins being two races. They are at war year-round. The giant race uses its physical superiority to enslave the goblins, while the goblin race relies on its agility and various inventions to resist the giants. Therefore, the sudden appearance of a giant might be related to the goblins. Abruptly, a voice rang out from behind him. It made his eyes widen in surprise. "Hey, little goblin, I found you." Glancing at the giant hugging a tree trunk behind him, Zhang Yi quickly spotted a goblin. The giant stuck his face into a hollow in the tree, staring fiercely at Erfu and threatening her. "This time, let's see where you can run." Erfu was so scared her eyes welled up with tears. You stay away from me!" Seeing this, Zhang Yi immediately gathered a ball of energy in his palm. He swiftly launched it at the giant, shouting, "Hey, big guy, eat my lightning chain." The attack was so fierce it shattered the surrounding trees and, more importantly, sent the giant flying. Wherever the spell passed, trees were broken. Hit by the surprise attack, the giant gritted his teeth, clutched his head, and cursed angrily, "You tiny human daring to sneak attack me from behind." In response, Zhang Yi simply smirked. He taunted the giant. "So what? I can't stand you big lugs using your size to bully the weak." Suddenly, the giant gripped a tree trunk tightly. Still furious, he threatened menacingly, "You dare ruin my fun, I'll teach you a lesson." As he spoke, he uprooted an ancient tree, his strength so immense that the ground cracked beneath him. Earth and rocks flew everywhere. Cowering in the tree hollow, Erfu felt the tremor and squeezed her eyes shut in fear. Without a moment's hesitation, the giant hurled the ancient tree straight at Zhang Yi. Luckily, he dodged it just in time, thinking to himself, the giant's strength lies in the overwhelming force of their colossal size, but their weakness is just as obvious. After the attack, the giant frantically scanned the cloud of dust for Zhang Yi. Where is he before the giant could react? Zhang Yi, quick as lightning, gripped his sword. Dashing behind the giant's back, the giant glanced over in panic. "They're not agile enough. Too fast, too dangerous," Zhang Yi struck decisively. He landed a powerful blow on the giant, who roared in pain, unable to react. In an instant, the giant was defeated. A system notification about his level up suddenly appeared. Hearing it, Zhang Yi frowned. Damn, this god-level replication talent from Kalo's body is just too insane. Not only is the leveling speed much faster, but even killing a regular mob yields a large amount of gold coins. He glanced deeper into the forest. Zhang Yi's expression flickered with surprise when he saw something. It was Erfu peeking her head out of the tree hollow. Still frightened, her expression was wary. Zhang Yi gently held out his hand and spoke in a reassuring voice. "It's safe now, you can come out." Seeing the kind smile on his face, Erfu relaxed a little and asked, "Really?" And just like that, her heart was put at ease, gently placing her hand on Zhang Yi's. The rescued Erfu was moved to crocodile tears. Wiping her cheeks, she choked out, "Thank you for saving me." After she finished crying, Erfu reached up to adjust her crown. Suddenly, Zhang Yi leaned in close and asked gently, "Little goblin, is that an elemental ore you're wearing?" "I'm looking for this type of ore." Can you sell it to me?" The moment he finished speaking, Fu recoiled in fear. She frantically refused his offer. "No way. This crown is very important to me. I can't give it to you. But if you can escort me back to the goblin encampment, I can help you speak with my father's group so they can sell you their surplus." At that moment, a system notification for a new quest and its rewards popped up. He pointed to himself, smiled kindly, and said, "All right, don't you worry. I will definitely escort you home safely." As morning light filtered through the green canopy, Zhang Yi turned to Fu and asked, "Don't you goblins always travel in groups? Why are you out here all by yourself? It's so dangerous out here. Aren't you afraid a giant might catch and eat you?" She looked at him and stammered, I just came out to search for clues about our Lord God. Once we find our Lord God, he will protect us. We won't have to fear the giants anymore, and we won't have to spend our days hiding." Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. He rested his chin on his hand, silently speculating the goblin's Lord God is missing too. Could this also be related to the Demon Clan's invasion? They suddenly stopped before a green magical barrier in the forest. She announced loudly, "We're here." Hearing that, he scratched his head in confusion. "We're here," Fu reassured Zhang Yi and approached the barrier. "Don't worry, just watch me." Fu took the green crystal from her necklace. As she held it up, an intense green light shone from it and magical butterflies flew towards her. It turned out they were there to scan her face. She quickly flashed a two-finger peace sign and smiled. A moment later, her identity was confirmed, and a magic circle instantly appeared beneath her feet. A fierce vortex quickly swirled, and Zhang Yi jumped in as well. Fu glanced at him with a surprised look as he started to fade away. In an instant, the magic circle had transported them to another dimension, leaving the forest silent as if nothing had happened. After teleporting, the two of them arrived in a large cave filled with sharp ore formations and various weapons. She began to explain slowly. "Normally we mine ore here. Then we transport it to the cities to sell for money." After listening, he scanned the area and asked, "So if you sell ore, shouldn't you be able to make a lot of money?" Fu awkwardly explained, "Not at all. The price of common ore isn't high. Only the elemental ore you're looking for is worth anything significant. But it's very rare and the mining output is extremely low." Suddenly, her stomach rumbled, causing her to blush and clutch it in embarrassment. Seeing she was hungry, Zhang Yi walked over. He held out a fragrant roasted chicken leg and said, "Here. It's a roasted chicken leg I brought along. For you." Fu's face lit up. "Really? Thank you." Holding the chicken leg, she took a huge happy bite and began to devour it. The two of them then continued their slow walk deeper into the cave.